Happy New Year, everybody. Welcome back to Let's Talk FGO. On today's episode, we're going to talk about New Year's, duh. But also, extra surprise, Christmas in Japan. Totally blindsided us at the back half there when we took a break. And also, your esteemed recap for Lostbelt 7 Mictlan will begin today. All this and more on Let's Talk FGO. Hi, I'm one of your hosts. I'm Omega the Lionheart. With me, as always, my co-host, the Dinosaur King Lucky.
I hope everyone is enjoying Fate Grand Order, aka its secretly collabs all the way down. And while we're here at Studio Mega, I'd like to bring you the latest in FGO-related news and memes. We will be talking about current and future events for both the JP and EA versions of the game, so anyone not wanting spoilers should get ready for your Magical Girl debut. And on that note, we're actually going to double down on the spoiler warning. I will let you all know ahead of time. We will be talking about Lostbelt 7 on this show. Very specifically, we'll be going up to Section 6, Life in Chichen Itza 2. So we will not be hitting Fragments and Beyond. Yes. So if you have not caught up to that point, you may wish to dip out at a certain point. But luckily, I have taken meticulous notes on here, so you will know when you have to dip out. Listen, I even went to a whole nother level. I actually divided everything up by fucking pip.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up. Like, this time, you thought our Lostbelt 6 notes were detailed, which they were. Lostbelt 6 was so dense that... Lucky still got the document somewhere so we can check the total amount of notes. But, we kept separate notes for that, was how deep we got in. I was writing, sub-comments on Lucky's notes and my own notes and stuff. So, that was super in-depth. Lostbelt 7's not that dense, but... definitely, Lucky's unlocked a new level of meticulousness. Sorry, meticulous-fucking-lessness. Where he's got it broken up by the pip, which is helpful because I definitely feel like, we'll talk a little bit about note-taking in this. There were definitely times where I feel like when they were all dialogue pips, that one section of dialogue in one pip and one section of dialogue in the next pip, just in my mind, are just all one story beat.
Oh, yeah, no.
Because you just start clicking and you're just like, yep, mm-hmm. And later I'm thinking, oh shit, which one of those was in which part exactly? It probably, so long as it's all the same section, it probably doesn't matter too much which pip went where, but it was like that you added that extra detail and it was definitely like, oh yeah, that's this, we know exactly where we are. So hey, you'll know to the pip if you haven't caught up where you need to go. But there we go, we've got our lovely intro, we got all our stuff going on.
Yeah.
Ready to get in there. Hopefully everybody's ears are okay on my end. I brought you the new year of enthusiasm. It's okay, I need to yell to... One, I need to yell so that future me can stop being annoyed at himself with having to boost his own audio. I am still working on the Lostbelt 6 one, and this is... sometimes I'm talking to myself, and I'm like, how did I get this quiet? I don't know. My gain was lowered, probably, but still. The second thing is also, I need to shout to warm myself up. It's fucking cold here. It was a frost warning last night, and it's 50 degrees already. And we're recording early, by the way. Lucky was very on the ball with getting everything set up and making sure we had our notes plenty ahead of time. So it's about not even 7:30 Eastern Standard Time by the time we're getting started on this. So we're still schmoovin'. I mean, I will say this. Sorry, this is a complete aside. But, hey, shout out to our patrons. You'll hear more about that later. But they're joining us live in Patreon chat. That is a thing where, I don't want to be pointing fingers, but I definitely feel like somehow, Axe, you have some kind of hardware mix that you still haven't found, or I am concerned if you have hearing damage, because I know that we are sometimes soft on stream, and people sometimes don't get honest enough for me to make sure the audio is balanced. Thank you so much when you do actually check in at the start of the stream and make sure everything's evened out. Sometimes we left some stuff muted. Whoops.
Whoops.
But, having me at 140 and Lucky at 165, I'm like, that seems... crazy out there. I know I have some people boosted way up because their gain is low, but I can't imagine with my... Yeah, right now I'm speaking and Audacity is like, bro, you're orange, you're red, homie. I can't imagine that I need to be boosted when my audio capture says that. Maybe it's just the Discord side that's weird. Anyway, the show will be long enough without us getting too in the weeds, so let us proceed down through our segments.
Woo.
Our first segment, we're going to check out with everybody's favorite kohai for the new year. Mash.
Senpai, 起きてください.
Because it's time for Wake the Fuck Up Senpai regular segment for pro tips. And I'm once again going to yell, what did I tell you about taking things that don't belong to you? What did I tell you? And this may have blown over because we took a week off for the holidays. I can specifically say there was no probability this show was getting recorded last Friday. First of all, we were still hip deep in the Lostbelt. Like, I think Lucky was working on like section 3 in detailed notes, and I think I was still at like 5 or 6 myself. Like, not super deep into it. But also, I had to wake up at like 9 o'clock Eastern to go to brunch with my family for several hours. It was after lunchtime when we got back. So like, I was locked out, man. I was the first of locked in. I'm locked out. I took a nap. Like, that was my whole day. But some of you may have not realized that this has like happened. But after there was additional outcry, people had additional pushback that technically people who had abused the bug to get a shitload of Saint Quartz and stuff were mostly being given a slap on the wrist. FGO decided to actually like get in there and actually put people in currency debt. They individually double-checked who earned what during the bug and set people to negative amounts. Even some people who, I know there were some FGO artists who were tweeting out that they actually got hit with it because they had accidentally, fired off and collected a couple of times, so they were only, a few 10 spins in debt. And this is what I said about, don't, you're doing something that is inactive, and I understand some people out there have the exploit early, exploit often, but you're gonna get caught with that shit. Don't do it. And yes, Patron Chat is asking. It is first of all, they did an update that actually splits paid and free Saint Quartz properly to elucidate this. You are only in debt for free quartz. If you use paid quartz, that's still fine. That is being tracked entirely separately. But you will be in free quartz debt until you basically earn back the extra you amount got, and also people got their extra grails and mats sucked away, and because things were bugged, they still replenished a lot of extra stuff. So a very interesting, wacky, wild time. But yeah, no, like I said, it's one of those things where I feel very vindicated in myself saying in the weeks leading up to this of hey, that's a bug. That's not intentional. Don't do that. There won't be. It won't be worth the reward you get at the end because you won't get a reward at the end. And it turned out no punishments were actually handed out. I'm a little surprised because I know that the whole currency debt thing is a little intense, but I think it's a very different vibe in that FGO was originally going to be more lax until they got pushback from the player base of hey, you can't not punish these people. And also, FGO is a lot deeper in the hole than say the bug that happened in the time in game globally. They were probably too early in their cycle to go oh, we had an exploit where you got extra currency. No, we're going to take that currency back and put you in debt. These people are still new to your game. FGO, we're going into we're 6-ish months, 7-ish months away from the 10th year anniversary. People are in. Also, yes, think about that, chat. It's about 7 months ish. Depending on how exactly they usually wait until the first week of August to get in there with anniversary number 10.
Crazy.
But in addition to the currency debt situation, I have a second pro tip for you today. This one is actually a more pro tip rule. And that we have announced, obviously, January's exchange items. Your exchange ticket items for the month of January in the English version are giant rings, snake jewels, chains, void dust, and twilight blades. I am sure most people will be picking twilight blades because they are very new.
Yeah.
I before we started doing tickets, I looked and I had about 20 of them or 25. So yes, that's where all my tickets and extra tickets are going. But this concludes the pro tipment zone, so we move on to Records of the Throne, a regular achievement topic.
So with that, we'll pivot over to me for a little bit. So rolled on the extra AoE arts for either Summer Kama or Space Ishtar, and I got Vanilla Kiara. Not the worst, I suppose, but GSR continues to never give me what I want. Actually, I think I was just so done with it. I didn't even actually put fuse her with her others. What is my MP level of Kiara right now? 2? Probably 3? I should check.
I mean, it's not a bad jump, but like you said, you really did not know what GSSR you were gonna do. We were setting up for something else. I think me and Loth had to talk you into picking one.
Well, yeah, no, it's because Lucky always rolls for love, so that means it's either gonna be Kama or maybe Ibuki or Lancer Tamamo, but Kama specifically, I really did not like because it had Kama's only had Gramps, MHX, and Kama in it. But every time I have rolled on that, I've gotten 1 Gramps, and every other time I've gotten an MHX. I'm just like,
Hey, I know you wouldn't catch me dead in that banner, as I am NP3 MHX solely from GSSRs. And I could have shot my shot in the AoE assassin because my literal only dupe in that category is Koyan of Light. But I was debated by other stuff as we move on to Not All the World's Evil, but damn close. Not a great New Year's of rolling, chat. Not a great year, people at home. I was widely debating where I wanted to go with my GSSR. There were a couple options. Honestly, for new servants, should have gone the assassin AoE route. That you all know my luck with AoE assassins is so bad that, like I said, there's like, 4 or 5? I think it's 5 different servants in that block. I only have one of them. I think at NP1 is my Koyan of Light too, so like not even like going crazy there. But people were posting in the roll thread, and at least one person got their Oberon, so I was like, fuck it, we're going Buster. It's a terrible, terrible banner. We don't want to be there, but we gotta go. We gotta try. Nope. Got my second copy of Koyan of Dark, which is, the NP 1 to 2 jump is okay. That's the best, but it is exactly the kind of thing I was worried about going into the extra Buster AoE. And once again, by the way, we are the score continues. This moth keeps dodging me. When I catch this fucker, oh, you're going to the mines forever, bro. I sentence you 1,000 years farming mines. And also, as usual, you get like 30-ish quartz. You got some stuff saved up. I did a couple 10 spins on Rasputin. Literal first 10 spin, first card. I have been feeding tickets to Nino Alter since Turbanner dropped like on Christmas also, and that's not gotten anywhere. But go to Rasputin, first card, first roll, gold sparks, it's an assassin. What's that? Is that a callback joke from literally years ago? That's right, it's a Stheno. It's a Stheno, everybody. Update your Stheno counters at home. We're pretty sure officially the last count was 9, but it could be 10. We don't know. It's been like 2 years since I had to bring it up. My second 10 spin did at least get me some new stuff. I got NP2 on Pavardi and Atlante Altar. And I got some of the... I think I have a full collection of the New Year's CEs. But after that, it was definitely like, okay, we're done here. I can't keep the juice.
Oh shit! There's just straight up 10 tickets in the fucking shop. Fuck. Okay.
Yeah, we have bonus inventory.
Your bonus. Yeah, no, I kind of assumed because you're saying you were throwing tickets. I was all like, man, I could throw some tickets right now because much like Omega, I have something in Not All the World's Evil right here. So I did 2 10 spins on Nita Altar, nothing. Then Rasputin came out, and I was like, I don't hate him. So I did 2 spins on Rasputin. Literally got men rolls. Both times I got the fucking 4-star event. I guess I'll call it event CE, nothing else. I'm just like, no, I'm done. Unfortunately, I have gotten to the part in All Spell 6 where Shady Priests, or a Priest in Shades, depending on how you look at it, shows up, and I'm like, shit, is he like this as a servant? Does he have these kind of jokes? Oh god, I hope he does. I don't know. But Lucky is being tempted. Oh lordy, he's being tempted.
Yeah, and that's the spot where we're after the spins with Rasputin, I'm like, okay, I gotta stop. I already rolled the second time because of the Stheno roll, and I'm like, well, I have to roll again. That shit just sucked. But it's at the point where I'm like, especially with stuff we're going to talk about later, where it's like, okay, I cannot be going crazy ape shit. It's a new year. We've got new servants to rat. It's 2025. There's a lot of banners, and I'm going to want to throw at least 1 10 spin at, because I'm in the future, I'm going to want to throw at least 1 10 spin at Kukulkan and Talak's banner. So, I'm like, shit, man, I can't keep doing this. So yeah, that's kind of where we ended up. So it's a rough time.
Look at all these embers. I'm gonna feed these all to my summer boogie. Inventory is full. I must have a fuck ton of. Wait,
I must already have a lot of embers and stuff. Maybe some leftover servants.
Where do they come from?
Oh well, you got 50 when you logged in one day, because that was the second day of the New Year's.
Oh yeah, geez, yeah, no shit. Where did these all come from? I just looked at. I have 205 stars and 104 stars. Help!
Yeah, you've probably been opening lotto boxes and stockpiling them from daily login campaigns. I know 50 of those though are from New Year's, because it's day 1 was a lore, Day 2 is 50 embers, and the day 3 login was a grail. So,
well, as someone asking if I finished leveling all my units and the rank ups, I have finished leveling them all. Rank ups, well, that's just rank ups. That doesn't give me more things to spend EXPs on.
No, that gives you more Saint Quartz, but does not help you with your EXP bank.
No, but let's start. I'm gonna start stuffing this snake.
Well, we're at it. That means we can ask, did you finish your master missions? This week's master missions are very simple. Defeat 15 each of dragon, wild beast, demonic, and humanoid trait enemies, and then complete 5 quests and complete 10 quests. Do anything, literally anything, while you're hunting down your New Year's missions, whatever. Do anything, you'll complete it. I think these are like the 4 most common traits in the game.
Easy street.
And that will give you some quartz frags to turn into more St. Quartzin. Don't we just love St. Quartzin? So, that means it is time, at 18 minutes, by the way, to jump in and talk about skelograms, which I'm going to estimate will take the next 18 minutes or more. Because there's a lot. Because, like I said, we took a week off, timing with the holidays, and, breaks are important. Can't be working crazy all the time.
Crazy.
Plus, especially with, as we'll discuss in our second news drop, but the absolutely unprecedented hitch of Nidocris Alter early. Like, that's, if you think, the more I think about that, the more insane that is, because that was a, like, mid-January drop, and they fired her off for Christmas Day with the Lostbelt, and I'm just like, obviously, like, I literally said this the day of because people were suspicious because there were some notes in the New Year's Countdown campaign. I was like, well, she's not limited, so it won't fuck up the GSSR programming, but it would be completely unprecedented in, all 7 years or whatever we've been doing this. Well, guess what, everybody? So I had to turbo out a video very fast, which thankfully many of you watched and enjoyed. Thank you. Big hiccup, big hit. But the big surprise news was from JP, Space Phantasmoon, another Christmas midnight con Fanta, starting the 24th, going until the 3rd of January, so we're just ending today. As I put in the notes, but wait, there was second Christmas, and it's a raid event. They gave you a normal Christmas lotto with a Santa and everything, and then they were like, we've got one more thing for you. And that's it. Send a tweet. For Christmas, they gave you a raid event for like a week, and the bosses would drop like 4 million QP per run, and various other insanity. Seems fun. Seems like a great time. Yeah. But this means they did have one last little final surprise SSR. Pretender 5-star, Phantasmoon, the magical girl herself.
That I want to say that one's a reach, not like the twins from earlier, but that one's not common.
No, that was like it's. I mean, Takeuchi and Nasu have both been pretty upfront that with the intent to clear up Part 2 this year and like realizing that they're hitting 10 years. A lot of people have been like seeing these big banner hit servants, and they're like, I don't know why exactly, but they're like waiting for the other shoe to drop. They're like, oh, something's going on, man. They're announcing all these bangers. No, I think we're doing all these bangers because like we're finally at the point where FGO has reached the zone of the fuck it adjustment. We're so deep in this, and like the people who have been playing for like all 10 years in JP are so invested, and they've made so much fucking money on this that it's like, no, we can literally do whatever we want. Like the player base is hooked in. Our download numbers are huge. Our profits speak for themselves every time they drop a new SSR, top of the charts. Even in EN, when big banners hit, FGO makes a splash on like the Play Store and Apple, which is crazy to think about with the American market and the other English speaking markets of mobile games as well. Like I don't think it hits like the number 1 all the time. I think we did when Arcoid came out, when Archetype Earth hit. But other than that, like, we don't usually do it. But we're still on the chart, which is, again, crazy. So, like, we're at the point where, like, no, this is not the secret. The game is ending in 6 months. Also, again, spoilers for another point. The game is not actually ending in 6 months. Takeuchi said in a New Year's interview that they've got plans through year 11. The story will be concluding for sure in the year 2025. But I am convinced that they are at least going to run until the 11th anniversary, and we will see. You may just stop getting main story updates to the game, and they do like rerun seasonal events, etc. Again, we'll talk about some of their future plans later. But like, no, this is just, we can truly do whatever the hell we want. Yes, no. Somebody in Patreon chat also is talking about. Like, I do think there may be a concern that, like, the player base will not be as big or as constant after they finish part 2, even if they are doing new events, just because the story will be concluded. So they're trying to get their bangers out now while the players are still playing and can reap the rewards. This is the thing I was actually talking about the other day. I think it bled over to Fail Betrayal earlier in the week. I was talking with like Axe and Loth about a couple of things, and it was like, people always worried about the end of service. The game is not going to hit Temple of Time 2 and then stop, because you know that for that event, for whatever climax of part 2 event there's gonna be a crazy banner, right?
Right.
So they can't just turn the servers off, because then you won't get to use the cool new unit you get. Like, whether it's like finally Galahad or, you know, you Olga or Solomon, whatever. Like, they can't just throw up a banner to celebrate the big climactic story and then end the game. There's got to be some dovetail, right?
Right.
So, yeah, no, that's why I think they're going crazy. So, yeah, Phantasmoon is like, that's a deep cut, but a really good deep cut. Also, by the way, crazy good work. Shout out to the artist. I've forgotten their name off the top of my head, but the only other servant they've done for FGO is Johanna. So this was not Takeuchi. This was another one of the Type Moon artists. Bringing their A-game. But we'll have more detail on Phantasmoon later. Because first, let's round up the news for Lostbelt 7 Miquelon Part 1 in English. Drops the 25th, because there was actually maintenance there. We got 16 Saint Courts total for social media campaign and for the stream/video. I did see a little bit of people, I think it was mostly a meme, but I definitely saw people on Twitter, like, complaining about it being only 15-ish Saint Courts. Hey, guess what? There was no point in your bitching. The advent calendar for Christmas Day was the other 15 Saint Courts, you dumb, stupid, idiot morons. Even if it was a joke, it was a stupid joke, because, like, I don't know, you know what they say, when you assume you make an ass out of you and you.
Jeez.
Gesundus.
Thank you. Fuck.
But yeah, there was a total of 30 Saint Courts in there. We got our new mats unlocked. I believe they're in the Pure Prism shop already. Obsidian Knives and Solar Hide. We also got the big surprise, Nitocris Altar release banner, permanent 5-star Avenger, starting the 25th to the 7th of January. A big 2-week-long banner on a permanent. Great stuff. They also announced at this time, and obviously it has run its course, but there was a New Year's countdown campaign, logged in every day for 6 apples and eventually a ticket, and then there was a run of banners, which people were very excited for Ruler Moriarty, Sherlock, Constantine, Super Bunyan, and Trung Sisters. So, getting a little of your rotation out of the way. We also got another little treat, you know, in case you speedballed the Lostbelt early, as we got the Part 12 of our advanced quests, the CEs for Snake Gems, Bullets, and Void Dust. Man, I need to catch up on my advanced quests. I keep adding them, like, every month. But they're tough. They require me to use my brain. Thinky hurt. But that means it's time for me to take a deep breath. Oh, let me hit my water. Because it's the JP New Year's Campaign 2025. Starting the 1st, going until the 15th. So first of all, New Year's Day rewards, log in 30 Saint Quartz.
Boom.
They hit their social media goal for 20 million QP-ish. Also, log in, extra login bonus for the first 3 days, get some EXPs, get a Grail, get a Lore, etc., etc. Also, they are also running an Omikuji bonus, where once per day you get to shake out the fortune and you get some QP and a random mat from a list of like 5. So just extra lock in those fun little things. We also got panel missions in JP as well. They do it every year, reveal the special art.
Ta-da!
We also got a new Mystic Code. Does often happen at New Year's, but, it's still a good one. This one is Winter Casual. So this gives you quick arts up for the party, one hit, 3 turns of evade and crit up for 1 servant, and a 1k to 2k team heal and a 10% NP battery for team. So really, really stretching our legs with what you can do with the Mystic Code. And of course, they've also got extra Da Vinci Shop inventory, the grab bag, and also everything is like extra and doubled plus the new month. Yeah. They've got 0 AP up through Ordeal Call number 1. So, once again, encouraging everybody to catch up on story. They've got triple suck chance, half QP cost on leveling, half AP on Bleached Earth quests and dailies. So all kinds of daily farming you can do. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, I'm throwing tickets here, and I rolled Toda. Rolled my next one. It was another Toda. I was like, God damn, what's the odds of that?
Honestly, as the game gets bigger and bigger, slimmer and slimmer.
Yeah.
Where was I? Start, dash, and returning master bonuses as usual. It's a great time to get in. One big quality of life update. Times 100 summon in the friend point gacha. Please give early.
Please give early.
Please give me that shit early. Especially when, like, anywhere from, like, 50 to 90% of my FP rolls are auto-burned anyway. Like,
It's true.
this would be great, a great addition, especially when we're doing rolls. And I have so much fucking FP.
Hey, roll the Chiron. That's nice.
Hey.
Oh, shit!
Oh, is he sparking?
I'm sparking.
Sparking!
Oh, shit. I pulled him on a ticket. I pulled Rasputin on a ticket. Ticket number 9 specifically.
Yurukubi.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, hey, we'll talk about other dialogue jokes later, but actually they had to fucking patch his summon lines later.
Really?
Yeah, because he says Happy New Year. They had to code it so that he has a different summon line.
All right, but I got the Shady Priest. Oh, and I didn't have to. Okay.
You just had to get into remember the ticket shop exists and get in there.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, I forgot. I was going to check the Rare Prism shop extra materials. All right, but speaking of New Year's servants, though, JP did announce their New Year's servant, and it is kind of the one everybody was expecting. I know, in fact, Keita Sean put out like a call on Twitter for people to guess the New Year's servant.
I don't actually remember what I guessed, because I remember we actually talked about it previous, people think it, and I remember saying that it could be it, but it was also could not be it.
Yeah, I think both of us were like, it's probably Richard, but it could be anything else. The official tweet I replied to Sean's tweet was the solid bet, you know, the best guess and the most likely answer is Richard, but I want it to be Toko.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think everybody expected this with the Strange Fake pilot finally airing for this, and I believe it's back up on streaming services. You can get episode 1. I have not double checked and caught up on that yet, but it's out
I'll
there.
use the times too.
But yeah, Richard the Lionheart, we all called it butt pats all around.
Butt pats.
As opposed to last year's where it was so soon with Takadu that we were like, what already? This was like the most called shot of all time. We also have the new Lucky Bag Insanity. Let me actually see if I can find in our news desk channel a breakdown of what JP's doing with that one, because like it's scronkled.
The more 5 stars you get, the crazier the GSSR gets.
The one I know for a fact is that it's, first of all, you can double up. Well, you can't double up, but you can roll twice on 2 separate banners.
Okay.
So once you cash in one banner on the GSSR, it's gone, but you can spend the other 15, another 15 paid quartz and go again. And I do believe you get a grail both times.
Okay, that's pretty rad.
Yeah, that's a cool one. I've heard some people say they want to bring that over, see if they can bring that over here early. I don't know if they will. But it's a neat concept.
Oh, okay. My Kiara was only MP1, so now she's MP2. Okay.
Okay, so it's a little better than you thought.
It's a little better than I thought, yeah. Gains.
Stonks even. Let me see if I can, like I said, the wiki it's been like 3 or 4 days and the wiki still isn't updated, so I can only imagine how many banners. Yeah, I can't figure out without like cracking out my Google Translate what our category is. Okay, chat has summarized it best as they can. It's card type and gender. So instead of being class based, it's going to be broken up into different blocks by like ladies, arts, AOE, probably.
Oh shit, that make it real easy for me to pick Get Comma. I think.
No, because I think she'd still share one with MHX, because MHX isn't MHX quick single target as well?
Is she quick single target as well?
Yeah,
I thought she was art single target.
No, I think Secret Caliber is quick.
Oh, you're right. No. Why?
Now, if you want Gramps, that's going to be very easy, because he's Buster. Pretty rare for assassins. Maybe not for Comma, but there's definitely going to be some easy servant picks out there. I tried to talk Lucky into taking a spin at the single target Archer for Old Man Moriarty, because there's like 3 fucking people in there. But it could have been a Super Orion dupe, so no sell.
Listen, Super Orion is great. He kills things. And his MP's okay, but
I don't know if I mean you get more like overcharge cap, but I don't actually think you get a lot of rewards out of NP leveling Super Orion. That's just much more like if you could arrange to give him extra overcharge anyway. Yep, nope. That's
okay, okay.
So it's like cavalry quick single target ladies.
Okay.
So like not a terrible banner. Somebody has screen grabbed it. It's MHX, comma MHXA, Maid Alter, and Okuni. So like a decent spread. Oh, so they actually put Somebody in chat said they put Alco and BB Dubai on separate ones because their NP type actually flips. That's neat. That means technically you got 2 chances, the way the GSSR works. But yeah, so it's big, it's crazy. As always, there are going to be some categories that are going to be like nobody on Earth would ever fucking roll, and then there are going to be others that are going to be like the easiest win of all time. But those will be different for different people. Where was I? We have confirmation there's going to be a new event in January in JP. Unknown exactly what the context is. A lot of people are worried it's going to be Strange Fate collab already. Yeah, it's just his attack percentage goes up for Super Orion. It's not really.
Yeah, it only goes from 30 to 50% at MP5. That's wild.
Yeah, 50% is. Oh my god. Well, that's the fucking banner for me. Sorry, chat just posted an extra B for Buster, and it's just Phantasmoon, Seal, and Tiamat, and I'm just like, well, that's probably gonna be an easy run.
If I don't MP5 Tiamat, that's probably, well, honestly, that's probably gonna be it for me. But I just like this image of just Seal and Arc and Phantasmoon just on opposite sides and Tiamat in the bag, like I'm about to beat these children.
Yeah, neither of them are looking at each other, and then Tiamat's like default expression is very neutral, so she's just like, if you got the screen grab, show me what category Oberon is in. In case I need to desperately plan my GSSR picks 2 fucking years ahead of time. I'm gonna catch this fucking moth, chat. I'm gonna get his ass. But yeah, so we have confirmation of a January event. We have our silhouettes for our new block of SSRs. I would also, if chat has that handy, because I have to scroll up a lot. Cause,
I haven't cleaned up my CEs in a hot minute. I should
hey,
probably do that.
Guess what? Our JP chat on Discord has been going apeshit, obviously. But if anybody's got
this is also a
selection,
pretty good banner. Jesus. Oberon, Arjuna Alter, and fucking Takeda Shingen? Ooh.
That's pretty good. I mean, that's a little risky for the Arjuna Alter extra NP for me, but mine's only NP1, so it wouldn't die. I do not, as cool as Takeda Shinden is, I do not think I will be rolling for him because we've got Super Kenshin after. There is actually, I think, a screen grab. It's got like the faces on it, but if you want to get the goop, you got to go to like the actual JP news block. But here, I'm scrolling back through our category. That's the one with people trying to figure out the silhouettes, but as always, people are doing super mega giga detective work on silhouettes.
Yes. Because as always, they have to tease!
And we all know, like, I think the first year they did this, they played it pretty straight, but we were too good at detective work and actually picked out a couple of those things, so now they pick the ascensions that fuck with us the most. So I will repost the image. So the number one thing is our detectives are so good. You can see a couple of feet, I think, dead center. The internet is pretty sure that's Akiya Tono, just from the way her feet are posed, because Takeuchi only has so many poses. There is some speculation that a couple of other big long-timers are coming in. I'm personally of the opinion that people have traced. There's a guy on the right-hand side who looks like he's got, kind of shortish, messy hair, and he looks like he's holding a spear or scythe and has a shield. I'm pretty sure that if that's a correct redraw of his silhouette, that's 100% Perseus. It may finally be the Perseus here. I don't know if any of these match like a prototype Gilgamesh, but yeah, it may finally be time for Lancer and or Rider Perseus. The besides Violet, the last man in the Danamine jail, Perseus, Proto-Gil, and Violet. That's it. But yeah, so as always, the silhouette, which is great. Next, we also got an announcement that upcoming in the next months, I think, possibly at the January event, they're going to add the Grand Servant Selection System. You will be able to pick up to 7 of your servants to promote to Grand. At the very least, they have confirmed what this means is that those servants who you promote to Grand will be able to equip both a regular CE and their own Bond CE, which will lead to some very interesting brews. I believe the stated requirements they have said you will have to have this servant at level 100, so grailing is required, and they have to be 10-10-10. Not append skills, but do have to have your core skills 10-10-10. So that will narrow down your results. And I'm sure that we'll have questions about who we would want to throw in there. I mean, saying Solomon's been data mined is like, that could just be the whatchamacallit, the NPC only block. I am certain that we will have a summonable Solomon. Him being in the data feed is weird because our enemies are also listed in like Spirit Origin West. Okay, so they're saying the grand effect will only work in some story quests. So yeah, I figured it was probably a mostly story related thing, but it will be interesting to see. This is kind of like how you got like extra bonus damage from higher bond levels in Solomon and stuff like that. We are reiterating, Part 2 story arc will end sometime in the year 2025. So in this calendar year, Part 2 will end. That said, like I mentioned before, Takuchi has said in magazine interviews recently they have plans at least for year 11. So like I'm pretty sure it's not gonna end in about a year. We're gonna have continuance until at least 11th anniversary. No end of service immediately. He is also calling his shot that the 10th anniversary. You thought last anniversary with Space Arash Beast was pretty crazy. 10th anniversary is gonna be pretty hard hitting, is what he's saying. So I'm personally calling my shot. This is finally this anniversary is going to be summonable you Olga or Solomon. Like I'm hoping for
the Madam President.
Yeah. But like cause like, yes, they have shown off. We've got probably Akiya feet. Lucky and I both want Toko, but like we've got the big heroines. We got a fucking arc. We got 2 arcs, we dug Tiamat out of jail. We have multiple summonable beasts. We have summer versions of like all of the hardest hitting servants we've seen so far in Lostbelt. Like, well, yeah, there's a structure I think for what's going on with you, Olga. I'm wondering though if the core of Ordeal Call ends before anniversary in JP, that may mean that it's the time to like lock it in. Like that could just be the time frame. So like I said, but we're like after the fact that they went into that extra effort to build so much hype around Space Arash and like Summer Arash's design. I'm like, it's got to be one of our 2 big lines. There's no way. It's that or like the Sherlock 2, right? He comes back around. Sherlock shows up. I'm back with my milk. I can't imagine. Also, the memorial animation is probably going to go pretty hard. I still watch the one from like technically 2 anniversaries ago, the 2023 one. That's like that one that makes me tear up. You probably know it, chat. It lives forever in my YouTube save for later. But like, we're gonna go ham, right? It's the 10 years. It's got to be pretty big. But yeah, that's all the JP slots. So now, give me a second to take a breather before we do EN. But we're back.
Woo.
Okay. Now, English New Year's 2025 campaign, starting the 31st, going until the 10th. You can tell this one's different because the word order is different. Once again, log in day 1, or any of the first 2 days of the new year, 30 cent quartz. Also, you can get a series of logins during this time. You get a lore, a grail, EXPs, etc. We also have ourselves a new Mystic Code, the New Year's attire, the traditional New Year's outfit. That's got NP strength and gain for 1 turn for the party, targetable 10% battery and +1 overcharge. That one's probably going to be pretty fun. And then 5 to 15 stars and a 1-time 3 turns debuff immune. Huzzah.
Huzzah.
Also, the previous New Year's Mystic Code, the one from Benny Enma's event, Sparrow Inn, from so long ago, is now free in the Rare Prism shop if you've cleared part 1. So bring it all back. We've got the Da Vinci Shop extra inventory. So you've got extra, in addition to the monthly refresh, you've got extra tickets. Mana Prism can be exchanged for those. Also, extra Bond Grails, extra EXPs, etc. In the Rare Prism shop, we've got Little Lion Dance, this commemorative CE from last year. And permanently, monthly EXP is being expanded from 5 to 10 forever.
Forever.
Which is nice. We've also got our Start Dashing Returning Master bonus. If you've been out of FGO for a while, it's a perfect time to get back in. There's a new story chapter, and there's the Returning Master block. Our GSSR is class and NP based, as we've already discussed, dividing it by NP type and also class, though sometimes doubling up on some stuff where it made sense, because if you did, like, Archer non-damaging, it would literally just be Super Orion, etc., etc. So, but still, very diverse selection. We've already kind of discussed how we've gone with that. You also already know it's the Alter Ego Rasputin banner. He's showing up. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year's, all that good stuff.
Woo!
So he's on Raid Up right now. We also have our usual selection of New Year's rotations that are very brief. Oh, actually, this reminds me, I forgot to write this down in the notes earlier. But one thing that they said about in JP for the year, though this is kind of an interesting one that I think is something they've been trying to do more anyway, is JP plans for this, the 10th year, to have every single limited SSR who's ever come out in this game have at least one rate up this year. Like, usually the pattern is that a servant gets one rate up a year anyway, but obviously sometimes that can get a little conditional, and it's like not always literally within the calendar year. But I believe they have claimed that in the calendar year in JP, they're going to try have every SSR have at least one rate up. So get ready for all of your best chances to come on back there. But yes, your bonus New Year's banners in EN are Gilgamesh, MHXX, Melt Lip, Benny Enma, and Kyokoyo, Karen and Miyu, Saber Stolf, and The Dawn.
The Dawn.
Sima Yi and Summer Nito, and last year's Koyan of Dark plus Fujino on a rate up. We are currently out for the rest of this week for a social media campaign for our own 20,250,000 QP. I believe we will hit it because it's like 20k combined likes, which is pretty easy to get in a week. And of course, we've got our own New Year's panel missions. You can get a new command code. You can get CE XPs, tickets, and other goodies. And ultimately, you can block it out with enough Grail frags to get a Grail, a crystallized lore, and a commemorative CE. As you do. Oh, are they also saying rate-ups for... Well, maybe not rate-ups, but reruns for limited 3 and 4 stars as well. That's good. That's good as so. Yeah, I mean, there were some people who said some stuff, because I think it was pre-New Year's. Nasu was in another media interview that said that the reason why... Because Aresh isn't... Space Aresh is not in the GSSR anywhere. That, like, he's still sticking to his guns that, like, we are not... it's... The actual beast class container is not supposed to be a good thing. It is not something we want to encourage you summoning, and it's, not a normal state of being, and we want it to stay special. Some people, of course, like to clown him for this decision and be like, oh, what do you call these then? And, have a lineup of, like, 2 Kiaras and a Kama or something. Keep in mind, remember, those aren't beasts yet. It's the same with, like, Koyan. The summonable version of Kiara does not have all the things she had as her beast mode. Same with Kama. They are not quite the same, whereas the actual, like, beast class container are supposed to be pretty special. They have, the unique animations and everything. And honestly, I don't mind, because the GSSR is such a fucking crapshoot anyway. I'll take my chances with regular rate ups and the Destiny Order summon.
I'm good with that too.
Like, that's fine, I can figure that out on my own time and plan accordingly. But yeah, very extensive reruns there. We also are getting permanent master missions are expanded for a couple extras. Mostly just making sure you have a decent selection of servants to level 90 and to level 100. Not a, like, huge anniversary bump, but enough that most of you probably got, like, another extra, like, 20-ish or 30-ish Saint Quartz out of it. Pretty normal stuff.
Pretty normal.
Speaking of which, there's also limited time master missions being chumped in there, as I just got a teapot just now.
Teapot.
But also, we've got temporarily double rewards on daily master missions as well. So your daily missions, your mana prisms, and your amount of exchange tickets are doubled, so you can really get in there on those Twilight Blades. So all of that is great stuff. We've also got double suck until Gesundheit again. He's got some dry air, chat.
It is probably gotta get some. No, it's not because I got dry air. It's been raining. It's raining and fucking wet.
Double suck until 110. What you got?
Oh no, sorry. I'm just fighting.
He's fighting.
I'm fighting.
He's fighting his demons.
They are winning.
Half AP dailies as well. Specifically, I think it's Training Grounds and Embers. We're not in a QP phase right now, but still pretty good. Also, once again, main story still 0 AP until the 28th of February through LB6. So not Trom, not 7, obviously, because it's not fucking done, but, like, everything else. And not EORs, because they don't count. But you know what I mean. We're like, we are once again extending the 0 AP zone. We also got, around the New Year's time, the Gilgamesh and Enkidu rank ups, the strange fake ones that they did a while back. And we are confirmed. We have doubled down on both the website and the initial graphic. Lostbelt 7 Part 2 coming mid-January. I believe that Kano-san did not enunciate his best. It sounded like he said late January on the dev diary. I'm pretty sure that was just an error in whatever script they gave him. Because the website and the initial announcement graphic Graphic image.
We're not good at enunciation either.
Yeah. No, I'm not throwing any stones at him for speaking English poorly. I don't speak English good so much. But like I said, the graphic that they showed both on the website and during the Dev Diary video was mid-January. So we're going to stick with mid, which is a little longer than I think people were thinking, maybe even worried about, because obviously Nitocris Alter's initial banner ends the 7th, but usually when FGO says middle of a month, that's somewhere in the 10th to 20th range. And if we want to like make that line up with a Wednesday, that would probably be the 15th then.
Can't get more mid than that.
Because the 22nd would probably be too deep in. But now it seems like the 7th or 8th is too early. Because that's like the 1st was a Wednesday, the 8th is another Wednesday. So that definitely can't be mid, right? That's the first week, the first 7 day. So yeah, I would say probably safe bet for the 15th. So yeah, that's caught up on our New Year's news. We did get some more stuff, but we'll check on that in a second, because JP has also got some ongoing things. While they are planning on having an event, they are also setting up for other stuff, because JP is real big on multitasking these days. Audio Call number 1 clear support campaign, starting the 1st, going until the 31st of January. So this is a system that I think we mentioned when it came out, but we haven't really talked about yet because we don't have it. But JP has a filter for recommended support and recommended story support for events. It went up through like Lostbelt 3 last update they did it, but basically it lets you know when you're going to go into a fight, like who would be a good servant to get. That has now been updated to be through Audio Call number 1 Paper Moon. They also talked about adding like additional clarification and hints to fights in Paper Moon, so apparently there are probably some weird gimmicks there that people are not always getting. If you do use the recommended story support, now it gives you double FP. Recommended support in story. They've got some limited time missions to coincide with this, and they've got the usual half AP interludes, rank ups, and double EXP for Paper Moon servants, which they do officially include Saber Medusa in, even though obviously she came out in a later banner. Half AP rank ups, by the way, is very funny because all of those servants are from like, barely 2 years ago, like not quite 2 years yet. The only one of them that has a rank up is Saber Giles. Everybody else is like too new to actually have needed a buff. But our last bit of English news in the news zone, the Skelograms, before we round it out for a full hour of speaking, by the way.
Yeah.
A lot of news. Is with the Dev Diary video, we got an official roadmap for the year 2025 in English. Keeping our notes here as mentioning, Albert likes to fuck with our clairvoyance, but there's only so much you can do, so we're leaning into it. Valentine's, what is this unidentifiable love? That is early February, locked in. Kaldea Boys Collection, this time Kaldea Heavy Industries, early March, locked in. Lilim Harlot is late March. This is not a drill. They officially said late March. That's like a month early for us, because it was a Golden Week collab. So we'll watch out for that one, everybody.
Do you think they'll squish the Tiamat banner a little bit closer to it?
Yes, I would imagine that the Tiamat banner is probably going to overlap with like the third dead week in CBC if it has a third dead week, which I think it does. Most events are on a 3-week cycle. So
because I'm thinking about it, they know what's happening. There's no reason to fuck over Johanna necessarily.
Yeah. No, they'll work it out. Like I think Johanna's going to be like the big SSR for Feb, and then March you're going to have to fight with some stuff.
Yeah.
Ilya's Karakuri Castle is late April.
Yeah.
So also, by the way, that late March may be like very late March, depending. Because Lilim Harlot should be a pretty big beefy event. So we're running that. And our next note is Mystic Eyes Symphony in early June. We all knew that would have to be the point for it because it has to drop before anniversary, which is early July. Now you'll note, chat, most of you are reasonably intelligent. All of you, I believe, so far. I haven't double-checked if we got any new mailbags since we've been recording, but all of you correctly read Lucky's mailbag note and didn't fuck it up.
Thank you.
So I think that you guys have reasonable reading comprehension. You may notice, looking at that, there's a month that's not mentioned at all. So once again, not listed is probably Audio Call in May sometime, because we should be getting Audio Call number 1 Paper Moon sometime in this block, and that'll probably be May, because that's we're between late April and early June. Like, there's a whole month there, guys. So that's when it'll be hitting.
I guess, thinking about it, it's fair that you don't, even though if they, even though they know that we know, you still don't want to just be up and be like, yeah, this is the next event, because this is supposed to be, LB7 is supposed to be kind of like this big, thing. It's like the final Lostbelt and stuff.
Yeah,
So-
and I'm assuming we're probably gonna get some because I have vague ideas. No spoilers in the chat. I'll kill you myself. I'll sacrifice your heart to the sun. But
Boy.
Don't do it. But I have vague understandings of what it seems like the jump to Ordeal Call is like. Obviously, we've talked before. We understand there is a Bleached Earth map and Bleached Earth free quests and challenge quests. We're clearly moving into the next phase of the story. But I don't know exactly how much of that will be made clear now, or how much of it will be made clear when we get later on down the line, because I believe Ordeal Call also has a prologue chapter. I don't remember if that drops immediately when we finish LB7, or that's later this year.
Yeah, actually, that's what I was thinking about just now when you mentioned the Ordeal Call. It's when do we actually start getting the Beach Earth quest, and when do we do...
I believe the first block of that is there's a prologue and they introduce the mechanic, and then a week later they're by the way, here's your first story chapter for this.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's an interesting one. But that is the kind of thing where yes, most of us who are chronically online following FGO and are going to see this roadmap are going to know that there's more story coming, and that you can't hide it from us because there'll be banners and stuff. But on the off chance that people don't know, you do want to not throw it up and show it out there, because that will impact the surprise for people who don't know. And you never know with marketing, how you're going to go through all that. Yeah, somebody's got it pulled up here. So it's the... Oh, we're also going to get the Evocation Festival stuff this year. That's not on the roadmap, but we'll be getting our old welfares unlocked as we get ready for new mechanics. But
I guess it's because Evocation Festivals, while they are kind of events, they're not events. They're just more pit stops where you can pick up some stuff and keep going.
Yeah, they're usually a combination of new master missions and limited time rewards, but also new shop inventory basically to spend them on with the welfares on their coins. But yeah, the pre-release to Ordeal Call is in early May, before Karakuri Castle, and then I guess the Ordeal Call comes out after. So yeah, we should probably see our prologue just before the April event, and then the actual story would fire sometime in May. So it makes sense. We're tracking it all. But yeah, that is the entirety of the news desk. And I'm going to be honest with you, while some of that was a little bit of backlog, most of that was news that would have been new anyway. So just a big, beefy news week.
Beefy. So, with that, I will give Omega the chance to rest his vocal cords, and I will take over from here. Because now it is time for this week's Let's Talk FGO Mailbag, the segment where we read what you have to say and comment accordingly. I just did a refresh, and we have 12 lovely comments, and I see no reason why we can't get through all of them. So, without further ado, we begin right meow.
I mean, we're literally not even to the point where we usually start recording yet, so yeah, we should get all these.
So this first one comes from, it's all fun over, but the future is still bright. They say, Happy New Year, Omega and Lucky. Hope 2025 so far is doing well for you. Let's see, what day is it? It's the third weekend here. I'm already over it. I'm done.
It has
I
actually been kind of a crazy couple of days to start the year.
It's what a year so far, am I right?
Captain, it's Friday.
Let's continue here. Although, with that being said, I am starting off with a somber note with the fact that today my favorite gaming idol, Kieran Sarasfana, I don't know if I pronounced that right, I'm sorry if I didn't, is graduating from HoloLive. I'll definitely miss her streaming and her playful yapping, as she was a bright sunshine within the VTubing community, and I couldn't ask for anyone more. Also want to thank everyone out there for getting Fauna to 1 million subs before her big send-off. With that being said, for my question for the new year, what server would you like to see dip their toes into VTubing? And to make the question more interesting, leave out the more obvious ones if you can think of anyone else. That's all I have to say for you guys. And enjoy the new year. Fawn well.
Yeah, I'm glad that we're not trying to stream this, because we would be competing with Fauna's graduation stream, which is ongoing.
Yeah.
But VTubing. I mean, I guess the obvious one is we shouldn't do the Magimari joke. Everybody knows that one already.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. The main thing is, I don't think most servants would bother with a virtual avatar. I mean, we've already made these jokes many years about like the crossover between VTuber artists and FGO artists. Several of FGO's heavy-hitting, more prolific artists have done designs for Hololive. But it's like, who would it be? I mean, Blackbeard's a good one, a funny one. I imagine that Blackbeard would do an avatar of a big-titted bunny woman, but he would just speak like Blackbeard.
Yeah, no, that was gonna be my first guess as well. He would probably do it. But no, you're definitely right. I don't think necessarily any servants would use like VTuber models. Like Nero probably just be herself. It's a gag in Fate Carnival Phantasm that Ereshkigal and Osakabe Hime both have servant tube channels, and they're just themselves on it. Yeah. Listen, if fucking Osakabe Hime can just put herself on fucking the internet like that, I'm pretty sure anyone else can too.
I mean, I guess I could see Jinako doing it because she might be embarrassed to appear in her full, Ganesha-ness.
True.
But other than that, like Liz isn't gonna. Liz is already a VTuber, basically. Like, she already has all her little seasonal outfits and shit. Like, that's, she already does the thing. There's no gag here.
No, I can see that frickin' Jinako is a VTuber, but it's just a stone elephant.
That'd be great.
I
would totally, yeah, she would just be, because she'd be locked in, She's a serious gaming streamer. But yeah, no, it's like the thing we do is most of them wouldn't, like, it would have to be people you wouldn't be expecting. Like, I'm saying about it, like, obviously a little sad because her voice actress has passed, but like I could see like Medea using, like normal Medea using like a cutesy avatar that is definitely not a saber face. But also, I have a hard time seeing her actually going all in on like VTubing avatars at all. She would just do the fucking like top-down hobby stream camera and wouldn't need an avatar. It would just be her gloved hands, as she paints miniatures, stuff like that. Are you no Mary's beautiful mug? No, she would be right there. She would ask chat if her hat is concealing the screen. Like, that's the thing about servants. Most servants are so unabashedly themselves that like they would. Like I said, they're already VTubers. They don't need to, like, come up with an avatar and lore unless they're trying to, like, be funny somehow. Like, I don't know. Like, I guess if we, like, introduced, Castoria to, like, ranked competitive matches that she might want to, like, conceal herself because you know that girl's toxic. That girl's talking about how you're feeding them and you're not doing mid right. She needs healing badly.
I'm just thinking about Morgan VTuber, and it tickles my delight.
Oh, God, yeah. Normally, I mean, if you pitched it as like a thing people do, Morgan would, if I understand her sense of humor correctly, Morgan would absolutely find it super funny to like become Chaldea's most popular VTuber.
Yeah, but
also Morgan is the kind of person who like would break down crying if you gave her like 3 Akka supers. I mean, hey, I'm not gonna say that if we got a shitload of red super chats, which are the very, very big ones, we would not be in emotional distress because we don't usually score that high. We appreciate you though. Sorry, I just cleared out a Discord notification and saw learning new phases for 5-headed dragon and Cerberus again. That time of year, huh? If I remember, I'll mention that in. Actually, no, I'll say it now because I will forget. That actually literally happened on stream this week with Final Fantasy XIV. We had like. One of our alliance groups was doing so bad, me and Ark got Rabanaster, one of the Stormblood raids, that I saw Hashmal do a mechanic I have never seen him do before. Literally, he did a phase, and I was like, what is this one? I don't think I've ever seen this.
I know who would be a fucking VTuber. Jufu.
Yes, no, of course. She would be a very Python-inspired one.
Yeah, no. It's like, she's... Like, especially, like our Shufu's, like, she's modern enough to know it and get it. She probably does actually have an interest in gaming, but is not necessarily wanting to be in the limelight, and would probably make some sort of character to go along with it.
Yeah, she has the correct gremlin energy.
Yeah.
That I think would be a perfect fit, yes. Yeah, Python would be upset that Jufu's avatar is like stealing her IP and keeps watching, even though Jufu is clearly doing it just so Python will notice. Zhang has already calculated exactly who it is and has penetrated their IP to 3 levels, but he can't tell his wife because that would ruin it. My dear, I have calculated. I have already located the hacker, and I'm ready to send a zip bomb to their location. And she's like, no, I can figure it out. That's the other thing, though. Doman is just a crypto bro. He would not need a VTuber avatar.
Oh, we really didn't mention this. We probably should have.
Right, yeah, because that's the thing they did for the animation special.
Yeah, this year they did a whole bunch of fake commercials. Like Waver Constantine and Bart had like run an insurance company. Koyanskaya was selling beauty products. I want to say the Heian Warriors, but Shuten was in there technically. But the Heian periods, like some of the Heian were selling ice cream. But the one I think that's a lot of people killed a lot of people was the Doman infomercial.
Yeah, Doman TV shop, I think he called it.
Yeah, because it actually had a phone number, and you could call the phone number, and you would get a message from Doman saying that the products wasn't ready. I think it had like a few lines or something.
Yeah, and God bless FGO's like official YouTube channel. Hopefully, when they run this stuff for like us, they'll do the compilation. They probably won't set up the phone number because it'll be in Japanese, so it won't make any sense anyway. But like, they put out like a couple of days after a compilation of all the messages you could get.
Yeah.
So let's see. There was like the ghost ice cream that's got like horror themed ice cream with like Kentucky Shuten Raiko.
Was that done by Trigger? That looks like one of their animation styles.
It might have been Trigger style. I don't know all the studios we got. And then the only other one we didn't mention was the Kung Fu Tofu, a Chinese theme restaurant. It looks like.
I don't think I saw that one.
It's got like Benny Enma in the kitchen, and Astolfo is the server, so he's gonna get obliterated. Here, I'll copy the image. Copy the link.
Yeah, no, the ice cream one reminds me of Trigger's some of Trigger's earlier works. I'll have to watch that one later.
Yeah, no. So they were all really good, but because I think of the phone number, the Doman one was the like big standout, and also Muramasa was involved. But yeah, so that was another big one. So
also, I'm gonna be real, Doman's a heel, but he's a funny heel.
Doman is almost, but not quite the same kind of bad guy that Kire is, Father Kotomine. The main difference I would say between the two of them is Kotomine is a master of masking. He can function like a normal human. He's actually really good at functioning like a normal human. It's just that he doesn't get anything out of that. Doman is like the reverse of that. I think if you tried to get Doman to act natural, he would somehow be even weirder than he normally is. Like, he would fuck that up somehow. But both of them are like truly rotten to their core. And with Doman, it's funny because there's no normalcy, right? He's just always the most suspicious guy in the room. And because of that, like you said, he makes a great like foil heel.
Also, Tiamon, I would think would be great as a VTuber, but she only shows up as a guest ever. Whenever someone needs a mom to show up on stream, they call Tiamat.
I mean, it's like, I'm kind of surprised they haven't done those jokes before. But knowing Aoyuki and stuff, like Shuten is posting ASMR just to fuck with people.
It's true.
Like, you think it's cool for, like, 30 minutes, and then she, like, spills water over the microphone or something else weird. Cracks open a can of beer right into your ASMR mic ears.
Do you think Shuten Doji likes beer?
And she likes sake. She is the drunk boy. Like, that's what Shuten Doji literally means.
I know Ibuki Doji drinks all sorts of beer. Like, that's, like, part of her line. That's part of her lines. But usually Shuten just talks about wine. And sake.
I mean, I could see Shuten being, oddly enough, like, mature enough in her, like, cycle as the counterpart to Ibuki to be like, no, I only drink the real stuff. Rice wine, baby. But in general, part of the mythos of Shuten Doji is, like I said, the name literally translates to, like, drunken boy or drunken child. So, like, I assume she just drinks whatever.
Yes. But with that, I think we have tangented all over the place with this. We're only on question number 1! So let's move on to question number 2. Not question number 2. Comment number 2. I don't know why I'm calling them questions. Don't pay attention to me, but actually do. Pay half attention to me. So the second one comes from a hunter hunting for fluffy ears. Oh, excuse me. Heyo, reading Sutras and Mega and Chief Exorcist Lucky. Hopefully the year starts out, vibes are succulent, and the luck be high as the priest smiles. I just heard the Yorokobe in my head. And well, this isn't much of a question, but more of an observation, but we got dragons, snakes, dogs, cats, birds, and of course our lovely foxes, but no wolf girls in the roster last time I checked. I can only hope this year in JP fixes this problem. We must have wolf fluff. Technically true, but we do have a wolf boy. Do not forget our good lad, Hessian Lobo. He is truly a fluffy wolf. And he is a very good boy, even if he's a little angry.
We have gone full doggo.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, it is an interesting note. There are several characters who are intentionally or jokingly dog-themed. You know, for anywhere from the Bakken is literally got dog ears that aren't real, by the way, to Gareth having like her little hair thingies that kind of look like ears and being compared to a wolf. But yeah, it is interesting. I guess we'll see.
I just want to put wolf ears on Izo now.
He would be so upset.
Yes, I know, but I think that's what makes it worth it.
Oh no, that's what makes it absolutely funny. Have Audio do it because he can't stop her.
No.
Her stonk's too high.
Sorry, I am just trying to mentally run through.
Sorry, Patron Chat posted a big fluffy Izo.
I am just trying to run through my local mythology for wolf related stories, and the only one that comes to mind is the wolf that nursed Romulus off the top of my head.
Could be a good one. That could be a funny thing.
I know there's another.
I mean, there are like werewolf lore is so like open ended.
What's the famous wolf in Europe? I can't remember the name.
The Beast of Gavaudan?
Yeah,
I think that's the French one.
Yeah,
that's usually thought of as like the prototype of modern werewolf lore. Even though I'm pretty sure it wasn't even at the time actually thought of as a werewolf. It was just, hey, there's a big freaky hairy thing in the woods. It's probably a wolf.
Yeah, that'd probably be a good candidate.
Werewolf, their castle.
I mean, I don't necessarily need a wolf girl. I wouldn't mind wolf boy either. That's why I think, King Lycon. Balto would be interesting. Balto, like, give me a low star Balto rider. I think that'd be great.
Yeah, Balto would just be,
and don't even make him a person. Just make him a dog.
Yeah, I'm about to say that would just be get me like a heroic husky.
Yeah,
Fenrir is a servant. That's one that I assume that they just haven't brought over because it was so obscure, and it's probably like, how would we get Vanagander's like skills to work? Because he's supposed to be about the three fetters and the devouring everything was supposed to be part of how he worked. But yeah, I think Balto would just be we re-rig the wild wolf animations, and just like have it be a husky.
I think that'd be so great. I do think that is something that like FGO and probably some gacha games in general just need to embrace. Just embrace having weird characters. Just give them a dog. People will love the dog. They'll see him and be like, "What the dog doing?"
Yeah. Hell, I mean, I would say this. I think they didn't want to because it was still so early and it would have been so weird. They absolutely should have gone with the cardboard box ascension for Angermanyu. Like, I know that's like, if you think about it, you're like, well, that's crazy. Like, why would we be interested in that? But now that we're like so far along, I'm like, but absolutely, that would be so funny.
I know there's a couple more. Well, actually, no. I know there's a couple more big dog legends. Hang on. Let me look up a term here because I'm not sure that. Let's see. Garm. Yeah, Garm. That's what it was. Basically, the Norse version of Kerberos guarding the gates to hell. Because technically, Cerberus is already a mob type in FGO, so yeah. There is some thought that Garm and Fenrir are the same, but I do not necessarily think it's this. But I'm not entirely sure. But yes, there is plenty of potential for wolf-type servants.
Any berserker could technically do it. While we think of it as meaning bear shirt, there is a version where they wore wolf coats and wolf skin belts. So you could work a berserker in being more wolfy.
Woof. All right. But with that, I think we're going to... Yes, Garms is... Didn't I say he is basically the Norse Cerberus? I guess I should have said more, guarding the entrance to fucking hell, but Lucky didn't think about that. Good job, Lucky. You half explained shit. Tonikaku, we move on. This next one comes from delving ever further into the Mesoamerica rabbit hole. Oh my god. You guys do not understand. I'm gonna apologize now, but I'm probably gonna apologize later. Guys, I'm gonna try to say some Mesoamerican words, and I'm going to fail horribly. Any native speakers that actually knows how to pronounce this stuff, I apologize. I am sorry. I am not trying to butcher your language. But boy, howdy do you like putting a lot of vowels and consonants right next together in repeating fashions. That's just, ugh.
Yes, I need to thank the first edition of White Wolf's Scion game, which lets you play the Children of Gods, for having an Aztec pantheon, so I know how to say Tezcatlipoca correctly. Once we get a little further afield of that, I myself am not certain on my own pronunciation either, because it's like a lot of the consonant to consonant bridges. I'm just like, ooh, that's not normal in English, like T to L or stuff like that.
I don't know. So I'm gonna make some sounds. If they are incorrect, please let me know. Give me a handy pronunciation, guys, because boy howdy, there are not many pronunciation guys for Aztec and Mayan mythology out there. Also, did you know that some of these mythological fields have 3 or 4 ways of pronouncing their name or epithets or whatever? It's nuts.
Oh boy, that's that. Yeah, no, I know that one. I know from doing Celtic facts. I literally just the other day edited the bit where for the 3rd time you asked me am I saying Knocknaria correctly, and I'm like, yes. It's Knocknaria, but there's a reason why I write it one way so I can remember to say it that way, because you could spell it 4 different ways. The version that FGO spells it out loud is the one that's why would you leave the fucking spaces? But yeah, no, yes, and like I said, the pronunciation guide, not everybody can read IPA, the official pronunciation shorthand, though it's a little helpful when they print it that way, but totally give me that. I remember, somebody correctly double checked me on how to correctly say Zhuge Liang, and I'm like, I can say that now. Ever since they told me where the syllables are, I can say it.
Yeah, so if I butcher names, I'm probably gonna do most of the speaking during the recap. So feel free to at me. Lucky is willing to be at over pronunciation.
As Lucky put it so eloquently in our Discord right when we started, he's doing play-by-play, I'm color commentary.
Yes. Oh. But they actually had more, sorry. Just their alias just got me. But they say, howdy, Lucky to Meg. Can't wait to hear your thoughts on the wild ride of LB7 so far. This week my question is possibly simply, possibly not. So now that JP has 100 FP rolls, please let English get this early. What other quality of life would you like to see FGO do before the conclusion of part 2? Honestly, at this point, I'm not gonna whisper too much. I know we're not threatening end the servers or whatnot, but I'd rather be focusing more of my attention for what we could possibly do for FGO 2.
Yeah, I think my number one request would be something that just wouldn't work in the current engine, which is just I'd like an option to do some kind of auto farm. Girls Frontline 2 has a very straightforward auto in that once you've done the thing, you click it and it just does it. You tell it how many times you want to do it. You spend that much stamina. You did it. Good job. You could still play them manually if you want to practice, but and this is separate from having the battle auto progress itself. But you can just auto sim farming for materials, and I'm just this is a really good quality of life. I don't know which gacha game caught onto this one first, but that's the number one thing I think I would want out of FGO. But I don't even think that works with the current engine.
Probably not.
God help us if they tried to build an FGA type feature into the game. What would the default FGO AI be for picking skills and shit? I can't imagine with how dumb some servants mechanics are. There's no way it would work.
Hang on, sorry. I'm trying to find out pronunciation, Gary, for something real quick. Not finding it. But I found out that there's a word for rabbit and Aztec, and it's tochili. I do not know how to pronounce it at all.
Yeah, it's the T to the CH is the ch. I'm is that all one syllable? Is it tochli or tochli?
Tochli. Potentially? I don't know. Apparently, there was a god associated with rabbits, and it also involved it with drink, and I'm all like, I can get behind this. I'll have to look this up later. It looked like it was Tespos Takat? I don't know. Again, hopefully I will figure it out some way, somewhere. But not right now. We got more mailbag to do, because we got a lot of talking to do. So yes, unfortunately, I do not have any quality of life that I can think of right now. So, with this, we're going to move on to the next one. This next one comes from level 120, Melusine, or Melusine. Happy Year of the Snake, Lucky Omega. Question, who is your favorite snake servant so far? I mean, that's super freaking easy. It's Ibuki. It's Ibuki Doji. Big snake. Biggest snake. Thick snake. Yes.
Medusa, medium snake.
You can't see it, but I just gave a very vigorous thumbs up. Actually, now that I think about it, we haven't had any scenes with Gorgon and Ibuki interacting with each other now, have we?
No, sadly, Gorgon does not get a lot of action in general.
That sucks. So, we will move on to the next. And this next one comes from Dave. And they say, Happy New Year's! I managed to roll Rasputin right as the ball dropped. I couldn't have timed it any better if I tried. But anyways, I was curious if you guys were planning to do a recap video for Trom 2. This is where I look to Omega.
So first of all, I have a funny story about this. I posted this in our Discord and tweeted it as well. But the YouTube auto replies are getting creepily accurate. As one of the ones it suggested for this, because remember, the mailbag is done as comments on posts, text posts we do on our channel. So they're on our channel if you've somehow not figured out where mailbag is after we were doing it for several years. But, like, it literally has one of the responses of, like, well, we're still working through the Lostbelts. I'm not against doing a recap. And I'm like, no, that's right. Like, yeah. I'm still working on Lostbelt 6, assuming that the technical parts of doing that video are not, like, insurmountable, which I don't think they will be. It's just, unknown unknowns are unknown. But that's one that'll probably be on track to be done, like, by the time LB7 Part 2 is out, even though that's probably, like, over a week away. I know, but there's, like, I still have to get through the one chunk of audio that's, like, 6 hours long. We haven't even started on that part because I'm working on the regular audio first. But after that, yes, Trom is definitely on the list. That will be much easier and smaller to do. But even though our commentary was not nearly as detailed for it, I did do a video for Heian-kyo, so yeah, we do Trom.
All right, so that is that. We're gonna move on. This next one comes from Monster Girl Aficionado, who says, Dear World Builder Omega and Rabbit who deleted work documents Lucky. I feel slighted here. I actually have a question this week. I'm almost a year late to the party, but I finally started Unicorn Overlord today. So I was wondering, what is your favorite Vanillaware game? Sending good vibes your way and wishing you well. Keep up the great work. Yes. Unicorn Overlord, a very good game. Probably not the best Vanillaware game. I still think that I give that crown to 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim. Just because of the mindfuck that entire game is. They didn't cram every science fiction major trope in there, but they almost did, and they made it work in such a chaotic, beautiful mess that syncs up so perfectly at the end. That was just like, oh my god. Like, honestly, the weakest part of that fucking game is the combat system. That's only because it's so... what's the term I want to use? I don't want to say bad, because it's still fun and engaging, but it's so... minimalist. That's what I want to say. Minimalist.
Yeah, it's very lean.
Very lean. But they do some cool stuff with it, and they do integrate some story integration into it later, which is really rad in my opinion. But the story is great, the characters is great, the payoff is great. Ugh. Just how everything seems so disconnected, but it connects all up at the end. I want to talk to the person who actually wrote this and say, how did you do this?
Yeah, as much as I want to be a big stand for one of their OGs, Grim Grimoire, one of their first ever games. Not the first. The first thing they worked on was called Fantasy Earth Ring of Dominion. That was a one they weren't even called Vanillaware yet, and that was a they did that as spec work for Square Enix, but it released under a different studio. But Grim Grimoire is like the first ever thing they published as Vanillaware. That's got kind of the seeds of their style of really interesting, relationship dynamics and story beats and stuff that you see in 13 Sentinels. But even I have to admit that it's not as well polished as 13 Sentinels. And, I mean, I streamed it. You guys know, like, I had to baby rage at a couple of points where just, like, even in the normal difficulty, it was just like, yeah, you know what? Just fuck you. RNG is too crazy this time. And I'm just like, what the... You know, I'm sitting there looking at it, I'm like, okay, game, what the fuck are we want here? Like, what's the... Am I supposed to be, like, pixel perfect on this? And no, honestly, not usually. I think a lot of it was just like, you know, did you time out your unit pick right and get your RNG of, you know, where guys go, like what they decide to pick on with their AI better. I don't think I ever got mad at playing 13 Sentinels. Like, it's the gameplay is just a lot tighter and more focused. And, like, honestly... Even with the stuff they added to Grim Grimoire once more, like Lucky said, that 13 Sentinels has very simplified, you know, very minimalist mechanics. The RTS mechanics in Grim Grimoire are also really simple. Like, there's like 4 super types, you know, 4 elements in your rock, paper, scissors, and like each of them has like, I want to say like 6 units tops that are, you know, like being introduced to you throughout the story. So yeah, no, I think it's 13 Sentinels for me. Unicorn Overload is great, and I'm glad it got some flowers. I'm glad it got some recognition. I've seen several people put it on their list of like the game I thought was least appreciated this year, which I got to say I would put forward to. Like I think that's one of the big games that were in the early part of the year that was maybe a little too close to Final Fantasy Rebirth. That was like, you know, still really good in its own right. But we've talked about this before. The story of Unicorn Overlord is incredibly boilerplate. Like,
it's literally the opposite of 13 Sentinels. Fabulous combat and mechanics. Very lean story.
Yeah, the story is designed to be... I mean, it's funny, actually. This is a complete aside, but I'll do it because I don't have anything else to say about it.
Go for it.
But I was thinking about, like, getting back into play some games, one of which would be getting back in and finishing Unicorn Overlord. I was just trying to find some vibes the other night, and I remembered as I'm looking through my PS5 games, oh yeah, I think with last year's Christmas and birthday money, I bought Tactics Ogre Reborn. I have never actually played it, so I booted that up the other night and played through, like, the first couple maps. That game starts you with the intro of what's going on for, like, I think it's not even the first Tactics Ogre game, but, like, one of the famous ones they released. I have a sneaking suspicion that all Japanese strategy RPGs are just Tactics Ogre, like, because they all have this same plot of, there was a war nobody expected, and our country got taken over, and some of us got displaced, and that means that this other country, or these other 2 countries, are now interested in the big country. But we, the oppressed people, just need to gather our forces and take back our land. And I'm just like, wow, this is the most stock standard, you know, tactics RPG plotline ever. Is this the origin point? Is everybody else just aping this?
Well, I will say Tactics Over was actually really famous for setting a new standard of strategy games at the time in Japan. So maybe, yeah.
Yeah, it might be that everybody's just going back to the OG in the 90s. Back on the Super Famicom. But yeah, no, so like, a Unicorn Overlord does not stray from that too much. Like, I like what story they have, but it is incredibly... The story is written in such a way as an excuse so that they can dot the world map with towns and make you fight over all of them.
Yes.
Like, the story serves the gameplay, not the other way around, which is an interesting case for Vanillaware.
Yeah. Also, its greatest crime is it doesn't let you marry both elves at once. I'm just saying, man... That was such an easy pitch. How dare? What do you mean I can't have light and dark elf sisters as my wives?
But yes, once again, while I will go to bat for Unicorn Overload, if you like tactics games, you should try it because it's great.
Yeah,
it's oozing so much art style in its great gameplay. But like, I am on record as saying 13 Sentinels is one of those games that I wish I could go back and erase my memories of so I could play it for the first time again. Like, yeah. That's how much of a hitter that is. Like, that's an all-time classic, baby.
All right. I echo that sentiment, and we will move on from there. This next one comes from Lord of Darkness, who says, question, with making your own grand server being on the table for JP, who are your picks for grand upgrade? For me, it's going to be have to make waifu Jolter. That's it for me. Sending good vibes. Wah, 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 wah. And hope you enjoy your weekend. Honestly, I'm going to be real. I'm not entirely sure. My caster's going to be Tamamo. That's a fucking given. Like I said, she's 120, she's 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Hecking, Max Bone, she got Max Beast Paws. Nah, she's a shoo-in. It also helps that her Bond CE is not a bad one. It's just, 15% arts up, but, that's useful.
Yeah, and because the system's not even out, we don't even know if it's going to be like, is it truly one of each class? Is it 7 total? Does that mean we can't pick extras? We don't know, because it's going to be, seems like it's going to be even more story-related than some people are thinking. Gesundheit again.
Oh, man. I do not know why, but I am sneezing up a storm today.
I'm trying to figure out what my best way to actually, sort through my servants by their skill levels. I think it's just in the skill menu.
For Saber, it's going to be a toss-up between Ibuki and Barghest. Like I said, are both nice. Archer, no idea. Lancer, I want to say Tama Lancer, but I don't know if that's a good pick. Rider, no idea. Assassin, probably going to be Kama. Berserker, probably going to be Tama Cat or Ibuki Doji again. So I'm just I don't know. And again, I'm going to find it very weird if we don't get to actually use any of our extra servants. And if we add extra servants, then it gets even weirder.
Yeah.
Also,
clocking in our 10th,
Yeah, because then also, Coin Sky of Light is also a candidate for Assassin, but it's just what do I want to do?
I mean, as of right now, I can list off 6 servants I own that qualify who are boosted to 100 and 10, 10, 10, and it's Mordred, Barghest, Ishtar, Ereshkigal, Castoria, and Morgan. I have not fully leveled some of my skills for some of my other servants who are level 100 because of mats. My Space Ishtar is 8, 10, 10 right now, level 100. And then I've got others who are, got maxed out skill levels but are not grailed. So, it's... I think I know where my spread would be, but we have, 2 more years of rolling, and I could pick a few more servants to actually, maximize their skill levels.
Actually, yeah, let me
I can 10, 10, 10 Space Ishtar right now. It's just a question of... yeah, I have the eggs. I don't think I'm going to spend them on anything else right now.
Yeah, I have 9 servants at 100, and I want you to listen to this, because this will tell you everything you need to know about Lucky. I have Tamamo at 120, Tamacat at 120, Summer Ibuki at 105, Barghest at 100, Summer Tamamo at 100, Koyanskaya of Light at 100, Kama at 100, Summer Kama at 100, Koyanskaya of Dark at 100. Those are my only Grail units. Those are just the ones that are Grail to 100 or higher. That last sneeze, I think shook something up in my sinuses. Ugh.
Yeah, usually get that a lot, where I immediately have to sniffle or blow my nose after a sneeze. You've got a case of the goop.
The goop. I should probably be thinking about getting regular Ibuki.
Right, so technically, I've added 2 more to that list because I just finished the final skill to 10 for Space Ishtar and Summer Ibuki just now. Because I was like, why didn't I 10, 10, 10? Oh, probably the mats, but I've got enough of those. I can definitely understand how I was only able to go 8, 10, 10 for Space Ishtar, though, because she needed fucking space eggs.
Egg.
And I'm just like, oh yeah, that would have been expensive back in the day. But yeah, so my best guesses are probably some combination of those people.
All right, so with that, we will definitely see. I do want to know what they actually got planned for the Grand Survey, but one of them is going to be Tamamo. I refuse to back down on this. So, with that, the next one comes from the Tiger King, whose Mapu Tofu lunch got him MP2 Sus Priest. Nice. They say, question, hey guys, with the system... Question, hey guys, with the system about making your own grands coming out this year, who would be yours if one was restricted to 7 night classes and one with no restriction? Anyway, that's it for me. Sending good vibes your way, and hope you have a great evening. Wah, 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 wah. Well, you did, 7 classes. Again, I talked about... I'm not entirely sure. If we had one without any restriction, though, again, I don't know. I think the big 3 for me would probably have to be either Summer Kama, Tiamat, who I'm going to get. I don't know if I'm going to get MP5, but I am going to get. And Koyanskaya of Darkness. Big thoughts. Big thoughts. Do you have any particular thoughts, Omega?
No, I think most of the ones servants I just rattled off were in the Knights class. I guess I'd have to pick one of my sabers, and I'd have to find some I'd have to find some assassins or actually no, I think I know the assassin. It would probably be Python. Pretty sure she's already level 100. I just haven't maxed out all of her skills yet.
Oh, trust me, I'd make Tiamat a beast in an instant. I mean, I make Tiamat a grain in an instant.
Oh yeah, that's probably another high yield one.
But I don't think we have anything necessarily to add to that, so we'll move on. This next one comes from fake name of the week, Master Curse with MP3 Kiara. But they say, hello, Lucky and Meg. I hope you had a good year and wish you great luck on all your pools this year. I'm gonna fucking need it, buddy. A question. Did you know that Waver and Taiga met each other in Fate Zero and Ryder tries to be a wingman to hook up Waver and Taiga together? Yes. Actually, I did know this. But this person goes on to say, if you don't know, it was when Ryder stole the wine. Taiga was looking for the people who stole the wine barrel and runs into them, Waver and Ryder. They talk and have a small adventure together, no magic could use. Then Waver and Ryder tell Taiga she should be a teacher, then part ways. This was. I'm reading Fate lore and I was looking up Taiga's story and found and was surprised.
I think they did some editing work here because there's a comma and a line break. Or a return, I should say. It's not actually a full line break.
Mm-hmm. Bonus round. What is the funniest reunion you can think of if Waver and Taiga meet again with all the other characters Waver and Taiga know? I can see Gray be jealous somewhere in there, finding out Ryder to try and hook them up. Lamau. Last note, there are 3 characters I hate in Fate series. Gilgamesh, Kotomini, Kyrie, and Kiara. Interesting selection.
Like, not crazy, but if that's your 3 you're picking, I'm kind of like, I don't know. I feel like there are other characters who are just as bad.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you hate who you hate. I can't.
No, it's fair, like I said.
And honestly, I'm like...
I brought this up in the Wanted. But according to his own profile, Rasputin / Kotomina's profile calls him the greatest antagonist of Fate Stay Night. Which is funny to see him ranked up there.
Ah, man, I'm sorry. I'm just thinking about the fight between him and Shiro and Heaven's Feel. It's so good. It's so good. Just fighting before Angra Manyu there. Just
I think it says something that Kirean is the final antagonist effectively in both Fate and Heaven's Feel. In Heaven's Feel, kind of the point is that they don't really have to be fighting, but they have to be fighting, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But, like, Fate, it's definitely, like, the ultimate conflicts. And then he gets taken out by Lancer in Unlimited Blade Works because they were like, fuck it, this is not the catharsis we need. Shiro has different shit to do. I guess that means that Gil is technically the final antagonist in 2 of them as well, because Fate is like a double boss fight with Saber versus Gil and Shiro versus Kire, and then Unlimited Blade Works is just oops all Shiro versus Gilgamesh.
It is slightly hilarious in that in Heaven's Feel, Gilgamesh completely jobs. Just gets fucking et.
And this is why I still think it's... And like I said, I don't actually know if anybody's challenged Nasu on that lately, and whether or not he said it, because, like, I feel like technically, now that we have, like, actual Beast class characters as summonable servants, we're Nasu can't say Gilgamesh is the strongest quote-unquote servant without us, like, breaking something, because remember that like, one Beast class is supposed to be worth, like, equaled out by 7 grands? You know? Like, but... Again, it's still so funny to me that Nasu said that Gilgamesh was the strongest servant, even though he loses in every route in Fate. I guess there are some bad ends where he wins, but canonically, he's a loser no matter what version it is. And in Heaven's Feel, it's the funniest. So far that we have to make up some bullshit because he has unlimited clairvoyance, but also Gilgamesh is too stupid to pay attention to his own clairvoyance sometimes. He simply goes, oh, that would never happen. Leopards would never eat my face.
Anyway, let's go to the leopard show.
Yeah. Hey, Kotomina, do you want to go to the zoo? It's okay. If you actually like Gilgamesh, we've done an amazing job of redeeming him because he is such an unbelievable motherfucker in Fate Stay Night. And then I think Nasu just decided, this guy is too cool to leave as the villain. I have to fix him.
Honestly, even with, like, FGO's version, it really wasn't until Caster Guild that I turned around on him. And then the boss is just the best.
Yes. It's because Archer Gill is still... Well, he's a word I can't say on YouTube. But he's still such a turbo bitch that, like, even when he's doing good in, like, Extella and stuff, you're just like, all right, buddy. Like, I haven't fully digested his version of the script in, like, CCC, but, like, even then, part of the joke is that he's still as much of a giant, egotistical asshole as he is normally. It's just that now he's not working against you, so it gets funnier. And then, like we said, the caster version of him that we see just does such a really good interplay of just, like, him being like, nope, yep, this is me. This is me when I had sense, actually. That guy, he doesn't have sense. He doesn't know, one end from the other. I think that's going to be the funny part of, if I understand how Strange Fake is correctly, and there are some usual fate twists and turns, but a lot of the fun of Strange Fake is Gilgamesh shows up and is clearly the most powerful summoned servant in the war, but he doesn't give a fuck because Enkidu is there, so he's just like, oh, we're going to have some fun. Let me open up my gate of popcorn. We're chillin'. Like, there is some other bullshittery involved, but, like, that's how he starts, which is going to be, like I said, a really interesting position for his character to be in. But yeah, we'll have to keep track of that. And this person did ask also, like, you know, a what if of Waver and Taiga reuniting. I just imagine that would have to be, like, when, because canonically Rin studies in London at the clock tower under Waver. Like, he comes over to help her dismantle the Grail ritual. It would have to be meeting Taiga during that, because, like, imagine, you know, old man, you know, smoking a pack a day Waver, with presumably his, you know, his eclectic crew in tow. It just runs into, you know, actual teacher Taiga. And I don't know if Taiga smokes, but she definitely drinks.
It would have to be that thing of, like, I don't know if they would actually remember each other.
I mean, I feel like young Taiga is Taiga, so, like, Waver would be able to tell who she was. I don't think young Taiga could have met 19-year-old Waver and then see him in, like, his like, late 20s, early 30s timeline and, like, recognize him as the same guy. Because that Waver has been through a lot.
No. I think it'd probably be, like, a semi-bittersweet moment as Waver, you know, recollects and you know, says that thing, you know, like, where she can't hear, it's like, I see you became a teacher after all, but, you know, I don't think it'd be any grand thing. It would just be a moment of remembrance, and that just quickly passes.
Unless it was in Cooking with Emiya Family, in which case it would be hilarious, because it would be somehow Waver ends up at Shiro's / Taiga's place for dinner, and Taiga is there, and he's just like, what the fuck is happening? Tosaka, how do you know these people? And she's just like, I don't know, man, she owns the house, okay?
You gotta remember, Taiga's from an old Yakuza family. It's a little wild.
I'm slightly saddened that unfortunately Jaguar Man is mostly relegated to gags, because I don't know if anybody in the Type Moon crew plays Like a Dragon, but I assume with the video games they like, somebody has to. Give me just a event that is clearly Like a Dragon inspired with Taiga as the protagonist, and just like, because I'd love to see it. One, I think she can do a tiger drop. Two, it's just like, you know that, like, when she's rolling in that costume, Taiga is absolutely the kind of person that would just run into hoodlums on the street, right? Like, you know, Taiga would see kids hanging out in Fuyuki City and be like, hey, you guys should be in school or get a job. And they would be like, huh? And then she would be like, hold on, let me, you know, roll up sleeves, produce, you know, wooden sword. Let me just adjust your ass to ears ratio. And then those kids are in the hospital. I do think that that's probably a joke that Saber's making, but I'm pretty sure Saber said that Taiga does have really good swordsmanship, yes. That may be a joke that she called her paper fan basically a noble phantasm.
Listen, Taiga Dojo is serious business, okay? Also remember Tiger Coliseum. Mm-hmm. Honestly, I feel like we need another joke Taiga character who just has Tiger Coliseum as their noble phantasm. That'd be great. But with that, let us move it on. This next one comes from Soul of the Light Mode Discord, who says, Dear Grand Funny Vamp Lucky and Grand Voyager Omega, no questions this week. I just wanted to wish you good vibes. Wah wah wah. Wah 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 wah. Since I saw the post before conking out for it. Now on to the recap. How about those things? Am I right? And stuff too. So wow. Mm-hmm. Said very succinctly.
Indeed, there was stuff and things.
Very wow. And
things
finally,
and stuff.
Quirks and stuff. And finally, last but not least, we get to Agent 418, who says, Hello, Lucky Omega. Have a good weekend, y'all. Same to you, buddy. Thank you.
Once again, absolutely no idea how YouTube sorts these, because, like, the Light Mode Discord comment was 2 hours ago, and I think Agent 418 was one of the first comments on the mailbag, if not outright the first, from about 7 hours ago, and just they're packed right there. Thanks, YouTube. But it's not it's not properly a Let's Talk FGO until we hit a Quarks and Stuff reference. All right, well, that's our mailbag. We've been going for now 2 hours.
Yeah, we are just now reaching the point where we normally start.
Yes, this is normally we are either pre-showing or recording at this point, so we're going well with time. But it's been 2 hours, so let's take another intermission.
Resume.
All right, that is our mailbag done, which means our next segment is free talk. You got a couple of things you're going to hear out of me before we get deep into the recapping.
The recapping.
Which is marked separately in our notes document.
Yeet.
Let's start with new servant deets.
Woo!
We have a little bit of a backlog, so let's get through it. First, we have our second Christmas special, who on the wiki does say that her alias is Santa Phantasmoon, so I think it was like a proper Christmas haha. But Magical Girl Phantasmoon is here, our Pretender 5-star. She now has the highest attack of all Pretenders, jumping to number 1, and thus has lowered HP, but is quick, arts, buster, average to high hit counts, and good NP gain at 0.58. I believe she's like 3 hits on arts, 4 on buster, and 5 hits on her 1 quick card, so 0.58 is pretty good. And I want to say that her NP is kind of like a single target version of her Moon Cancer form. Not that Archetype Earth and Phantasmoon are the same person or anything. Pretenders, obviously. But it's single target buster, hits the enemy with NP seal for 1 turn, also gives her 50% extra attack effectiveness for 1 turn. So best use it in a Brave Chain. But we also have 3 overcharge-based effects. First, bonus damage versus evil, which starts basically at normal NP scaling and then gets pretty gnarly if you go all the way to maximum overcharge level. A 40% NP recharge for self, so very Excalibur-coded here. You get big in the overcharge, you can reset a lot of your NP. But also 20 to 40% NP battery for living human allies. So we're still keeping that living human thing going on for a potential big refund on them as well. So her first skill is a 20 to 30% battery for the team. Very strong. Also a team-wide 10 to 20% NP damage for 3. And gives the team 1 time 3 turns of overcharge. So even if you're not deep in those NP copies, you can absolutely, or if you don't want to do NP chains so you can use the extra card buff, still get the opportunity to feed yourself some extra overcharge. Her second skill is a self-based 20 to 30% arts and buster for 3 turns. Also gives her a specially bufferino for her extra attack to hit all enemies for 3 turns. Has a unique little buff icon for this. Keep in mind, damage and NP gain is halved for that split because it's divided up amongst enemies. But still, it is an extra attack. And also, this comes with giving her another 50 or 100% extra attack up, card damage up for 3 turns, and a 20% battery on self. So she's a full 50% battery on herself. And also her extra attack hits all enemies for 3 turns and does, plus like 150% damage and blah, 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 blah. Final skill. 5 to 10 stars instantly. A targeted Star Absorb buff for 3 turns and 5 to 15 stars per turn, also for 3. So it means you can stick that on other people. And is also a team-wide 10 to 20% attack up and a 20 to 30% crit up. So you're looking at a team-wide buff for NP damage, attack, and crit. And for herself, she can get Arts and Buster up on this as well. And has a trait damage multiplier. Passives are Magic Resistance B, Item Creation A, to make those debuffs stick. Independent Action A, so her crits are passively good. She has a Territory Creation rank of Null, so her Territory Creation doesn't actually do anything. It is not an arts buff. Not sure why they included it then, but still, they do sometimes sneak funny things into the passive skills. And then she has a unique passive. First of all the time, no matter what turn it is, she generates 5 stars per turn. Permanently. It's a passive skill. She just gets 5 stars per turn. This is the equivalent of like Avengers or even Merlin generating NP per turn. We're just out here doing it. But also, if the battlefield is darkness tagged, which by the way, reminder, Lohi's NP does this already, or one of her skills does. So the permanent SSR they rolled out for the previous Christmas event already sets this up. But she when the battlefield is tagged darkness, she just gets 20% up on all 3 card types.
Oh.
Just always has 20% up on Arts, Buster, and Quick. And I think also actually extra. I mean, foreigners passively make stars, but no matter what their rank is, it's always 2 per turn. This is the big one. This is like the high level of mana replenishment or Merlin's mixed blood. Like, you're generating 5 stars per turn. That's pretty good. And this is on top of the fact that, like I said, she has another skill to give you 5 to 15 stars per turn for 3 turns. So you're looking at like 20 stars per turn passively. All in all, seems pretty good. We've got a primo boss killer for Pretender. Plenty of really good party support. Like I said, that's a battery, NP damage, attack, and crit that are all team-wide. Obviously, that means the percentages are smaller, but still, crazy good stuff. And also, we're back to, playing around with AoE attacks. You've got the ability to make your extra attacks AoE and to increase their damage by a lot. Basically, if her... it's kind of like Musashi's hit count increasing skills. If Phantasmoon's second skill is max level, you're basically looking at undoing the damage reduction by splitting it up. If you combine that with you do the extra attack on her NP turn, you're looking at a net gain of 50% damage and still AoE, and still doing, like, NP gen and star gen. So, like, pretty strong stuff. And I've always said that I always hope for more servants to do funny things with the extra card, so this is a good one.
Yeah.
And as I said, I mentioned earlier, this is Popes Johanna's artist who drew E-Girl arc. So, yeah, pretty good thumbs up. And then, as I said before, everybody called it, and called it correctly. The New Year's servant is SSR Saber, back-to-back, yes. Richard the Lionheart, taking it somewhat literally this time. As often kind of goes the case with a lot of the big-name male Sabers, he's aiming for the higher attack, lower HP side of the graph. He is quick, arts, buster. He has good hits and NP gain to balance it out, though. He's I want to say 5'4" or 5'6", and has 4s all around. So, his NP is AoE Buster. He's bright red, so we kind of had to go there. It gives himself 50% crit up for 3 turns. Technically first, but it doesn't really matter. And it gives all enemies who are hit 2k burn damage for 5 turns. So again, pretty sizable. But its overcharge effect is to give all enemies hit, arts, buster, and quick resistance down for 3 turns. I believe it starts at 10% and ends at 30%. So the kind of thing where if you're in a grind game, that resistance will really start... Resistance down, I should say, is really going to start adding up. Yeah, it starts at 10% and goes to 30% at max overcharge. So, goes a little way, goes a long way. His first skill is his Charisma variant. It gives you the usual 10 to 20% attack up for 3 turns for the whole team, but also is compounded with a further 10 to 20% NP gain and star gen for the whole team for 3 turns. So, again, pretty solid for most servants will not sneeze at attack, NP gain, and star gain up. But also it gives him an on-attack buff where, when attacking, he gives himself 30% star gen for 3 turns first, so before he hits. And he has 5 hits on his quick and 4 hits on his buster. So you're gonna be doing pretty good there. Then your second skill is gives him the tricolor buff, the projection style buff, 10 to 20% on all 3 card types for 3 turns. It also gives him 20 to 30% NP damage for 3 turns, but also gives you a targeted ally -1 skill cooldown. So very, very stonk stuff here. And then his final skill is a 20 to 30% battery on himself, because of course it is. 2025, of course there's a battery. But increases the star absorption of buster cards for 3 turns, and increases his critical damage on buster cards for 3 turns 30 to 50%. It also is a 10 to 20 star bomb. All of his active skills are on 6-turn cooldowns. So, a pretty stonk stuff. Let's see, where was I? Right, passives. His passives are pretty simple. Sadly, it's just magic resistance B and writing A. So his, once again, that one quick card does or his 2 quick cards rather, do a lot of heavy lifting with Star Gen. I have heard a little bit of whinging about his kit, because he's a buster-focused guy who's on crits. But generally, people are pretty positive both for his casual fit and his Dark Souls-ass third ascension. Everybody saw this and was like, Cat Blythe from Elden Ring? Even though there is also a Catman in Elden Ring. That guy's not as sexy as Blythe, though. And yes, if you're wondering, you do say it Blythe, even though it looks like it ends with 2 Ds. This is the Gaelic thing I was talking about. It's incredibly Welsh. But I want to say this. Richard's style of Buster Crit doesn't really seem like the current meta vogue, but I think they gave it up for him by just making all of his skills do so many fucking things. Technically, this guy can, hit, the low end of, Super Orion crit damage. Obviously, he's not going to hit the same heights because the ideal strat with Super Orion is you cheat and you make it so all your other servants are dead, so you can guarantee 3 Buster cards, at which point, if you fired his NP, his third skill is giving you, like, plus 400% on the last Buster crit card. But obviously, that requires you to do a little bit of setup to make it so that he is the only Buster cards you're getting. Whereas, if Richard is firing his NP and you've used his third skill, you're looking at, 3 turns of just plus 100% crit up by himself. And then also, he has a lot of team support. Like I mentioned before, this guy's bringing you attack up, NP up, and star gen up. His Noble Phantasm, which is not, it seems like, the centerpiece of his kit. Like, it seems like that's the thing you do for setup is fire Richard's NP. You're looking at giving, all your enemies resistance down to all 3 card types for 3 turns. So he's got a real potential for team player effects. And like I said, he's got that -1 cooldown on an ally. Like, that can be very useful for stuff. So I think combining him with, like, the Koyans, especially Koyan of Light, because as people have pointed out in chat, the appearance he has in his third ascension is just for flair. Like, he does not actually have the beast tag, and is still hominid, like, regardless of how, like, extra over the top that ascension is. But Koyan of Light and just regular Merlin with give you some hard defenses in there, and let that further crit up. He's got a very interesting team player vibe that, like, you only really get out of Super Orion by going solo. So there's some true potential here. That's a very good joke, and I also think you might be correct.
Yeah, I don't want the House of Mouse coming after me, though.
I'll say it out loud. Allegedly, join our Discord at our Patreon, our Patreon chat and Discord to see if this actually happened. Lucky joked that Richard the Lionhearted pulled more money than Mufasa did, which I would be like, that's an interesting bet. Because I'm fairly certain you can't prove that it's just for Richard, but I'm pretty sure FGO JP is riding high on the profit stacks right now. They're probably at the top of the sales ladder. Whereas, like, it's not like nobody is seeing Mufasa. Some people really want to make it that, like, the movie, like, Disney has to be, like, cheating or faking again to make it seem like people are seeing the movie at all. Don't be like that. That's slightly unhinged conspiracy talk. Disney is only doing what every single movie publisher, including the people making Sonic 3, do about, like, trying to put pressure on movie theaters and arranging showtimes to make their sales numbers look better. That's just the Hollywood studio system. I don't know why people always think that about, like, Disney, by the way. They said that about Marvel movies too, that, like, oh, these can't be real sales ticket numbers. They must be just buying theaters and filling them with empty seats. Nobody I know would go to see this movie. No, but also Disney is very sensitive about the fact that Mufasa is not the #1 selling movie of December. But yeah, no, like I said, Richard here, definitely, like I said, I don't think he's like I said, some people may have complained a little. His style is definitely a little outmoded, but if you have the party members for a Buster Crit build, he slots in there very well. And like I said, he has crazy team synergy that, like I said, Super Orion is not built to team synergize. He is designed for you to use him alone and let everybody else in the party wipe so he can finish it out. You don't get that out of Richard. That's like, give this guy like an off single target if you want to go, like, big damage, or just pair him with, like, Summer Scotty Merlin, and just, like I said, the NP isn't even your actual big damager. That's just the setup so that you can get, big crits. So, and like I said, this, by the way, is Mori Shizuki, who is Aresh and Ishtar's artist. So he's cooking, or she. I don't actually know. Mori Sensei is cooking. The rest of the servants in Mori's repertoire also include, obviously, that means Space Aresh and Space Ishtar, but also Amor Karen, Ptolemy, and Enkidu. So, we're going ham. Ooh, also Tristan. Tristan does have that same kind of shiny style. But yeah, so, and, like, I can't wait for, like, the Chaldea break room artist comments, or, like, the artist notes in Materials profile about this third ascension. Like, everybody is just imagining Nasu was just like, do Cat Blythe. Like, I've been playing so much Elden Ring, man. You gotta do it. But like, I just want to see it. Because Narita, the author of Strange Fake, like, had to go on Twitter and be like, hey, Richard's third ascension and his noble phantasm in FGO are not spoilers for Strange Fake. That is all new shit we added. Because if they were spoilers, FGO would not have hidden them, I think is the key observation. As we did see last year with Yamato Takeru. Like, when FGO goes all in, they go all in. But I think this is a much better system to just be out like, oh, no. These are not things that are making it into the light novel or the anime. This is just the FGO team is like absolutely unhinged. They are truly unfettered. Our wallets are the world of cardboard. Let's see if anybody in our audience remembers that one. So yeah, no, I think both of these servants are really strong, and like I said, both of them are Buster focused, though not completely Buster focused. Richard goes real big on crit damage, and Phantasmoon has a side biz in Arts Town. But before we get to the recap, I do have a final note to remind everybody: we are not finalizing the LB7 pregame. This is something that come out in the comments I've talked about, but I do want to reiterate again. If I have accidentally referred to this next step of Lostbelt 7 as Part 3, that's not really correct. The sections we haven't covered yet, which is like past Section 20, I want to say, those are all released at the same time as the Part 2 drop and the other sections preceding it. It's just that the wiki lists them as finale, and there will be like a title card and heading change. So there is like a transition when you get to this point in the story because it's going to be a lead into raids. It's just that for our pacing, I'm not doing that this week, but when we get to it, it worked out really well to actually put that break there because hopefully by the time I actually do this spoiler section, everybody will know who the raid boss is. And I have I'll spoil it, but I have a Raid Shadow Legends joke in there, and then I say at the end, in parentheses, please kill me. Send me to hell. But I couldn't not make the joke. But yes, that's just a reminder because bolting on a in-depth breakdown of raid mechanics and the final bosses of a Lostbelt on top of all the recapping we're going to do, on top of all the news we already did, we're at 2 hours and 22 minutes raw recording, and I don't think we have a hell of a lot of dead air yet.
Nope.
So yeah, at this point, I probably, if I do like truncate silence, we're probably shaving like 10 or 15 minutes off. So we're doing our work in reasonable chunks, chat.
Woo! Awesome. We got to keep the content machine going.
I mean, honestly, but before you jump in, I know you're getting your segue hat on. As part of the segue, let me set it up a little better. Also, honestly, we really just love yapping about Lost Belts and FGO story. So like this time, Lucky especially spearheaded going out of our way to make sure that we're doing this in like digestible chunks so that hopefully the audience doesn't die and also we don't die and like my computer doesn't explode trying to process this later. Like just trying to get ahead of ourselves for once and put this in a format that is digestible for us to both work on and for you, the audience, to receive. I'm doing a lot of hand gestures as I'm talking, and I don't know why. Nobody can see me. Anyway.
I'm sorry, my intent was just channel your Amazon CEO. But with that, we are going to now officially start the Lostbelt 7 recap. Just to reiterate, this is going to be a full thing. We will not be sparing any details. So if you are not caught up to at least section 6, you might want to bow out. Or bow out where we reach appropriately. It is up to you. I will be spearheading this. We have a lot of notes. I think I counted at 19 pages with everything broken up. It's actually very fun. I set it up that I just wrote the details and we just have commentary on things here. Maybe I'll show you the notes one day, but as usual, my personal comments are in blue, Omega's personal comments in red. Hopefully we'll try to figure out a good flow so we're not necessarily tripping over each other's words all over the place. But here we go. We start at section 0, prologue. And where that starts is immediately starting where Trom ended. But also we kind of learn nothing, as it looks like the alien priestess is eating is eaten by a singularity, the regular kind, not the fake kind. I do like the visual effect of the background CG being eaten away from the right. Also, the magic just picks up the corpse like it's nothing. Leaves the twig though. Am I crazy? Was the twig actually nothing at all?
I feel like that's gonna be our. We always like our little through lines, right? I feel like there are several points in this Lostbelt story already where we're like, "Am I crazy or was that nothing?"
Yeah, no, because the way they'll bring it up later, but it seems like the corpse was subject. It was like the thing on the floor and not the thing on the operation table.
It sure doesn't sound like our recap from Mr. Blue Book's perspective. But also, what the fuck? I don't even know how we learned about that story about Mr. Blue Book, you know? That was like, eh.
Yeah, like what happened? Because like my original thought is what the corpse was Mr. Blue Book after the alien got him, but I do remember that in Mr. Blueback's perspective, he did get ambushed by the collection of blood vessels and brain. Or something like it. It was like a kind of null thing.
I'm pretty sure it's in your notes later, but Sion does some CSI shit, so we like learn a little. So yeah, maybe he did die from like Subject-E jumping out of the chair, and then the body was cleaned up.
Yeah, there's something going on there. I'm not entirely sure. We get literally no answers. I just have a simple note here. Super Mash literally just picks up you and Katek and books.
Because the infinite space corridor we walked through to get to Area 51 is also slowly being eaten away.
I have some personal quotes here. Quips are how I deal with stress and trauma, because boy howdy, why is everything so fucking intense all of a sudden? Jet boosters go. But we get out of there nice and safe, and back on the storm border. It's been about an hour, and we have cleaned up and rested. Thanks for the sanity and morale check, Gordolf. Turns out Sion already suspected Holmes, but didn't stop him because of his double sleeper cell nature. He was really helping us. Apparently it was the fact that Holmes was able to access the Hermes system in the sixth singularity was found to be odd, as he should have exploded doing it. A servant container, no matter how great, should not be able to handle that much information or energy or whatever it is that Hermes did.
That's one of those ones that I'm going to give him because I'm like, yeah, okay, buddy. Yeah, no, you didn't tell me that when you brought up that he used Trismegistus in Singularity 6, so how the fuck would I know, you know?
Yeah. And the second fact was that Holmes never tried to figure out what the foreign god wanted. Both of these seem really obvious in hindsight, but I'm not sure the story ever really leaned into them.
I feel like the second one is the one that should maybe have tipped us off a little more, because, like, he does it even when Holmes says he can't tell us yet, and also after LB2 he tries to be better about that. But, like, even when he says he can't tell us anything, he tells us he's working on theories, and I don't think he did ever do that to speculate, like, what the foreign god is trying to do. We just kind of take everything at face value. But like you said, it's also, like, really easy in hindsight to pick up on that, because I can't picture in my mind, like, did we ever have a scene of, like, Gordolf slamming his fist on the desk saying, "Damn it, what does the foreign god want?" Like, I just don't think that the narrative stopped to question it at all. Like Wodaime gave us his big villain speech in the Cosmos and the Lostbelt prologue, and we've just kind of been running off that the entire time, and only really stopping to question it when we've been, like, face to face with the cryptors, right? Like, we just look at them and go, "Hey, are you serious about this? That thing you said?" And some of them are just like, "Lol, don't know." Wodaime pulls the ultimate JK lol on us, and we're just like, "No! Wodaime!
Wodaime!" I love saying that every time. Anyway, Sion goes on to talking about her theories why on Holmes and motivations and reasoning, stating that he was able to stay this long because the foreign god wanted Chaldea to destroy Lostbelt, and presumed that it was after Lostbelt 5 that was the cutoff point. And at that point wanted Holmes to either stop helping us or to actively sabotage us. When he did not, Ruler Moriarty was sent in. Before I get on to my next point, I do think about this. I do think this is because the foreign god originally only wanted Wodaime to do the thing, and basically sent us to basically fuck with all the other Lostbelts to further increase Wodaime's chances. Or the foreign god knew that Wodaime was gonna freaking backstab them all along, and was just all like, now is the time. Either way.
And it definitely works, like, structurally, because the part of the Cosmos and the Lostbelt story up through 5 is supposed to be, like, all one piece, and then after that is kind of like a while still the same meta plot, is a different story arc, as we realize, oh shit, the foreign god is, you Olga Mary, what are we gonna do?
Oh no. This information does leave the group with a head scratcher that Holmes did not figure out a way to return fighting the alien god on top of the reason he was assisting the foreign god in the first place. Like I said, we left a lot of questions unanswered with Holmes, and it's a little weird. We don't have really time to think about it, as Moriarty has left us a catty video, briefly explaining that Subject E was an alien, but saying that you Olga Marie wants to merge with Ort for some odd reason. I want to thank MASH for the polite yet vicious response of wanting to delete it. Apparently, Moriarty snuck a video virus into some of the data that we pulled up. Side note, Department of Lore, Brishon, mentioned here. Also, I really like that when Orch is mentioned, it's only Sion and Gordolf that looks really shocked.
Yeah, they explain why, but I think it's such a good character note that, nobody else would really know what the fuck we're talking about.
Mm-hmm. A lot of Ort facts TM about how it's a powerful life form. Humans won't develop the technology to defeat it until 3000 AD. You Olga wants to merge it, and apparently it's the 7 of the most badass mages tried to fight it and all jobbed. Also, Grand is a mage drink, as is Brand, and Nasu likes Rhyme. And
also,
Nasu
likes 7, we should say.
Mm-hmm. Also, as long as the panel in it doesn't scream, Ort will never wake up. It does seem that the mages understand why Ort is here and its reason, but understand they can't do anything about it. Short version is that Earth kind of hates humanity, and one day will call out to the other celestial bodies to destroy them. One just showed up really early and decided to nap it was time.
Ort is that guy. He showed up early for the party and just decided to snooze.
Yes, if I remember correctly, isn't Ort specifically type Mercury? No,
Ort is supposed to be type Mercury, or maybe type... I think it's supposed to be type Mercury. I think we will actually, figure that out as we get through this, because we've got a lot of more Ort facts to come.
Yeah, because Ort, this is going into, oh god, I don't want to necessarily say metaphysical, non-superverse lore, but it's some far-flung shit that really doesn't really get talked about a lot.
Yeah, this is talking about, the at least 3000 AD, got here early, if the planet doesn't scream or won't wake up. That's all, set up shit for, notes, angel notes.
Mash kind of describes it as super Eldritch, but it's not really an outer god because we can still kind of conceptualize what it's like and interact it with our physical realm, so it's just a super alien. I have a note here, though, but they do use the line, won't be comprehensible to human technology into the year 3000 AD, which is still pretty close in my opinion. In fact, I think the main difference is that Ort exists here, while outer gods exist elsewhere.
Yeah, this is a note that you already sub-commented on, so I didn't go back and clarify when we got through, but this is something I wrote to myself when I wrote this, because the people might think, oh, is it is it supposed to be a Cthulhu mythos type outer god thing? And the answer is not quite. The outer gods as appear tied to foreigners and other influences are they're supposed to be removed from everything. They don't obey, common sense of man, human order. They don't obey magecraft, they don't obey physics, and they don't obey human mindsets. But that also means that you cannot interact or communicate with them at all without going crazy. They are so beyond us that their mere presence drives you outright insane, or it is close to that, but also is still too physical. I think Mash at one point describes that it's or maybe it's Sion talking about what they figured out is it's supposed to be powered by fusion reaction or something. We can't understand how it does what it does, but we understand what it does, I think, or some of what it does anyway. So it's like you said, it's right on the edge because it is here and it does interact with our universe, but it's also weird.
I would still kind of use the term outer god for it, because even if it is still outside the domain of human knowledge and understanding. It is just not necessarily, it just still plays within the rules as far as we know.
Well, the other thing is, I think also the outer gods are supposed to be it's Nasu, so I'm hard to tell. It's supposed to be from outside the universe, beyond even parallel timelines, whereas Ort is a thing from our solar system, but also Nasu does get really strange about that, because I don't think the Olympians are supposed to be outer gods, but they are alien mechanical gods from a different universe. So it's like, it sounds like basically Nasu, and also I would say mostly Meteo, I think, is the guy who mostly writes the Foreigner chapters. Like, they have a very specific idea of what an evil god of the abyss or an outer god is vis-a-vis, like, interpreting the Cthulhu mythos as part of fate. Whereas most of us would be like, as the readers of like, be like, well, Ort is definitely like Eldritch's shit, though. Like, this is, I'm fairly certain there are several Lovecraft stories that are in this mold. And then Nasu is like, no, they're not. They're not the same. But we, the reader, go, they're kind of the same. They feel the same. For all practical purposes, they're kind of the same.
Yes. Yeah, no, I guess that's the best way to say it. In the Nasu-verse, they're definitely, like, they're not the same. If you just want to, like, use a broader categorization, they're probably more close to the same. Probably. Like I said, Nasu-verse rules are weird rules. They don't even follow themselves. Fuck. Anyway, full speed ahead, Lostbelt 7. Screw your 2-day break. You were gonna get one, but no. Shit got real. Again.
Yeah, I think it's during the, like, morale-affirming segment where Gordoff is like, all right, everybody, we're going to have a 2-day break, get your tea and cookies, and then Moriarty's video will comes in and we're like, well, too bad. We gotta go.
We're going now.
Got places to be.
So, we move to Section 1, to the Land of the Dead. Pip 1. Suit up.
Bum, bum.
Apparently, Happy Cat has been working on our Mystic Codes. Now it makes frickin' sense. Even talks about how this Mystic Code was developed specifically for fighting the foreign god, the final battle. This is your, final battle Mystic Code, excuse me. Meanwhile, I'm still here trying to level the Arctic Warfare one. I think I'm on, like, level 9.
They really went way too hard with how much EXP you need for Arctic Warfare.
We have about 4 hours before we reach the Lostbelt, and we're a little nervous. Fun fact, 900 kilometers per hour, or 560 miles per hour, is the approximate average speeds of commercial long-distance flights. So we are neither going too fast nor too slow. Lucky did this a lot, where I would just be hit with, like, some sort of data or fact, and I'm like, Google. There's going to be a great one later.
Yeah, I feel like the only time we felt compelled to do that for Lostbelt 6 was when they talked about the pit.
The pit. Our Mash is in her growth spurt. She is speaking about how she is getting stronger and getting more used to the Ordinax and Black Barrel. This doesn't stop Da Vinci from outright putting the dead counter on the ban list. It puts too much strains on the master and relies too much on luck. Mash can still use the fire compressed magical energy, though. There's not in urban areas.
Yeah, we've seen what urban areas what it does.
Yeah, no. Honestly, Da Vinci probably had that feeling after seeing oh god, what was his name?
What was I just edited this a few weeks ago. What's his face?
You guys know who it was. Lion Guy.
Oh, yeah, and the big lion friend. Yeah, Mester Bogart.
Yeah, man. Just firing it off in the city. That was
Well, and also I do like that this does clear this up, because I think this was a question we had in Lostbelt 6, was like, so there is a way to use it just to channel magical energy as a gun that is different from the, reverse lifespan form. So, like, yes, Da Vinci lays it out straight up that, like, you can fire it for doing magical bursts, but don't do it in close quarters, because that's gotta suck.
Yes. Da Vinci also has a word of caution to Mash that she is reaching actual heroic spirit/ghost liner levels of strength and is becoming more like them for good and ill. Da Vinci wants Mash to consider that. As always, Da Vinci is our littlest big sister, or our biggest little sister. On approach, we are going through our own pregame strategy, and we talk about our main weapon, the Hume Barrel Ray Proof, which, and I quote, uses proper human history legitimacy and humanity itself as ammunition. What? Has a 99.99% race, testing over 100 million simulations. Which immediately tells me that we're going to job before we get to use it, or when we do use it, we're going to find an outlier from the simulations and job anyways.
Can you tell we've been here a while? But yes, we don't actually explain the mechanism, but since it's based on the Sacred Sword, like, archetype, I am assuming this is supposed to work like Excalibur does, where it just gathers the collective will of humanity and the human order, the counterforce, to save us, and just turns it into a gun.
Gordo wants to be the one to pull the trigger, but is shot down. And Sion is ready to give her report on Subject E. She says she has learned little of substance, but has figured out 3 things. Thing number 1. The equipment in that operating room was up to modern standards, which is strange considering it was closer to 100 years old. Thing number 2. Test Subject E was of completely unknown species and there's no data whatsoever. Thing number 3. though it has been cleared up, a great amount of human blood and tissue was found there.
So, David Blue Book definitely died in that room.
Oh, he did.
Test Subject E is definitely an alien. And I think the first thing is just suggesting that, like, this was not some project that was, like, done 100 years ago and buried. They were actively updating their equipment to keep doing science.
Yes. Moving on from there, it's recommended that we take 4 servants and to better summon them now, rather than have some complication happen in the Lostbelt. First up, it's Nitocris. She is apparently the Nitocris we know from the Singularity, but this is technically our first meeting. Apparently, she's been able to manifest with our full power and with independent action, a fact that we are completely cool with, and a fact that Kadok thinks we are completely insane with for being cool with.
Kadok's still thinking like a mage, and he's like, "What? Your servant has independent action? That's crazy. How are you supposed to keep them in line?" And we're thinking, "Oh, phew, I'm not gonna like pass the fuck out later."
Bonus Habitrot, Shield Guardian. Great. Director Goldo's pocket glows ominously red for a moment upon mentioning Tunguska and the Tree of Emptiness, before correcting himself that there is no Tree of Emptiness reading from South America.
Not that that means anything. We've been bamboozled before.
It's true.
I also do I don't remember if it's in the notes or not, but they do explain later about how Habitrot works, but I do just like her as, like you said, Shield Guardian. She's just, her summoning is just linked to Mash's shield now.
Yeah.
And actually, this is something I do not think is in your notes, but I noticed as well, because there's a lot of stuff we just don't talk about in this Lostbelt. One of is the fact that I like that Mash's now casual costume, like her default appearance is Galahad mode, basically, but she still needs to put on the Ortonax to actually fight.
I didn't actually realize that.
Yes, if you go back and watch the sprites, like, when she will say, she will walk around and be in her, like, armor sprite, and then she says, readying for combat, and it will play, like, a suit-up sound effect, and she switches to the Ortonax sprite.
No, now that you mention it, yes, you're absolutely correct, but yeah. Huh.
Which I think that's part of what Da Vinci is talking about, right? Is, like, when Mash is just walking around, she is, you know, her heroic spirit self. But Habitrot just being linked to the shield is great, because that means that just wherever our Mash is, there is a Habitrot.
Yeah. But with that and a few other conversation bits, we prepare to breach the supercell that is the Stormwall. I should have actually wrote a little blurb on what a supercell is, because supercells are really terrifying, actually. They're really cool looking, really terrifying. Just think of, like, supercells are just basically giant circular electrical storms.
Big
really
cloud.
fucking rad. Big cloud.
And honestly, like, if based on the size of the Lostbelts, like, that would be it. Like, you would need that big, the like, large size.
So, we start through breaking through the Stormwell. We have a nice little lovely animation of, you know, going through the clouds, and all is well so far. Until we get an external camera feed, and it's a volcanic wasteland. Turns out that this entire landmass is actually shaped like the prehistoric supercontinent Pangea. Thank you for the breakdown of prehistoric areas in this conversation. I'm gonna be real though, I can never remember them or keep them straight. Oh god, it's like I always remember the Precambrian, because that's the first one. That's, you know, there's something alive in the ocean.
Yeah.
And
then the Cambrian itself is like pre-Pangea.
But then what was it? I actually should have wrote this down. I don't know why I didn't. Was it the Paleozoic? Mesozoic is the last one, I think.
Let me see if I can get the correct, like... The problem is we're talking about a macro scale eras, so it's like So the Paleozoic is an era with which the Cambrian is the first one. So yeah, it's Precambrian, then Paleozoic, and then what is after?
I think there's one between that and Mesozoic. I can't remember that though. Because the things like Jurassic, Cretaceous, and all that stuff, they're like inside those eras. Because I think those are periods.
Yeah, so periods. Because so the Paleozoic is broken up into Cambrian, Ordovician, Silurian, Devonian, Carboniferous, and Permian. Mesozoic is the one that's
it's Cenozoic,
Cretaceous, etc.
Okay. So Mesozoic is after Paleozoic. Okay. Oh, we have aeons too. Rad.
Earth is so fucking old, chat. Over 4 billion years old. We have so many ways to subdivide time, especially because, honestly, if you think about like the Hadean, which is a geologic aeon, that's the word I was looking for. The aeon of the Hadean, like that first chunk of time for like, I think it's like almost 5,000 years. That might actually, no, it's millions of years ago. So, I think it's even like, that's like 500 million, like 500 million years ago, is just, the Earth was just gooey. It was just molten. That's why it's called the Hadean, and just kind of existed for longer than humans have been alive. The planet was just a ball of lava. So, like, yeah, this is why keeping geologic time straight is a little weird. But yeah, so we're looking at definitely the actual Paleozoic or Mesozoic period because of the Pangea. But also, the Pangea broke up in the Mesozoic, so,
Mm-hmm. Well, guess what? Nothing goes as planned for long, because there is an alert, and surprise, it is the president of Earth showing up and challenging us to a cage match. She is feeling generous because she just kicked the ass of 7 grand servants, so she'll even fight with one arm behind her back.
Allegedly.
So, my note here, lucky leyline stone use, 1. I figured this was going to be a gimmick fight, but Olga is just kind of unfair. I lost my first row to the 10k bird plus an AoE crit, and while my backline was doing okay, breaking the first bar gave me the healing equals 0 and an MP seal, so I can only just be a punching bag.
Yeah, it's pretty mean. I did not use a leyline stone on this, but my note is I thought about getting fancy, but then I just set it up and was like, well, I'm not going to be able to use command seals in story after this, so I'm just going to go in knowing that I'm going to get wiped and I'm going to spend 3 command seals. Like,
yeah, I forgot about losing the command seal thing. Otherwise, I probably would have done that.
Yeah, so no, I was like, I just realized, like, okay, this is my last chance to use these this way. We're going to do it now. And so I just, I got my mightiest single targets and my largest barghest to just dig in, and that was it. And this was after already I did like a, not quite a blind, but a mostly blind run, and I was just like, ooh, no, okay, this is kind of sort of a real fight. A little bit of effort into it. But yeah, she gets in there and cooks us a little. It's very funny to talk about how, like, as a boss, her mechanics are very mean. But, like, I have a note actually later.
I do not think we'll get to it.
Yeah, we won't actually get to my note, but, like, as a I guess technically advanced spoilers, but you can probably figure this out. Like, I don't know how many people are listening to this at PIP 2 and or not, at least at section 2. She becomes a guest character later with a very similar set of skills. The way enemy versus player HP works, some of her abilities are not as impressive as a playable unit as they were as a bad guy.
This is the thing I always complain about. It's always scarier when they're an enemy, when they're someone on your side.
They do make sure to they go out of their way to talk about how powerful she is, because I believe in this fight she is level 150 and has her rainbow icon. So, like, we're the power scaling, the battle boarding is off the charts. She's cooking with Ultra Burst.
Pip 3. Olga is gloating about how cool she is, particularly how cool it is that she was able to hold back, something that she recently learned, but now playtime is over, and it's time for the old gravitational field. Mash is able to reflect this back to Olga, much to her surprise, the heroic servant of tennis. But this whole interplay of knocking back gravitational fields is enough to set up the Stormboarder to give it the time it needs to fire the shot. It's a rather rad image, too. Basically, this weapon's worked by measuring how much a threat of humanity is to the target, then asking Earth for enough allowance to tell the threat to fuck off. Works on the same principle as the Black Barrel. The firing animation was pretty rad as well.
Yep, we have a fun little version of that. And yeah, I think it's cool, because basically what we're looking at is, imagine if the Black Barrel and the 13 seal system from Rongo Miniad and Excalibur had a baby.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we don't actually go through the 13 like nightly seals, but it's we dial up Earth and ask, hey, planet Earth, how bad's this guy? And they're like, it's pretty bad, y'all. And they're like, all right, can I have exactly the amount of juice to tell him to go home? And Earth is like, yeah, okay.
Unfortunately, the shot was ineffective. In fact, it was so ineffective it made Olga stronger. It did have the effect of flipping her upside down for a moment, though, and apparently that just pissed her off, and we gotta get off another shot.
I do like... I'm pretty sure there's a moment here where, like, is it Gordolf who says, 99.99% my ass or something? Like, how did she was immune to all of it? What do you mean? And then somebody else, I think it might be Sion, says, no, you're crazy, Goldorf. Look at her. Clearly, she's just as surprised that she survived that as we are. Which is why she's so pissed off.
But wait, there's more. The ground cracks open and reveals a giant underground, and a giant pillar of energy shoots up. It's the sun, apparently. It and Olga are facing down each other, and the captain gets a really bad feeling about this. So he orders everyone except the commander and Sion to the hangar bay. That giant part of energy turns into a giant energy-based woman. Nice. That is in my notes, by the way. But then the woman, who is made not just of the sun, but also plants and minerals, slaps Olga and overpowers her. It's quite the light show as seen from the storm border.
And now I would like to introduce you, Chet, to one of my running jokes for this Lostbelt. I always have to come up with a few. Our Nasu's one weakness, a giant woman.
So giant that, they broke the storm border. Broke it in half, in fact. And we fall out. A Nemo Marine dives after us. We actually have a CG of this as we just fall to our death.
The Master is surprisingly okay with this, by the way. Like, your responses are basically just like, well, guess it's the end of the road, partner.
A shot of a very injured Nemo appears, telling that everyone that the ship is crashing. He's using the last of the energy to summon 3 servants to help the Master, and fade out. Title card. Mash rank up. Lord Camelot, rank C. Rank up. Paradox Cylinder C. Then the map is revealed. It's a lot of fog.
They basically do the same trick they did with Avalon LaFay, where it's just like, ooh, we'll give you the map screen, but we're not ready to show it to you yet.
Nah. So now we hit Section 2, Land of the Golden Trees. Pip 1.
Excellent, perfect. No notes.
We're alive? We are alive! Or are we? We have is this the afterlife moment? And someone left the fog machines on for way too long, though. Cozy feels, though. Time to get moving or time to get dying. Again. Hey, a campfire. Hey, is this just Dark Souls now?
Which is, of course, our wonderful bit of parallel thought. My comment on this section was just Dark Souls-ass looking landscape. Just fog everywhere in one campfire.
There's a man. He looks flashy. Remember our Kadak lessons, though, and don't shake his hand. The man comments on how much it's a pity because he wanted to shake the hand of a warrior with no injuries. Up in the sky. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? Yes, actually, because it's a storm border crashing. The man talks about weapons and how he likes them, and is asked if we're fighting a war worthy of the storm border. He is less impressed with us and says our brand of war is the sort he hates the most. Specifically, a war without casualties. But he says that will change and no one will survive the storm border crashing. You try to rush out to save them, but end up right back at the campfire. Apparently, they are falling from the surface to silencing Itzuakatl.
Ilhuicatl?
I think it's Ilhuicatl.
Yeah, I think it's
a whole other word from our dead self. My first note is I am never going to be able to pronounce this.
Yeah, get a load of that. Also, by the way, I feel like we should start a counter of times this guy is wrong about stuff. Because I'm realizing in retrospect, he says a lot of things at a lot of points, including right here, that he is not necessarily correct about, but he may be projecting a little as we get to our next bullet point.
They did actually put that level scale in there by Clownarty. I don't know why I didn't mention that. Well, I guess it's because I don't want to write down the script word for word, I suppose.
Yes. There's a discussion of power level, and Moriarty brings up Ort, and then I think it's Sion tries to put it in game terms. She's like, imagine us. We're like level 1. Maybe like level 50. Olga is level 1,000. Ort is like 10,000. So if we can finagle a way to defeat Olga. If she adds her level to Ort's level, we're fucked.
Yes.
Now, like I said, you got to be careful with power levels, but I think this is as much an analogy for, like I said, I think it's Sion that says this bit. This is the part where it is better when we take notes, but I didn't think to jot it down either, because it's just kind of, it's a very short insert in so much other more interesting stuff about, like Lucky did not go into detail about adding extra detail to all those Ordfact TM. Like, we have stuff to say about what it's like.
I probably should have. I didn't do it because you wrote that. I was like, okay, that should be good enough. I changed my mind about this later.
Yeah. And honestly, I'm thinking now, because I reread and actually added notes back, I should have gone back to the top and, like, thought some more about that, because, like I said, our notes go back and forth later, but there is a lot to say about what Ort is and what it does, and, like, they talk about, for instance, the landscape around it and all the people who fought it get crystallized. This is actually, like, something that's discussed before and is important to note. But, like I said before, I'm pretty sure Mash says that Mash describes later when she's reading, like, the report that Sion gives her, that it's, like, powered by, like, the equivalent of like, solar fusion, but inside its body is crystal, but also plant-like, which is, again, why the giant sun woman is like, interesting that this is similar to the comparison we make of, like, the power output. But yeah, like, the level scaling discussion is just, like, one sub-point in all of this. But yeah, no, it's pitched to us, like I said, I think by Sion, basically trying to give us an analogy so we can wrap our head around it, of just, like, okay, so we're, like, a normal level, and, like, you Olga's already, like, a bullshit level, but still, like, a reachable level. And then
Not
Ort is
insurmountable.
just... Yeah, not insurmountable. Ort is just fucking fake ass. Like his power level is so high it's not even like real. You know, it's obscene, unfathomable. Literally, we are 1,000 years too early to defeat him. Her, it, Spider.
Yeah, sorry to tangent about that. Like, it's just one of those things that, comes up in hindsight. Well, it is what it is. But back to the Land of Fog and this dude. Apparently our desire to save them anyway drops our approval rate even lower, but he is supposed to be a guy and will show us the way for the price of a weapon. Unfortunately, we ain't packing heat, but we are packing seals, and we burn them right then and there. As the man says, breathtakingly stupid, but gutsy.
Yeah.
Apparently...
This is something he's right about.
Apparently the weapon we gave and the choice we made to do so was worth more than the transaction needed, so we get a trinket, a little red skull, a calavera de azúcar, a sugar skull. I'm pretty sure I pronounced that right.
And I believe the man we are speaking to says that it's not a huge deal, but people who really like these really like them. It'll come in handy.
Mm-hmm.
Wait,
And then
I'm
suddenly...
just realizing now, because it's like there's a fire in like a dark world that's undefined. Did this guy just tell us it's dangerous to go alone, take this, and handed us a skull?
Yes.
Shit, dude. It do be like that sometimes.
I do be like that sometimes. And then sometimes there's suddenly a pit, and we fall. Tiny Nemo Marine text. Gives us a quick rundown what happened. Apparently the Nemo Marine is whispering. I was slightly disappointed. I was actually hoping that he becomes small and portable. I would love a Nemo Marine in my pocket.
Yeah, but I did love the extra detail of, like, we've played around with big font, but what about tiny font?
Tiny font.
But after Nemo Marine tells us what's going on, he's like, I think we say out loud to him, why are you whispering? He's like, because of that! And then he points at, nice tummy.
Oh, nice tummy. Reminds me of the Great Titan Exploration once upon a time. Go play Extella.
Hella play Extella. It's so... guys, you would not believe how much important actually Extella 1 is to the greater Fate lore. It's kind of a big deal.
It's Olga, and she's talking in her sleep. Not for long, though, as she awakens and starts asking questions. As usual, we are completely blasé about being in her presence, though it quickly becomes apparent that Olga has lost her memory. Next scene is just recapping what Olga knows, accompanied with cute head nodding, and then I'm doing noises.
Yeah.
Honestly, this is something that I'm gonna mention about, like, a lot. They do a lot of funny stuff with just Olga sprayed, like, throughout, like... I'll say at least for the first six sections. It's great.
No, this is another thing where I'm like, this bitch is summonable at some point. They have put way too much work into her expression sheet. Like, she has so many of them. But yeah, and so, my first point I brought up here was, my super compacted version of summarizing that is, Go-Go Gadget recap, brought to you by our most classic of cliches. She has Jamnesia.
Yeah. Apparently she got slapped really hard upside the head.
Yeah, getting punched out by a giant sun plant crystal woman is a big deal, even to Madam President.
Mm-hmm. When you say me no, though, she gets a face, and it is glorious. I love her anger face, just how her eyes turn into, like, these, like, comic slits, and she just gets the face and the little popped vein. It's so
she
good.
Gets, like, little snake slit eyes. She also, I think, at some point has, like, in some things, like, swirly pupils. Like, yeah, I think that comes up later when she pukes rainbows. Yeah. No, I will not further elaborate until we get there. She just, like I said at the start, she has so many expressions.
Nemo Marine number 4 is freaking out slightly, but upon hearing our name, she has the urge to pop us in the mouth, but we're friends now. In fact, as our first Earth friends, we are being promoted to interstellar ambassadors. We have really moved up in the world. Apparently she can read Braveways and can tell that we're getting stressed, so we exit.
Yes. Again, I'm not sure either of us made sure to jot down specifically that she has colors for this, but she refers to different things at different points. Like, blue, I think, is very calm. Was it green is, like, friendly? I think yellow is how she describes us being all stressed and anxious, which is why she's like, no, I get you're freaking out. But also I wanted to note, notice in this and a couple of the following pips, we use, in addition to the new stuff, which is very good, Lucky has his own notes about that, But the new soundtrack for this is very good. But we also go way back to some old school tracks. I'm fairly certain this conversation with Olga is bracketed in like the classic original FGO, talking track.
Maybe we're talking to fucking Olga Marie or something.
Yeah. And also, as we finally zoom out and hit the map, I say, do not think I didn't notice that this map is subtly cylindrical.
My response to this is like, are we just in a subterranean O'Neill cylinder?
So actually, let me see if I can find it. But my current desktop background is actually a concept art of an O'Neill cylinder. And it's proportioned exactly the same. Let me give me a second to see if I can find the exact image I'm using real quick.
This will be a later point later, but I kept this in here because it was just an immediate reaction to seeing the map.
Yeah, I like to capture our initial thoughts, even when we go back later and figure stuff out. Like, our point now is just like, don't think I'm not picking up on this. It's a tube. It's a tube. Why is it a tube?
Where is a tube?
Okay, no, I don't know the exact where I got one, but this is a different but fairly common concept sketch of an O'Neill cylinder, which, if you want to Google it later, has 2 L's.
Nah, if you've watched a fair amount of Gundam, you've probably seen a couple.
Yeah, Gundam really likes cylinder habs.
But now we reach Pit 2, Chico Mostak. Interesting tidbit, Chico Mostak roughly translates to Place of 7 Caves and serves as a origin point / story of the people from the post-classic Mesoamerica period. Basically, people were born in the caves and just walked out into the world.
And I believe later, MASH recaps like the concept of like pre-classic, classical, and post-classic.
Yes. It's a real South American jungle, all right. Oh, lo, what's that over yonder? Incoming vibes of violence, you say? Well, I better just summon. Oh, wait, right, yeah, I can't do that right now.
Whoa. But we meet our first encounter with the Moonrune Jaguar men with AKs. It must be a Tuesday.
Mm-hmm. They are the shoot first, no questions types and fire off around at the Nima Marine, but luckily Madam President is there with the save.
And then we get what I described in the pregame as just a fight, which is just to preview Madam President. And your consistent options are referred to her as either Madam President or, Madam Prez or UO. I always picked Madam President in dialogue options, even though saying UO is very funny. But when you get to this fight, remember to press Madam President 3 times.
Fuck, it's too cute.
It's so great.
Also,
if you don't get it, because you may not have tried because it's sealed, press her NP card, which is sealed. You have dialogue for it.
Yeah, first she's like, I won't show you. Then she says, no, I said I wasn't going to show you. And then the third time is like, I'm not going to show it to you right now. And it's just like, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Also, something I love, this battle track. It fucking slaps. It's called The Age of Spectacle Battle 16. Ugh, it's so good. It's like one of my favorite tracks ever. Shit, the map theme is pretty good too. I don't know the name of that one though.
Yeah, we're not, that soundtrack is not published on YouTube yet, so I don't know exactly where to find it, but I believe that soundtrack has just come out in JP, so there's a track list somewhere, but yeah. First of all, once again, shout out to FGO. We're at 16 battle themes, and we're still getting bangers, but no, what I've heard of the Lostbelt 7 specific music, it's good. It's not quite as emotionally charged, I want to say, as some of the Lostbelt 6 themes, but Lostbelt 7 is a very different tone to 6. We're going to talk about this a lot. It comes up multiple times about just noticing how the writing is very different. It's coming from kind of a different place and a different purpose. That means the music cues are different. And I think the thing about Age of Spectacle that's so good is, I mean, you can even get it a little in the name, but like, it's a very like pulpy, like, I'm not quite what I would say is upbeat, but it's just like, it's very high energy.
It's very action-oriented.
Yes, and because it makes you feel like you're getting involved in what is supposed to be the quote-unquote decisive battle, and also, you're in a jungle, there's fucking jaguar men, and later some other things. Like, it fits that tone very well, and it's just good. We're literally in a pulp adventure. We're doing the Hollow Earth right now, actually. But yeah, no, we have a little fight with these guys, and that just ends the pip.
Yep, we get to test out the Madam President's mechanics, and we move on to Pip 3. Seeing the Madam President fight for us has won us over, and seeing her react to the Nima Marine praiser only convinces us more that she is very much like the director. She's very short away. Very easy. Apparently, originally UO was only here to answer a distress call. I'm wondering if she found out about Subject E and flipped her shit or something. Or did something else interfere? Because right now, while she is still haughty and overbearing, she doesn't seem that bad a person.
I have a theory about how that works later when she discusses her motivations again, but there's definitely something interesting here that Lucky is commenting on about, like, because, and I now I'm thinking to myself, I really need to reread, I want to reread LB6 just for the sake of it. I do need to go back and reread her first couple of appearances in LB5 Part 2, because I feel like the implication is that the foreign god got the idea to, like, melt down the earth because of the distress call from Subject E, but it's hard to fact check because since she has amnesia, we can't really get nouns and, like, proper order of operations out of Madam President. She just kind of is like, yeah, no, I'm just here to help. I've decided to take over the earth. And we're just like, okay, cool, I guess.
So, moving on. Holy fucking shit, it's a dinosaur.
Holy fucking shit, it's a dinosaur. Jesus Christ, what the fuck?
Definitely a dinosaur.
I love that. That's our fucking subtitle for these guys. We're like, no, definitely a dinosaur, bro.
Apparently, giant dinosaurs are not on the Madam President's okay list, and unfortunately, we are unable to fight. But fortunately, a certain someone shows up to bail us out and then immediately berates us. As Romani Archiman, or at least someone pretending to be him. We move on to Pip 4. And the Chaldean decides, you know what, fuck it, I'll roll with that name.
Yeah, we're doing the shenanigans with name boxes again, and I'm totally here for it. Like, his first couple dialogue boxes are the Chaldean, and then when we're like, it's Romani Archiman or somebody claiming to be him, he's just like, yep, that's me, and his name box instantly changes.
It's great. Romani quickly figures out that we don't have our command skills anymore, says we're no longer a master, nor can summon servants, and is about to bounce, but that we play the MASH cards, and he tells us that she's in a nearby cave to the south, by a mountain that looks like a big horn. As he parks, he says that if, and only if, humanity succeeds in defeating all 7 Lostbelt, he will recognize us as enemies. That's not ominous or anything. He does add after that, though, that it's very unlikely as we have to go against David and Ort. Interesting enough, UO didn't come up in the conversation at all, nor did she attempt it.
Yeah, and afterwards she specifically calls out, like, when we're like, oh, you didn't say anything at all, she's like, his brainwaves were so chill, they were almost nothing. Does she phrase it as they were so blue, they were almost black? Like,
it was something like that.
Yeah, so she's just like, this guy was so nonplussed with everything that I assume because she doesn't explain, like, she says that about his brainwaves as if it's an explanation, even though it's not really to us, but I assume her idea is that she didn't want to, like, harsh his vibes because he was so not thinking. But yeah, it's pretty interesting. Also, man, why you gotta be a buster to me? You being like, only after you defeat these Lostbelts will I see you as enemies. Bro, I punched you. I threw hands. You know the amount of people I've actually fought hand to hand? It's like you and the Emperor of all China. Usually we don't get in there and mix it up mano a mano.
I'm sorry, I'm just thinking about someone that is like, hey man, who have you ever fit falls with? I fist fought Solomon and I fought the Emperor of China once. It's just like, what?
Like I said, the master Gudo is going to be eating out on these stories for years. Just like go to the clock tower and just like tell mages about, okay, so the Emperor of China transferred himself into his perfected metal, mercury body and said, I'm going to punch you. You have my permission to punch back. So I punched him. It really hurt, actually. Have you ever tried to punch Mercury?
Pip 5, to the Jagged Mountains. Yes, I also note in our notes when we actually move locations, so...
Yeah, I love this, by the way. It's a great addition, because that's something that I felt like I realize now that, like, I wasn't keeping track of. I would only realize way later, like, what certain sectors were called when they become free quests, but we can't even get that yet, because we don't have free quests.
Yeah. So we arrive at the mountain, with the Nemo Marine complaining that we are getting attacked all the time. They wonder if they work for the Lostbelt King. The Madam President has heard us throw around the word Chaldea a couple times now, and is wondering what it is. I do want to say I appreciate that we have skipped the nothing battles here. If this was earlier, we probably would have had to fought like 3 sets of fucking like wyverns or something.
Yeah, they make us fight Ocelome once, and make us fight, like, introduce us to the concept of fighting dinosaurs once. I don't remember if there's actually somewhere in here there is a dinosaur fight, Pip, but it's not a huge deal. We introduce the concept so that there are dinosaurs to fight, and then we're good. We don't have to actually fight them until it's, like, vaguely plot relevant what's happening. We've come so far.
Yes. We find the news buzzword of the year, comfy living space within the cave, and we wonder aloud about it. We hear a voice coming out of nowhere that seems quite friendly. They turn off the camouflage, and it's another dinosaur. What count? 1.
This is our first what?
Our scaled and feathered friend, definitely a dinosaur, refers to himself as a Dinos. I think it's Dinos? Danos.
Yeah, I'm not actually... We'd have to see how they write it in Japanese, assuming they even write it in a way that makes sense. I've always seen it translated as, or transcribed as Danos or Dinos.
I'm gonna go with Danos. Dino and Danos. Just because of the E there. I wrote note about the Danos later, but we'll get there when, I actually thought about it.
Yeah, there's a thing here I want to say that's like, I can't be sure because of my own reading pattern or just the way this Lostbelt is structured, but I feel like there are times when, like, we exposit about a subject, like the Danos, and we get a little bit of information, and then we go, like, 2 sections down the line, and then we kind of recap that and add more to the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not just going crazy. That does actually happen.
Oh, yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah, so, like, there will be points where we will double back on previous exposition because just for structural reasons, we decided to ask more questions later. Or, especially with this, definitely a dinosaur, they just didn't think to tell us some stuff earlier.
Mm-hmm. Referred to himself as a Danos, when the mini Marines cries out in surprise, they already know we are from proper human history and that the Nemo Marine is something called a servant. But this is Tepu. Actually, Tepu.
I've just mentally been saying Tepu, but it might be Tepu. It might be a longy.
Tepu. Let's go with Tepu. And he made it to retirement. He calls the Danos the prime species in this world, capable of learning, growing, and retaining our shared pool of knowledge. That makes him the dominant species this world's humanity. Fun fact, it's been said that the reason that humanity has been able to reach where it is now is because we are able to recognize patterns easier and retain said patterns over a longer time. What Tepu says reminds me of that.
Yeah,
Apparently
pattern recognition is like our secret human superpower.
It really is. Apparently they don't eat intelligent Apparently they don't eat other intelligent life forms. Actually, they are herbivores, thank you very much. In fact, they don't even have to eat plants as long as they have water and sunlight. Suddenly, Avatar and Mash. Semi-emotional reunion.
Hugs.
They mentioned bronze...
No, just assuming. I'm assuming there's hugs here, the way we use the sprites.
Yes. They mentioned bronze statues that seem to be used as part of the observatory, which I find interesting considering we are in a cylinder.
But also, this is my note that I added way later. Later, we do see that there's a night sky with stars, so there's something going on here. Don't ask me how that works, though. Because in an actual O'Near cylinder, the idea is that you're only using about half the space because it's going to be divided into roughly 6 sections. So 3 of the sections are supposed to be basically giant mirrors or windows into space to let sunlight in. So technically, you should see space reflected out of those. This does not have it. It's rock all the way around. So there's something that projects a thing that looks like a night sky in the CG. So I guess that's why they have an observatory. What that is, no fucking clue. We do not ask.
Madam President wants to join in the conversation at this point, and Mash is shook. She calms down quickly enough, though. We asked Tepu to explain
some other characters.
Yeah. We asked Tepu to explain some things, and they are willing, though their information may be out of date. They explained that they met another human and that this is the strongest, most objectively correct history to ever exist. Tepu also understands the concept of a Lostbelt. He goes on to say that they are seen as guests from another world here to do what they must. I was like, no, don't make me like the dino. My heart can't take it. It's too late. I love Tepu.
No, you got it. We always have to meet one. This is our guy, you know.
Mm.
He's here. He's in it. And we've perfected the science of Lostbelting. Here we are in Lostbelt 7, and Tepu is like, no, I already know about proper human history and the human order. I know about Chaldea. I know about your quest. I know about servants.
Yep.
And I don't care, by the way. We're cool. Here, yeah. Dino handshake. Pop, pop.
Tepu goes on to explain that here, world's ending is a matter of course. Therefore, they have no reason to see Chaldea as enemies. Overall, Tepu seems to be a very logical but warm-hearted character.
Yeah, his heart's definitely in the right place, even if he does do some things and say some things later that are kind of like, man, why do you have to say it like that?
Why you harshing my buzz? Tepu explains that Danos are descended from dinosaurs who moved underground for some reason. They're mostly theropod types, but all herbivores. The feral kind we run into eat meat because they've been poisoned or chose to give up their intelligence, which gets mentioned later. Yuo finds Tepu's manner of speech grating and asks how we can even converse, and Tepu says it's thanks to Mala, the world, existing our cognition. Apparently, when a cryptor brought a being from a new culture, Mala updated their translation software. I wrote the translation software line before moving on to the next part where Tepu actually says the world is pretty much covered with an automatic translation device. Wild.
Yeah, it's like I said, we're fully in the spec fig zone where Natsu's having fun.
Oh yeah. Tepu goes on to explain that Mala is a sort of collective force of goodwill in this world that serves as the guide and foundation of this world, Mictlan. Mictlan being normally the Aztec land of the dead. I also didn't put a note here, but this kind of sounds like almost like not quite the counterforce, but kind of like the counterforce.
Yeah, that's what I just thought on the recap. I'm like, another way we could probably explain it is this is kind of like the relationship between Alaya and Gaia. Like, Mala influences and holds together and brings order to the world, Mictlan, which is very wild and apparently pretty savage if, like, what Tepu said about, like, the world being destroyed being so common, is, like, dangerous. But if they want, the Dinos can chill. They're chill.
Yeah. So Mash exposits here and brings up the O'Neill cylinder that we mentioned, although not naming it as such. She also mentions that the area that Mictlan covers is about 1 million square kilometers and about 1,000 kilometers deep. The latter of which is humanely impossible, as the deepest known hole to man at the moment is only currently 12 kilometers deep. This world extends deep past the Earth's crust and into the mantle. This is where Lucky took a pause and did some Googling.
Did some math.
Yeah. So, to understand this scale, you need to understand that the Earth's crust extends anywhere from 4.8 to 69 kilometers from the surface, while the approximate distance from the surface to the center of the Earth is around 6,378 kilometers itself. This cylinder is fucking huge. It literally goes about 1/6 through the Earth's, through the Earth.
Which is through the hard outer crust shell into the semi-liquid mantle below. Like, if it was literal. It's deep. Journey to the center of the Earth type shit.
Really is, yeah. Tepa goes on to explain that Mictlan is divided into 9 strata and that the name Mictlan is actually fairly recent. It was named by Iskali, the Osomez leader. Jaguar Man flashback. Mash helpfully supplies that the Ocelotl, or Ocelometa, for plural, means jaguar in Nahuatl, a language used by Central America, which was said to be associated with...
Oh, you forgot a Z.
Yeah, I did forget a Z. Tezcatlipoca, the Aztec god of war. I'm assuming those were the catmen with guns, and now I can't stop making AK Ocelot jokes in my head. This gives me an idea of who the weapon and war-loving guy was earlier, though.
And of course, I have to add, this way of reloading is a revolution. But yeah, no, they like describe the Ocelome to us, and then we flash back to like, and then we're like, I was probably that.
Yeah. So Tepa mentions that the Ocelot unit had been hunting the Dinos for a sport and calling it war. They built a city on the 5th stratum. Tepa believes that Iskali wants to wipe out the Dinos. On top of that, the Ocelot unit seemed to regard the Dinos as a resource, and somehow have been clever enough to avoid Mal's attention. Tepu calls them basically organized criminals. Sudden thought of Jaguar mob boss Fit.
Also, this is another note that it's a meta note to bring up, but this is the point where in his notes, Lucky starts calling them the Ocelot unit, and you're going to hear both his and my notes refer to them as that off and on throughout the whole thing. Like, it just, the moment you said that or typed that, I was just like, all right, got it, locked in, that's the gag. I'm going to keep calling the Ocelot unit, even though I can say Ocelome pretty easy. I did comment, I think, in our Discord that, like, I always think when I type Ocelome that I'm spelling it wrong. I'm like, shouldn't there be an extra vowel in there? No. It's like Ocelot, but ends with a meh.
Yeah. This information gives us cause for concern for the Stormboarder, which has lost contact about 4 hours ago. Apparently, one of the last things said came from Sion mentioning that the ship was crippled and would take days to get the comms up. The crash site is 300 kilometers away to the south. It's at this point that... it's far. It's at this point that everyone found out that you can't summon servants anymore. Tepu mentions that past Chichen Itza will have to cross Talahoqui. Tepu starts getting dressed to go out, saying that we'll need a guide and to formally introduce himself as a stargazer. Chichen Itza was a large Mayan city located in Yucatan, Mexico. It's right on like the tip of it. Like in that little hook bit, right there.
Also, hey, if you know where the Yucatan Peninsula is, you also know that's the site of the Chicxulub impact crater.
Yeah. That might be relevant later. From quick research, it seems that Talhaqui is the Aztec god of rebirth, agriculture, vegetation, the east, spring, goldsmith, silversmith, liberation, and the seasons.
Pretty important.
I mentioned this later, but a lot of these names have a lot to do with Aztec or Mayan mythologies, either places that gods like to hang out or the gods themselves.
And it's very interesting because, as Tepu just explained, none of the Danos used these names. This is just something that happened when they realized that human language was a thing when Daybit showed up and just were like, no, that sounds about right. Yeah. Also, you put in a note, Tepu starts getting dressed to go out. I love this. Tepu's dress to go out is he puts on a little shirt and puts on his glasses.
Yeah.
He's great.
Pip 6, Sage's hideout to the cornfield. We get a full view of the map and its scale, and it's impressive to say the least. Big, swooping cylinder movements. Much rotation.
I'm pretty sure that unlike every other, normal story chapter world map, this world map is projected on, a 3D render.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And so, this means they get to do some very interesting three-dimensional camera shots.
It's really hot. Apparently, 58 degrees Celsius, 136 degrees Fahrenheit. Tepu says that the sun is in the stratum, but will get cooler as it moves far away. He suggests a break, as we have been traveling for 2 hours.
Yeah, so this is something I went back and added later after I reskimmed the notes, but this is another fun thing that, once again, I bring up another recurring theme we just do not comment on in story. But, yes, the sun seems to be located in the open center of the cylinder and traverses back and forth. So
I do think they will explain it in a little bit, but we don't ask questions right then and there.
No, and even when they do explain it, they're still despite how smart Tepu and some of the other Danos are, we don't ever trying to and I think it's just because we'd break something if we did, but we don't ever start trying to figure out the physics of okay, how do you have a miniature sun in the middle that goes up and down? What does that do? Gods and stuff. Mala. It's the same for our question about the night sky. What is the night sky in a closed off tube underground? I don't know. Don't ask questions. Not relevant right now. So yes, the sun does move throughout the day and it is physically traversing farther down the tube. And that is why, like Tepu says, it will sink, to a lower stratum and it will get farther away. So it will be less hot.
Mm-hmm.
Also, God, having lived in basically swamps and jungles a few times in my life, 136, Jesus. Me and Marine and Habitat go off to get water, and Madam President is being so overwhelmed by so much stimulus that she literally pukes a rainbow. For some odd reason, the term demi-servant bothers her. The moment is stopped, though, when Marine brings up friends, and by friends I mean hungry dinos. When asked, Tepu explains that their brains have atrophied, and they are no longer living, but not yet dead. They are just predators seeking food constantly. Tepu has slight regrets about joining us, but is surprisingly upbeat about it. Surprise, Tepu's right. We don't ever use the Z word, but basically, yeah, this is the doubling back to if they eat meat, it damages their brain, so they are basically zombos. Gentlemen, behold, corn. Really big corn. While Tepu and Marine are chatting happily about the use of corn, and we explain how we use corn for both ethanol and food, it comes out that the sun really hasn't moved that much, and we don't know if night falls here or not. Tepu pops up in his role as guide and really nails the topic that we might want to ask about. Mm-hmm. All right, are you ready for Lucky to fuck up some fucking words? Because we are about to. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there. Before we do that, I do want to say, of course we couldn't have a Mesoamerican or, New World Lostbelt in general and not wax poetic about corn. Yeah. Truly a wonderful crop. Mm-hmm. So Mictland is a flatland jungle separated into 9 strata. The first strata in our current location is Talocan. I actually did look that one up. That one is specifically means place of Talok, which is supposed to be a paradise area. I don't remember it too much. I didn't actually write it down because I realize I'm gonna be writing a lot of names, and if I research everything, if I put down the meaning for everything, we're gonna be here for a while. Actually, I might have mentioned that one later. I think I might have decided to do it as we hit the stratum. I don't know. The first strata in our current location. Yep. Then we have the second stratum in its first boundary of the Underworld. That's Talahaqui? No, Talquahi. Forgot, you gotta put the k into the hui. The red level. It's an endless river that is home to a species of giant iguanas.
The third stratum is home of Chichen Itza, is a vast and open plain filled with fruit. The fourth stratum is Ichikatahatl, the white level and second underworld boundary. A bone strewn graveyard with a valley of blades and wind. Fifth is Tula, the lake of blood and birds. Sixth and third boundary. Oh, I have no idea. I think it's like Zahawaki?
Yeah, Shashwahakwi?
Jajawaki. Hakwi. The blue level. A land of galactic sand dunes and vacuum lightning gardens. I want to just understand the galactic sand dunes.
Yeah, I like, once again, we talk about this, like, we just let Tepu yap and we do not question him. I would definitely, if somebody said the phrase galactic sand dunes and vacuum lightning gardens, I would just put a hand on their shoulder and be like, okay, hold on. What the fuck do you mean by that?
7 is Singin Ilhuacatl, home of the Metzatitlan Observatory. The 8th stratum and 4th boundary is Yayakwi, the black level. It's a subterranean mountain range where the sun never shines. And this final stratum is the dreaded land Zilbaba, the foot of the great Saba tree. Theoretically, anyone...
about the name Shibalba, I'm fairly certain that Servant Quetzalcoatl references this in some of her noble phantasms and stuff.
Okay. Might have to check on that later. Theoretically, anyone can pass through these boundaries, but it's quite dangerous. The dead walk that land. Dinos generally don't go past the 7th stratum due to the deadly fog that starts at the 8th and only recedes 5 days of the year when the sun shuts down to rest. The act of traveling to the 9th during this time is known as an underworld pilgrimage, but no Dinos has ever completed it. We don't have to worry about that, though. I do believe there is a text error around this point where Tepu mentions the Stormborder crashed near the edge, but the text cuts off there. I don't know if I was the only one that's seen that or if it got fixed.
Yeah, I don't remember that, but I believe it, because it's just one of those things where, like, I'm fairly certain we double back and talk about that again. Because, like I said, we have multiple same conversations. But also, my note on this bullet point is we don't have to worry about that, though. I'm like, we're absolutely going to have to worry about all of this stuff.
Mm-hmm. Also, considering that we woke up in a land of fog and we had to kind of fall through a pit, I'm like,
Yeah, no, the moment they were like, yes, the deadly fog on those levels, and I'm just like, yes, think I've seen that already.
Yeah. It comes out that David changed the way that this Lostbelt worked when he showed up, and it's confirmed that his servant is Tezcatlipoca, a black jaguar, god of night, god of war, night, obsidian, and hurricanes.
Tez has a pretty large purview.
Oh no, like, this is what I've learned doing some research is, South American gods, they have a lot on their plate. A lot on their plate.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said, and I think this Lostbelt gets into it a little, but the nature of lots of South and Mesoamerican cultures is just like, I don't know why they did it, but they heaped a lot of stuff on their gods of, like, a lot of work with, like, the cyclical world, worlds being destroyed, reborn, etc. And that means that, like, a lot of their deities picked up a lot of, like, I almost want to say, like, phases or forms of just, like, okay, so, there's a lot waxing about, like, all right, so Tez is, a god of war, but that means he's the god of obsidian. But also, like it's just said, he's associated with night, with hurricanes, with smoke. And I'm just like, so is this all just vibes-based, or is there just a reason why we went there? And yes, no, they also call him subtitled the Black Jaguar. Because sometimes Quetzalcoatl is referred to as the White Tezcatlipoca. So there's a lot of funny stuff going on here.
But night does indeed fall, and Tepu wishes to learn more about our world and way of life as well, absorbing knowledge rather quickly. Tepu appears to be an outlier among the Dinos, though, with many of them choosing to rely on their physical prowess, as there used to be no threat here originally. He reiterates some old information here, but mentions that along with the Theriopods, Plesio and Pterosaur types also exist, but are basically outcasts. Basically seafaring and, winged types.
Yep.
Tepu also mentions how they are all herbivores, as they can't digest the toxins in meats. Those who do lose their intelligence or have been poisoned by the Ocelot unit, who hunt them and offer up their hearts as they are the strongest life form. Tepu realizes they are in the middle of a war.
Yeah, this is the part where that, like, emotionally hits him. I also want to say, this is another thing that just clicked for me, as it does when we do these recaps, but I don't think either the character of the Master and either of us as readers have been thinking about this Lostbelt in terms of, like, how it's become a Lostbelt, but the way you just said that about the dinosaurs, like, just relying on their physical prowess because they don't have any threats, I'm like, oh, yeah, duh, this is a dead-end timeline. Of course it is. These dinosaurs are, like, preserved forever, and they're really intelligent, but also, I don't think they possess the capacity to evolve and change without outside stimuli.
Well, no, it's also be like, well, you got to remember, I think Tepu is like, oh God, he is I'm sorry, I'm trying to think of like the primitive man forms. Like, what was the form that came after Neanderthal?
Homo erectus, I think, was our first standing up base. Actually, no. After Neanderthalis was us, Homo sapiens.
Yeah, well, I think that was that Neanderthal to Homo sapiens. Tepu is a Homo sapien in a world of Neanderthals.
Yeah, basically. But they're in that really weird case where, like, yeah, they do not seem to be like growing their capacity. All the things that Tepu says changed were because of the outside stimulus.
Yep.
Which generally, if you've forgotten, because it's been like we've been in this plot arc for literally years, but a Lostbelt is supposed to be a timeline that is pruned because it reaches a point of stagnation. It either becomes so perfect it will never change, or it becomes so fucked up that it cannot recover and change. This might actually be another case for a Lostbelt that is so perfected that it doesn't ever change. Like, the dinos are locked in, and without an outside stimulus, their life will never change, so they're just here forever.
Forever. The Dinos' main city is Chichen Itza, where they are ruled by the Dinosaur King and Kukulkan, the god of the sun who shares the same name with Kukulkan, the winged serpent of Maya mythology, closely linked with Quetzalcoatl. The Ocelot unit's main city is Mexico City. Tez is the god of Mexico City, and when he shows up, he brought the Ocelomet with him. The Jaguar headed men, and Tez was brought here by David.
It's like that old nursery rhyme about, you brought the cats to get the mice, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, David showed up, and he brought Tezcatlipoca. And when Tezcatlipoca showed up, he brought the Ocelome.
And when the Ocelome showed up, they brought war.
Yeah, they also brought some other things, as evidenced by some of the other guys we see wrapping around.
Yeah. The Stormboarder crashed in the middle of these two cities. Smack dab.
Yeah, just smack in the middle of those two factions, because of course they did.
Of course they did. Mash comments that it's strange that Kukulkan is here as the god of the Danos, as they are a proper human history Dino, so they shouldn't have any association with the Danos. She also names that the Mictlan is the name of the Aztec underworld. I do mention here, many of the layers and locations we have heard of so far have something to do with Mesoamerican mythology in some fashion or another. It turns out that David showing up here really changed things around here. Blech. Introducing the concept of gods to the Lostbelt as well. The Danos before his arrival were indifferent to such things. I try to type these fast and quick, and I'm starting to realize that some of my English isn't the best on some of these. Sometimes I can catch it, sometimes I can't. But we move on to Pip 6. Tepa goes to bed early, and we rehash the Madam President's situation. We believe that while she still wants to conquer Earth, it's to make it a better place, and that this is her true personality. We decide not to tell her that she is the foreign god, but decide to tell her everything else. Hobbitrot specifically says that this is the only secret we should keep from her. We interrupt the Madam President from making constellation to catch her up, and she makes many expressions during this time.
Literally, I think I wrote down that this is a slideshow of every expression Madam President has, or close to it.
Mm-hmm.
All the faces.
All the faces. She gives our story a 9 out of 10, and we quickly realize it's because she wasn't in it, and asks for her help in saving Earth, which she happily says she will, as that's what friends are for. My heart! The foreign priestess is there for a moment. Is she subject even?
Maybe. I also have other thoughts about what the foreign priestess is supposed to represent, but she's always been an annoying enigma, just kind of...
Yeah, well, my thought was that it's like...
sitting there.
Because apparently, like, usually the role of a priestess is someone who, communes or calls out to a god. So, wouldn't the foreign priestess, sending out the distress signal to the foreign god be kind of the same thing? That was, like, my line of thought there. Because we used the specific term priestess.
Yes. Which is separate because as we talk about them later, the foreign disciples are called disciples, which is presumably written a different way.
Mm-hmm.
But also, I will also say, this is about the point in the story where I start fomenting a theory that the thing we refer to as the foreign god and you, Olga Mary, Beast 7, the president of Earth, are not necessarily 100% the same thing.
Yeah.
There's something going on here, but I'm not quite untangled all of it yet.
Yeah. Aside from all that, it's time to crash, though, and Mash mentions that night is half as long as the day at 12 hours. So that means 24 hours day, 12-hour nights for a combination full day of 36 hours. Imagine how much you can get done. But, alas, someone looks at us from afar. It's a man in priest clothes.
This guy.
And that guy. Section 3. First
Before we do
Underworld.
that section.
Oh.
Sorry, I talked over you. But let's take an intermission. We are at 3:45 here.
All right. I'm going to go make a root beer float.
Yeah, I think it's leg stretchy time. We'll be right back, chat. All right, we're back.
All right, we are back. And so we're going to move on to section 3. First Underworld. Talaqui. I probably missed the word in there, but it's close enough. First useful fact, the separations between each layer have underworld barriers where dimensional distortions exist. Each holds a trial you must overcome to pass them, otherwise the terrain is very hazardous, so expect to do this a lot. Tepu's first says Menetic distortions, then amends it to dimensional distortions, and before that the boundaries were once mindless, where mindless dinos wandered, but now they're the trials for the dead to truly die. You need great mental strength to complete them, and you need to believe that you've completed it. Tepu has completed up to the 3rd layer of the Underworld and says that the first layer is easy.
Remember this for later.
Mash gives a quick lessons on the Aztec Underworld about the world was divided into 3 realms, the 13 heavens, the servants, and the 9 layers of the Underworld. Those who do not die in combat would have to travel the 9 layers of the Underworld to understand their life and return to the natural world. The first layer would normally have you cross the river on a hairless dog, avoiding the iguanas,
which are described to us by Tepu because holy shit, Tepu can draw.
Yeah. We tried to explain what a dog is like, and he's all like, hang on a second, just goes, and just draws a normal ass fucking dog. I'm just like, what the fuck?
This is why I wrote this in all caps in my notes.
Apparently the Danos fled underground a long time ago when a meteorite struck and devastated the land. Then Mala created Mictlan. They have no intent to return to the surface, it seems, even if it was to become habitable again. Madam President casually mentions Ort, but only because it's one of the few words she can remember. Anyways, apparently we made the barriers change get harder when we showed up, because now the river to the 2nd strata is massive falls filled with iguanas.
They're colleagues.
Super Tepu is once again shook.
Yeah, and I believe the implication is that we're responsible for this because Tepu says that he's crossed the underworld barriers since Daebit has been here.
Yeah.
So I'm not exactly sure like what part of our arrival would cause this to change, but it may just be that like we needed some more challenge to be challenged.
I think it's probably an effect of Mala. We introduced something.
We introduced the fact that we've done this shit before.
I have a theory about what happened, but it's based on a little bit of foreknowledge, and I don't want to actually get into it.
As usual, chat, there's a lot of theory crafting and a lot of, I think, both of us sitting back and thinking with our, fucking media savvy and stuff about, like, what could be happening. But it's fate, so you gotta be careful about calling your shot.
Yeah.
Sometimes stuff, like, truly the fact that there is a night sky inside this cylinder could be nothing. Or it could be something. I don't know.
Also, the Super Tepu joke is because we asked Tepu if he fucking, he must be goddamn amazing to be able to cross this in the first place. And he was just like, no. When I first said this, it was nothing like this. What the hell? Mm-hmm. After the battle and its subsequent after-battle friendship, we are wondering how to cross the giant-ass but picturesque falls.
Yeah, we talk about if only we could summon a servant, and Mash just casually names Noah, Moses, Icarus, and Sinbad all at the top of her dome.
Those are pretty good ones, but I wonder why them and not want any of our current pirates and or sailors. This shit seems right up the Argonauts' alley.
I think it's because the idea is that, Noah or Moses would have the ability to circumvent the water in a special way, and I assume that's the idea with Sinbad as well.
I guess that's
all of
true.
Sinbad's stories.
I'm pretty sure Noah or Moses could literally sail up a fall.
Yeah. Or Moses would just be like, water, be gone. Move the water and put it over there. And I assume she names Icarus because Icarus would be able to fly for a limited time.
Yeah, I know, but his conceptual weakness is literally the sun.
No, that would...
It's really fucking hot.
Actually, summoning Icarus would not be a good idea in this Lostbelt. That would be a terrible idea. The Mesoamerican mythology loves the sun.
Yeah. The sun is just... it's a... I'm gonna say it. The sun is a deadly laser. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yuo says they wouldn't help regardlessly, as we need mythological muscle here, not just seafaring muscle. Mass lets Chaldea slip out, and out comes...
Our one weakness, a giant woman.
It's KP.
She is very giant.
Mm-hmm.
And we do have a little fight here, and we use Gorgon's battle theme from Singularity 7 here. Nice little touch. We are truly in the Babylonia of Part 2.
When you said that, I was definitely like, now that you mention it, this does feel like very Babylonia Part 2.
Because, like, Babylonia had some of our toughest shit to that point. There were some real bad times in Babylonia, but also tone-wise, Babylonia could get very, very light when it wanted to. And also had a lot of just, I guess, spoilers for later, but thematic ones. There was a lot of parts of the Babylonia singularity where we just hung out in town. We just did city stuff.
Oh, yeah. It was a great part of the story, honestly. I remember that one time where we had to go fight Kiahima for no goddamn reason. We're just like, what?
And I think our response was just, we're not talking about this ever again.
So we enter Pip 2. Turns out that this is our KP, and she was one of the servants summoned by Nemo at the end. I always do like the part where we can actually say, yes, I know the servant, or no, we actually haven't met. Like, of course I know. This is my big kaiju. I love her. But because technically she has an association with the Underworld as one of her aspects, can cross the seas of life and death, KP is able to transport us across the river of waterfalls.
Yeah, basically, she specifically names that because she's part Aryavata, she has the ability to cross the Sea of Milk, and then, is it Mash or Tepu who figures out that that's technically an underworld?
It's Mash. It's definitely Mash.
Yeah, okay. In my mind, it's hard because I think they both have similar sprites where they, like, put a hand to their glasses.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so Mash just
remember my theory about, why I think the Underworlds got harder?
Yeah.
I think it's because we have summoned multiple servants that have Underworld aspects to them here, and have thus influenced the Underworld nature of this area.
That would make sense also, especially with stuff we learn later, that we're like, because we summoned servants to cross Underworlds, knowing that was a thing we'd have to do, now they are stronger because they're plugged into different mythologies. Which, as we established previously, the Danos do not have. They did not invent any of the mythological aspects of this Lostbelt. All of that stuff was imported and things that they understood and went, yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah. So that is my current running theory about this, because like I said, I'm not fully spoiled on what happens, but I do have some future knowledge about like what servants we have summoned. It just makes me go, So, we move on to Pip 3. Aboard the great ship KP, things are going swimmingly, at least until the halfway point. Anyway, actually, Omega wrote this, but I'll read it anyway. Anyway, we meet a man who is instantly on Omega's shit list, Kamazotz, the Death Bat. In my mythology, this is a deity or a type of spirit that lives in the underworld and harasses Mayan heroes as they undergo the major mythology. It is also believed that bats brought disease, so Nohawa people with totemic animals who can shapeshift, but the bat spirit can transform and bring disease at night. He should probably just be a giant bat, not a man, but mythology is weird.
Yeah, every description I saw of Kamazotz is that he's supposed to be a giant bat monster. And as a second, subnote, I'm also pretty sure there, as usual, we're drawing from some Cthulhu mythos here. There is definitely a giant bat avatar of Nyarlathotep, and I'm pretty sure in the Tabletop RPG supplement, Mysteries of Mesoamerica, I don't think he's actually called straight up Kamazotz, but I'm pretty sure there is a mention of a Kamazotz type death bat guy there as well.
Honestly, I will say Kamazotz is very bat-like.
Yes.
Just something about his design screams bat.
Yeah, they get his vibes correct, especially with some of the CG shots they do of him just flipping upside down for no reason. But yeah, no, like I said, Kamazotz immediately is oh no, this man, I need to punch him.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm reading what Robin wrote in here. Robin wrote, close lucky, but he's not a deity. He's a deity once I get my hands on him.
Throwing hands at Kamazotz is going to be a recurring theme.
Mm-hmm. So, well, this kind of goes into my point here. It was this is only my first impression of him, but he seems to be a shit, and I am wondering why so many people are thirsting for him in one way or another. I really can't talk because Lucky is evil plus hot equals wife, but I usually see pushback from other people over my evil waifus. And yet, Kamazotz is literally one of the most sought after characters, and it is not in the wholesome ways. People want that bat dick.
I mean, I'm sure Nasu will make us sad in the back half about it, but for an initial impression, he comes out swinging on the really fucking with our steez ratio.
Yeah,
because it's clear here that he is the one who has jacked our command seals.
Yes. I didn't actually write this in detail. I probably should have. So apparently he is the one who has attacked KP and calls her to sing, but uses one of our command seals, I guess, to summon KP, but as a different version fused with the Underworld Guardian here. Thankfully, the game specifically calls out to use the Black Barrel here, which was very good. They actually say it like twice, I think.
Yeah, because this is one of those. I described this one before. This is one of those really interesting fights that's like technically a hopeless fight, but in a very specific way, where you have to stall to hit with Habitrot's NP, which is, Spencer Habitrot has fired the Black Barrel.
Yep.
So yes, very, very solid one. But yeah, he attacks, and later I think we can get the idea that he alterizes King Protea mid-summoning.
I do believe, we use the term alterized, which is now a verb, apparently. But in this fight, once again, really playing around with the animation budget and the VA budget, as KP has unique lines here, mostly crying out in pain and telling us to run away, which, hurts my soul. But the river ran red with blood is quite literal here. Apparently that's all KP's blood. Just, bruh.
Listen, she's a big girl, she has a lot of blood, and the part that neither of us expanded upon with Camazot's appearing is that he appears by, attacking KP's back, faster than we can see. And then he's like, hey, you're fucking around. You're supposed to crush those guys. I'm not doing it right. Anyway, command spell.
We make our skeep as KP is now a Underworld Guardian, therefore can't leave the river. The Madam President has fabled E- luck.
Yeah, she's saying as she escapes, there's no way she could find us in the jungle. Stick with me. I'm the luckiest person in the world. I always lose. And we're like, ma'am, excuse me? And then sadly, this is the one thing they don't have a graphic for, but they say that she gets squished flat by King Protea and pops back up like a cartoon.
Yeah. I love it. So, I think at one point he's like, that's what we call a flag! Yeah. Or something like that. She is very irate that you left. Yes. We left her there until it was saved.
And this is the point where I noticed and wrote down, there's a lot of gags in this part. LB6's story felt very heavy even from the beginning. We had a few jokes, but almost immediately, we all got amnesia and passed out for a week, and MASH left and all that stuff, right? So right. Even when we were in the part where we didn't know what was going on, shit was very real. A whole bunch of fairies murdered themselves over us being a human in section 2. So it was a heavy hitter. This Lostbelt is not like that. We did have a very bold, striking opening, but that tension keeps rising and falling. And they Nasu just hit us with a hard hitter. Our King Protea, Chaldea's King Protea, has been summoned. We know her. But she's been taken over by Camazotz after being injured and is trying to crush us. What do? Gag about Madam President being crushed flat. We immediately take the moment, which is a genuine moment, but we ratchet that tension back down. It's very interesting. Very unique.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, I think this really is kind of Babylonia Part 2. Babylonia was also pretty heavy with the gags and the seriousness. So, we are discussing how to get past, including some cold-hearted plans, courtesy of Tepu, who just says, she's bleeding out, just wait for her to die. And we're just all like, bruh.
And we're like, Tepu, that is logical, but also, man, I don't know about that.
That's cold, buddy. But while we're discussing this, there is someone approaching from the foliage. Merry Christmas, everyone. So personally, I missed the Merry Christmas, because there was a very tight window to actually get it. I cry. Honestly, that killed my drive to play for a little bit. Especially, when I learned that they patched it out, I'm like, guys, come on, you could at least leave it for Christmas.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure this was the data update we got, the day after the Lostbelt dropped, was just, you cannot access the Merry Christmas message anymore. Even if you play Lostbelt 7 for the first time on a future Christmas, he just, Kotomine shows up and just says, good morning, everyone. So this is a weird one, this is a thing that when we first heard about it in JP, I think everybody universally went, oh, that's cute. Kire wishes you Merry Christmas because the Lostbelt dropped on Christmas. And then when we got to the Lostbelt going live for us, a lot of people felt a lot more FOMO about it. And I'm not going to say that's silly or anything, because it is a very hard to get line. You have to play during the initial, not even 24 hours because there was a 4-hour maintenance. I think I got the Merry Christmas message, I got to this pip, 30 minutes before daily reset. it is not superfluous to get there. But also it is just like one, it's one screen of dialogue, but like I said, the fact that they made it so missable is like, I don't think this one scans quite the same, in the translation as when they did it originally in Japan, And I think I had a comment in our Discord about like reminding everybody that Christmas Day is a different sort of holiday in Japan. It's still like a, stores are closed type holiday, but it's not like necessarily a big family get together. The most important thing on Christmas is usually spending it with like friends or lovers, but I feel comfortable saying that FGO would have shot its shot and been like, oh, if people want to go ham, they don't have a date on Christmas Day if they're playing FGO this hardcore. But also, it's a phone game in Japan. You can easily slip in a couple hours there. But for us over here, Christmas is a family holiday. Lots of people were traveling or otherwise blocked up with social events. So it was a lot harder for us to access. So yeah, like I said, it's very interesting to like, I don't think we thought this through ahead of time, like 2 years ago when people were like, oh, Kirei has a cool, Christmas message because it dropped on Christmas. We were not thinking 2 years ahead of time to be like, shit, what am I going to be doing Christmas Day 2 years from now? Am I going to be able to play enough of this Lostbelt to get here? But I guess that's just kind of how Kotomine is. I talked about this before. You mentioned that he has, he wishes you a happy new year, but for his later summon banner, which is not a new year, they had to rewrite his summon line, so he's got multiple lines. No, we weren't doing anything Christmas Day. Christmas was Wednesday. Yeah, Robin said this in our patron chat. It's about 3 or 4 hours of reading and playing to get to it. It's not insignificant. But yeah, I kind of picked up from you were talking about, because you were trying to figure out where it was, that this was a little demotivating, and I can totally see that.
Mm-hmm.
So,
it is. It's such a little thing, but it's just one of those things that I didn't want to miss it.
Yeah.
I wanted to be a part of the club that got to see it and went, hee, Merry Christmas. But anyway, we move on to Pip 4. Even the icon has turned red here. Fucking wild. Apparently, Kotomina has shown up to take the young miss home to the Earth Unification headquarters where she needs to work, study, and eat plenty of good food. To which my response is, how is Kotomina always taking care of other guys' daughters but couldn't take care of his own?
He's just weird.
Like, if you don't remember, Kotomino has a daughter. That's frickin' Karen. Completely neglected her. But for some reason, took pretty good care of Tosaka Ren after, was instrumental in, her dad's death.
Taught her kung fu.
Yeah. Like, for all intents and purposes, while, he wasn't, world's best dad, he wasn't, like, a shit to her growing up. She turned out alright. And apparently, kind of doing the same thing with, the Madam President here. I'm just all like, boy, what's going on here?
And my initial note here is Madam President's response to this is just question mark, space, 3 question marks, space, 5 question marks. I can only assume just, and just looks at him funny. And this is where I'm like, see what I said about gags? Kie even has a comedy expression. He has like
the shadowed eyes.
Yeah, comedically shadowed eyes. Ha ha ha. Doing like an All Might face. And I'm just like, this is great.
But Kotomide got on Kotomide, and he places him at our side without actually committing himself to help. After all, he's kind of at a loss as what to do himself.
Yeah. He does have one final note before he's like, all right, I'm on your team now. He's like, how did my coworker Ashia Doman die, by the way? And I was just like, I love how everybody keeps asking us how Doman went out. And I always got a reply. Remember, I said, like a bitch. There's like 3 different dialogue options I think you can pick from here.
I think I picked like a bitch was, and Domo was just all like, I see, let's not talk about this.
Yeah.
Kotomina goes on to explain that KP is being possessed by a spirit that's in the mask she wears, but warns us that even if we get it off, she may not be the same, as she is now bound by the rules of the Underworld here. Interesting this shadiness aside, Kyrie does his usual Dom Ev Expositor. Since the Underworld boundaries are both inside the Lostbelt and connected to human mythology, it is both and isn't inside human order. This means we can summon servants who are of the land, who are connected to us, and who are even only connected through different timelines. Shock the mash face. I think this is the first time I've seen that this particular mash face. That's why I marked it.
Yeah, it's been a while since I think we would have seen Mash surprised like that, yeah. But no, like I said, he just runs down the bullet points of like, well, you see, you're in the Underworld right now, which is a thing that was invented by human mythology. So you're both inside the Lostbelt, and you aren't in the Lostbelt.
Father Kotomina also instantly grasps that we traded our command spells to escape death, to leave the fog-filled bottom level of the Underworld most likely, And Cammy, yeah, I'm going to be insulting, has them now. Omega read this, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
However, he also plays loopholes with death. Since we traded our life spells for life, but we're back in the Underworld, we can't be said to be alive, therefore we can summon. Even if physically, Kamazots has hijacked our physical spells and servants. Pip 5. Lucky Leyline Stone use 2. Honestly, it was the swapping around the units that messed me up the most. I remember to bring goddess units, but it was hard setting up good damage.
Yeah, to prevent the swapping, I just ate a slot and went, Leonidas, you're in, tag in. I think I had somebody's Vitra on story support to get an obstacle maker because there's like 2 fucking servants who have that trait right now.
Yeah, I totally forgot that's what stops it. I really did.
Yeah, you need a great defender to stop the swapping, and I think obstacle maker is to stop her big self-heal. Luckily, you remembered the goddess for the important one, which is the reset buff.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah, I put this in my notes. I thought I was cooked for a little bit, but World's Strongest Wife, that's Morgan, clutched it up for me. Because I was basically down to my last man, which was Morgan in the slot. But luckily the way it works is the buff gets nullified when it gets applied, not when 10 turns pass. So I was safe. I did not have to hard reset. But I was very worried for a second there as the times ticked down. Because I was like, okay, Morgan's got this. Because I've got a guts, but if she resets HP and break bar, we're toast. We're eating a rock right now. So it was very clutch. This one is like, sorry, I'm taking a bite of cracker.
Cracker. No, you got 36 rocks. You should be okay.
Yeah,
I got like that many rocks too.
Yeah, you should be fine. Don't feel bad about using a rock. This is literally what they're there for. I'm not even sure if these rocks are gonna make it to Ordeal Call number 1. Like the way they expire and stuff. But yes, this is a fight that definitely makes me go, I get what you're saying for, like, think about your servant placement and stuff, think about these powers. I really do not imagine how, other than, like, trial and error, or maybe they were planning on it being, like, a social media thing, like talking with your friends on, like, Twitter or Line or whatever. I don't know how you'd figure out some of these, because, like I said, Obstacle Maker is, like, literally 2 servants as of the time this came out. It's Jinako and Vitra. Defender is kind of all over the place, and none of them are really great fits to fight KP. I think I went with, like, Leonidas because I was just like, well, he can taunt tank. Your other choices are, like, either of the Vlads and, like, Benkei and stuff like that. So
I probably could have brought a Vlad and done some stuff, but...
Yeah. If you'd put a Vlad in your front line, you probably would have had an easier time. But like I said, the only way you know if you're doing it correctly is the servant you pick has a little story buff, and it procs something. I think this is something that, like, they talked about with, like, they're adding adding better story hints to the, like, party selection for Ordeal Call 1, or through Ordeal Call 1. I think this is a thing they get better about later, but it's definitely, like, I don't know how you're supposed to figure out what servant you've got other than just sandbagging over and over again, Which is not great game design, because there's so many fucking servants. But we got through the fight.
And we enter Pip 6. The mask breaks and takes a life of its own, but this fight was much easier to deal with overall. KP Alter has some choice words for us, but returns to our adorable kaiju.
Yeah, she's back. And then I wrote a note where, because we do a like proper swooping shot like we talked about, a 3D shot, and then punch in through the strata we're at to the next one. And I said, I almost felt a little dizzy watching this on my phone.
Yeah, but I like it.
No, it's a good effect. I like it, but that's like I had to be like, wow, we're doing fucking camera movements and stuff. Swooping.
Mm-hmm. So now we enter Section 4, at the Golden City. Pip 1, from Talahawaki to the Golden Sea of Trees. This jungle is literally steamy. In a jungle about how mature Tepu is, Yuo estimates that he is about 90 years old. Therefore, Grandpa Dino.
He is indeed Grandpa Dino. I just keep collecting grandpas. Do you think my sword grandpa or my skeleton grandpa will like my dinosaur grandpa?
They might. It turns out that KP can't join us as she's been turned into a guardian and can't leave the boundary. This has been due to her being summoned and running into Cam. Much sad. Cam's my diminutive name for him now. Talking about how we need to hurry to the storm border, but suddenly, carnivorous insects. The 6th most common cause of Dano's death in the area. Thanks, Tepu Facts. After the carnivorous insect battle, Madame Perez actually shares her goals with us. She claims she came from an empty planet because she heard this one cry out in pain. Familiar, huh? And plans to set all of his people right and equal, but there's something else going on here. Where does you, Olga Marie, President Earth, begin and the foreign god end?
Yeah, this is the part where I really started crystallizing that thought of, I'm like, okay, so you're telling me, you, Olga, that you have a goal that is similar to what the foreign god version of you said your goal is, but also is clearly way more in line what I would expect out of a beast, right? Done out of kind of a misguided sense of love for humanity, of like, your planet cried out in pain, so I am here to enforce you to have a better lifestyle, democratically or something, super democracy.
I don't actually rate him down, but she does have very, very noble ideas and goals, you know.
Yeah.
You can be able to solve conflicts with, you know, conversation. You know, people should be, you know, people should be equal and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. It's all very noble, and that gets us really thinking about this. This is also another good time to bring up something that was mentioned to me later, so I didn't find a good spot to work in my notes because I found that out. But I'm reasonably certain that the reason why she's you, Olga, as in Ultra Olga Mary, as in, you know, she shouts Ultra Burst in one of her extra attack cards, is I think this whole thing is an Ultraman reference. If you want to take another notch in your punch card of Axe telling you about Toku stuff, Axe did bring this up to me. But now that I hear that, I'm like, no, that sounds right. That, like, because the idea is, you know, with Ultraman is the actual alien part, like, possesses dead humans, you know, people who are dying, and kind of like, hey, I'll take over your body and do hero things. So that probably fits what we may be seeing with you, Olga, because obviously actual Olga Mary, when we last saw her, was thrown into a black hole beyond time and space. Thanks, Lev. So, and again, like I said, she literally shouts Ultra Burst as one of her extra attack cards. So yeah, no, this is probably not like 100%, but is definitely intentionally a reference to the Ultraman style of franchise.
So, with that, we'll move on to Pit 2, Golden Sea of Trees to Great Plains. Anyway, there's a field of invincible dinosaurs here. Let's take a detour. They're on the lookout for the assault unit and don't take to our non-digigrade legs and lack of scales. So, let's do a run to Chichen Itza.
We get not fully, but we get a little exasperated Tep with this part, because he didn't know us about this, but he basically says, I didn't know, man. And we're just like, okay, that's right. But yeah, we were originally planning on just skipping Chichen Itza entirely, but again, field full of invincible dinosaurs, literally.
So Pip 3, Great Plains to Chichen Itza. I just realized this, but there are buttons on the right side to moving up and down the stratum. Rad.
So much extra detail in this map.
Yeah. Chichen Itza is built to Dino scale, and there are many types of Dinos out and about. Dino Disguiso. More specifically, Kotomini casts a disguise spell on us to make us look like dinos. I love we have a choice here to make of saying rawr or dinosaur noises. The Madam President decides to stay back at her embassy, and the Marine decides to stay with her so she wasn't left alone.
What a good egg.
Teppo estimates... He's a good boy. I love him. Honestly, I just love Nemo in general. He's such a great character. Teppo estimates that there was about 2,400 dinos living here now, and further explains that dinos have no need for currency. Kotomine further explains that dinos have no real needs or wants tied directly to their survival, so they do not have the concept of wealth acclamation.
And of course, Kiri understands this, being like equipped to plumb the depths of human darkness. He's like, yeah, these guys don't need wealth.
Again, this probably also is, it also contributes to their, the stagnation of their species.
Yeah, if they don't have to do anything to like allocate. They do allocate resources, but you know what I mean. Like they have no reason to step up to grow resource production. They just kind of have resources around if you need them, I guess. But this is the point where I note down, even though it's already been clear, but Teppo is a really useful character to have in a story because he both can exposit, he's really well read and knows a lot about the structure of Mictlan, but also he can be exposited too. Like we can explain stuff from our world to him, and it just has this kind of back and forth that is really helpful in the story. Like I don't even think Castoria knew a little, but she was a country bumpkin by fairy standards, so like she was just as often in the dark as we were. And obviously our major source of exposition, I would want to say, in Lostbelt 6 was Oberon, who was obviously not the most trustworthy of sources. Literally in the first half of our like part 1 drop recap, we're like, this Oberon guy has his own agenda. Weird. So Tepu is just like, yes, you want to know anything about the structure of Mictlan and Denos? I know.
Hey, can you explain some things about some of your concepts you got running around? That'd be awesome.
What is cash money?
What does it mean to get bitches? So even more exposition, Tepu explains that the temple in the middle of Chichen Itza is the Solar Solace, where the sun rests from its journey through the strata, and that the crystal-like parts are from the tree that came from outer space, which is spread all throughout Mictlan. But anyways, Tepu used to be a priest here, so we got connection. Let's go meet the king of dinosaurs. I wrote the part about Tree of Outer Space to kind of expound upon of like, why aren't we asking about this? But I didn't really clarify it well. Because the next section was, go choke on a corn cob, and I'm just like, heck.
I mean, I think in the actual story, the Pip, that's how the transition goes. He's like telling us about the temple and blah, blah, blah. And he's like, we don't need to worry about that right now. Just remember that I'm a priest and I can get us in. Trust me. I know the head priest. And then, or actually doesn't say that part yet. I'm like, I know the priest. They'll let me in. And then it is a hard cut to go choke on a corn cob. But all that aside, despite the fact that we do a lot of exposition, like I said before, there's like layers where we double back to exposition. We just let Tree from Space that keeps Mictlan alive pass without any comment, even though, normally, that sounds like the kind of thing we'd want to at least keep track of. Remember, Gordolf said, well, we don't think there's a tree in the Lostbelt. But that's probably because the tree is 1,000 kilometers below the ground. Maybe. Probably. But no, we just let it go, because we've got another thing to deal with.
Yeah. So that plan didn't work, thanks to head priest of Vakub. Let's gather information and figure out other plans. In the meantime, we'll crash at Tepu's old place and bring Uo and the Marine.
All my homies hate Vakub.
Facts. Pip 4. Night is falling and the jungle has reclaimed Tepu's old place. I get it, though. Afterwards, Mash gives us a quick rundown of Chichen Itza history from the 3 periods to its etymology and how Mayan civilization was more of a collection of different tribes than how later the Aztec civilization met its fall by foreign conquerors. Mega wrote that he loved all this background. They keep pecking in, though. Didn't know about the etymology of Chichen Itza, for instance. I think it was like the place of many wells, I think it was.
Yes. Yeah, because the I think it's Itza is the word for well. So yeah, it was just like, oh, that's really interesting. That's never come up before, despite the fact that I think it's because people just like to say Chichen Itza.
Well, they say wells, but they actually meant cenotes. There was a place with a lot of fucking cenotes.
Which is very important, obviously, because that's fresh water.
Yes.
Groundwater is important. You might think living in a rainforest that, like, oh, water's easy. It's not. Oh, rain collecting sucks ass. No, cenotes full of, like, groundwater are great. But also, like I said, I think people just like saying Chichen Itza, so it gets used a lot, but we don't really get into the history of, like, what it was for. So, like, learning that, like, yeah, it's about the cenotes. Also, cenotes are rad. That's another fun word to say. But also, they're really cool.
Don't fall in one, though. You'll die.
No, it's bad. Don't go diving in them. It's not good. But yeah, no, we just layer on this. And like I said, MASH gives a pretty good play-by-play of pre-classical, post-classical, like, Mayan civilization. And then also, like, and then the Aztecs came, and here's what their problem was.
They really like sacrificing people and did not get along with their neighbors.
Yeah, it's almost like their most important god was, among other things, associated with war, so they thought it was pretty important.
And then some dude showed up and they thought he was a god. He was not a god. He was very, very no good, bad kind of person.
But also, he was smart enough to realize that the Aztecs were at the apex of a food chain, and that there were people around them who maybe would want that situation reversed. This is why you should always be careful about pissing off your neighbors. No matter how big and fancy your house is, they might just get your ass.
Listening to the history, Tepu is struck how simulated the situations are right now. I want to double down on Tepu as a useful character who can say useful things. As a last thing, it is mentioned that Kukulkan was the one who built Chichen Itza.
And in the real world, this is where we know mostly about the feathered serpent Kukulkan, is because that guy is all over the pyramids and stuff at Chichen Itza. Which is another funny story, actually, completely unrelated. I do know this a little bit about Chichen Itza history. We didn't even know it existed for a while, because speaking of Tepu's old place being reclaimed by the jungle, that happened to Chichen Itza. After the Mayans left, it fell out of use, and just the rainforest sucked it up. And it wasn't until decades, probably hundreds of years later, that I think it was European explorers, were rattling around, like, looking for, gold or artifacts, and realized, oh shit, there's a chunk of jungle that's full of fucking pyramids. And they've, like, cut back the rainforest enough so that you can actually, like, see and recognize the pyramidal structures and temples and wells and stuff. But yes, Chichen Itza, dedicated to the Feathered Serpent.
The Feathered Serpent. So Section 5, Life in Chichen Itza 1. Pip 1. Next morning, we slept pretty good. Time for corn.
I think
a lot of
all
lore
our
and character
food
building
base
for Marine number...
is corn-based.
Corn. Lots of lore and character building for Marine number 4. Can't turn into a spirit form away from the storm border, but can swap between other Nemos when injured and heal up. There are 12 Nemos normally, active out of the 24. 19. Apparently we lost 4 and
4 in
Lostbelt.
Atlantis.
Yeah. 4 in Atlantis and 1 in Avalon.
And that was the one I was like, when did we lose a Marine in Britain? I genuinely don't remember. Did Albion, like, get one with a heat laser, or when the border, like, conked out, did we just lose one? I don't actually know. I'm pretty sure we lost the 4 in Atlantis when the original Nautilus got blown up by a space laser. Not all of those guys made it out. But I'm not actually sure where we would have had lost a Marine. I'm assuming it's Albion's attacks, but...
People are typing. I'm pretty sure they know.
Yeah, if somebody knows off the dome, we'll get in there. But like I said, it's one of those things. That sounds right. Somebody said fell out when Albion shoots us. Maybe we shouldn't have those giant wraparound walkways on the outside with those big windows. It seems like a safety hazard.
But it's aesthetically pleasing.
I mean, it's real cool to look out, sure.
So please be seated. It is time for the morning's universal meeting. It's pretty great. UO uses her horns to project images.
Literally, Madam President's PowerPoint.
It's great.
Later, I understand how she gets this done, because of a later thing we'll talk about, but yeah, it's just great to see her prepared.
Directly approaching the King of Dinosaurs is unfeasible, so we gotta think outside the box. Instead, we turn our attention to, Zoctopalolistili. Zocta for short.
Thank God it has a short form.
Thank God it has a short form. The winner of tomorrow's match will first get personal congratulations from the King of Dinosaurs and Kukulkan. Tepu then explains what Zocta is.
Which means... So anyways, get ready for the soccer episode.
This is where I would play the air horn if I did, but I don't have one, so we're gonna move on.
I'll play some vuvuzelas.
Oh god, no. Actually, yeah, considering South America, they go nuts with those fucking things.
They really like soccer there.
Mm-hmm. So the plan is to split up and get into a Zocta team, win, and get to see the King of Dinosaurs. UO finds this to be an excellent time to compete. We basically break up into 3 teams. One with Kotamine and UO, another with Tepu and the Marine, and then us and Mash. We go to Pip 2.
Yeah, this starts with a big period of, as I put it, teach me Mash Sensei?
Yeah, after seeing the Danos on main screen and some prompting, Mash gives a quick breakdown on dinosaurs, the time period, and some of the well-known ones. Also speaks about the Big 5, or extinction-level events that have happened on Earth. Actually, yeah, she mentions them. One was the meteor impact, one was the ice age, one was the continental shifting. What were the other 2?
Yeah, I got the list. So there's the Silurian extinction, glaciation, and sea level drop. The Devonian extinction is oxygen shortage, and like forests came up and reduced carbon dioxide. The Permian Triassic is reduction of ocean oxygen, and also probably a comet impact. The Triassic Jurassic extinction is climate change and volcanic eruptions. That's, I believe, as like Pangea was breaking up. And the last of the big 5 is the Cretaceous Tertiary, the KT boundary, which is the meteorite impact, which, well, we should say, the asteroid impact. It was pretty fucking big that finished off the dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, there have been several other like mass die-off situations, but those are the ones that scientists are like, those are real big.
Those are the ones that literally changed the face of the Earth forever.
Yeah.
Forever! So, when asked about the most dangerous type of dinosaur, just in case, Mash names the Deinonychus. It was at this point where I actually looked up the difference between dino and dano. And it turns out that dano in Latin means terrible in posture and appearance, whereas dino means terrible in temperament or abilities.
Yeah, it's like a very slightly different verb tense there.
Yeah.
Adjective tense. But yeah, and this is one of those things where I'm like, so again, we just don't ask these things, but this means that Dr. Roman gave Mash a lot of books about dinosaurs when she was a kid, right?
Well,
Like-
yeah, MASH exposits like basically on any and all subjects, so she is just a walking encyclopedia.
I
don't think that-
at some points that's supposed to be because she's got a mech suit, like she can just call back to the Stormborder database, but all the stuff throughout this that she talks about, she just remembered that. She knew that already.
Like she remembers most major mythologies, classic novels, and apparently history. So
Yeah, I would like hypothetically she could have started reading about like Aztec gods and myths and history in preparation because we know where we're going for the Lostbelt, right?
yeah, I believe that.
But like I said, the dinosaur thing, there's no way she knew we were going to run into dinosaurs in this Lostbelt. She just read every dinosaur book they had in the library at Chaldea. Actually, I'm kind of surprised that we don't reference the classic The Lost World, because that's a Conan Doyle story. I would say probably because we're technically not in a Lost World scenario, because it's not like this is the land time forgot or anything. This is the land that time hung on to despite all odds.
It's true.
But Deinonychus is a pretty big one. I love that MASH has a note here about, by the way, that like she doesn't name Jurassic Park, but she talks about Jurassic Park and how in the movie they needed to build larger theropod raptors, so they made the velociraptors about the same size that Deinonychus was in real life.
Mm-hmm.
Just cute little trivia.
So, okay, where was I? So we head to the Zocta trying to follow up on a tip from Tepu about team death rolling. And while we are looking for them, absolutely flabbergasted. Landing sounds. Completely speechless. Utterly gobsmacked.
And I put in my notes here later, or just after I wrote these, I genuinely have no notes about this part of the plot. I just have the text feature itself. This is just what happens to us. I was also utterly gobsmacked.
We meet the Deinonychus Brothers 11, a pack of feathered raptors who, despite their former glory, haven't run a ritual in the past 200 rituals since Tepu left. They are stoked to have fans and eager to see what the new rookies can do. Much like Omega's notes earlier, these guys bring a vibe and energy, complete with their intro speak, and apparently they were just running around us in a circle as they were talking. They seem like good boys, and I love them already.
Yeah.
Just one scene, I'm like, oh no.
Yeah,
These are mine.
And they do
These
that
are my
thing
boys.
with their sprites where they just like rotate like across the screen over and over, and it's just like, wow, they're crazy. So we get into a little story type fight with them, and yeah, I just had Big Da Vinci destroy the field. Kind of like that one meme about the painting the School of Athens and ball games I really like, with like Aristotle holding the basketball. I'm just like, that's kind of what I assume happened.
I blew them up with a coin, Skya.
That also it probably works very well.
Listen,
Which
it's been
coin,
slightly
Skya? Was it the meteor strike or was it a giant tank?
It's a meteor strike because I find it funny.
Hey, it works. Whatever works.
No, for some odd reason, when I've been able to take like two, I've just been taking like my Coin Sky up here because it just tickles me. I don't know why.
It's fun. Yeah, I've usually been. Let me see who am I usually rotating in. It's a few different servants, but I think it's usually been like honestly, actually because there's so many like there's a lot of berserkers in here. My Koyan of Dark has been getting some mileage as well. I have brought her in a backline as well, but usually I think it's just my big attackers.
Ooh, excuse me, sorry. So we impressed the Deinonychus 11, even though they're only number 7, but Habitrot is less impressed with them. She reminds me of another animal, almost like an ocelotl, but not quite. Maybe some other free-spirited feline creature, like a cat. They originally thought that she was a tochili, a rabbit.
Yeah, I assume the joke they want to go for is that they don't know what a house cat is.
Probably not. House cats kind of like domesticated themselves, but I don't know if like ocelots or jaguars actually exist here. The only two things I've seen are angry dinos and angry bugs. And angry cats with guns, but those don't count.
I mean, I would assume that there may be regular ocelots in there because of mythology. Like, I'm sure that there are parts of like the Aztec or Mayan mythos where they're like, and there are jaguars in the underworld, just like, there's Camazots and other horrible bat demons.
Bat demons.
But yeah, naturally we are the dinos are from an era way before large mammal predators like that. Like our closest relatives were still like, probably closer to like capybaras or ground sloths, We should also totally run into some ground sloths and some capybaras in here if we're lost worlding. But anyway, Felis catus, I think, is like the ancestor of domestic cats is like, North Africa, Europe, Asia Minor kind of area. I mean, I didn't expand on it too much, but like, I forget how to say their names, but there's the twin gods in Mayan mythology who go through that whole like underworld journey, and at some point they're just in the underworld, and Camazotz is there to fuck with them, and they shrink themselves down and hide in their blowpipe until dawn comes. But one of the twins sticks his head out too early, and Camazotz just punches his fucking head off and is like, "Wee! Got it, bye." I think the reason why the Egyptians were so enamored with cats is that, like, you got to remember the Egyptians were a society built entirely around grain, grown from the inundation of the Nile. And hey, what eats grain that's in storage? Mice, rats. What eats the rats? Cats. And then you're just like, you weird furry creature, you keep my grain safe. Clearly, you are sent by the gods. Here, have this heavy cream.
There's a reason they say that cats basically domesticated themselves.
I mean, it's true. I like, honestly, dogs probably started the same way, where just like wolves were just hanging around humans, and a human was like, fuzzy animal looks hungry. Here, have my slab of beef. And the wolf was like, oh, this is a way better gig. Like, obviously it was prehistory, so I don't think we have any notes, but like genuinely, I think for animals like oxen and pigs and stuff, that was probably humans just go, wait, hold on, I have an idea. What if instead of chasing these assholes everywhere, we just throw a rope around them and then put them all in one place so we can catch them later? Like, that sounds like a human-ass solution to a problem.
Oh, yeah.
Thog, I am tired of chasing deer through forest. What if we put deer in box? Deer always be there. I like your idea, Thag. I'm excited to be a part of it. But, like, dogs and cats just had to be like, hey, bozos, you got free food? I mean, if you were a wolf, like a prehistoric, primeval wolf, and you see a human take down a deer with a sharp stick, you probably got to be thinking like, "Holy shit!"
Well, not even prehistoric. There's even like modern examples of animals like coyotes, foxes, badgers, working together to like capture prey and whatnot. I always love those videos of just watching like two animals just like rumble through the forest together. Like, yeah, we got shit to do. We're going on an adventure.
Yeah, I mean, that's an important thing to remember about some species that are not officially domesticated, is that, like, we have not, bred out their feral traits, but that does not mean that, like, animals like foxes, coyotes, raccoons, etc. are not occasionally smart enough to realize, wait a minute, humans have this thing going on that's great. I don't need to fuck with them. It reminds me of that video I shared, like, months ago where I saw, like, randomly on my Twitter front page of, like, a raccoon came up to a lady's house to get snacks like every day, and then she disappeared for a while and came back with, all of her little raccoon kits, because that was why she'd been gone.
Mm-hmm.
Wolves. There's a reason why we have so many myths and stories about wolves. Wild wolves are OP.
They're huge.
They're big. They can see better than us in the dark. Their hearing is much better, and the sense of smell on a wolf is crazy. And they are coordinated.
But they still like belly pats.
Yes, they're very social creatures.
They are very social creatures. But yeah, no, every time I see videos of someone at a wolf sanctuary just next to a wolf, I'm like, that's a huge ass creature. I've actually met a wolf once. Back when I was in Virginia, there was this dude who went to a pet store, literally brought just an entire ass wolf on a leash. Dude was huge, like came up past my fucking hip. He was quite tame. I wouldn't say he was domesticated, but he was like, I will allow you to pet my head, human. I was like, rad. Was probably, like, think about it, it was probably hell of illegal, but it's Virginia.
Oh yeah, probably, because I think definitely when if that had been, several years ago, most wolf species. Good?
Yeah, that'd be mid 2000s.
Yeah, most wolf species until very recently were somewhere on the endangered species list. Like, I think we're finally starting to patch back together that wolves are okay. Which is good, because wolves serve an important role in our ecosystem, which is killing and eating deer and other things. You do not want an uncontrolled deer population. You want to talk about animals that are like I said, that we would just like throw a loop around and like trap somewhere. Deer are dumb. They are not smart creatures. They survive purely by being ready to run at a moment's notice, which means that they cross over streets, but also they'll get into your crops. They'll fuck up with your fences. They don't care, man. They're just here.
The answer to that axe is guns. Guns kill boars. Unfortunately, boars are, especially Midwestern boars, where they're a pest, are in too big a pack for most predators to take out easily.
Yeah, I'm not even sure. Like,
they have predators, but
yeah, like feral hogs would be hunted by like big cats. Maybe a cougar, but a lynx.
But not enough to matter, Jesus.
Not enough of them. And then the other thing is like, the only other animal probably big enough would be bears. But once again, bears are not really apex predators. They're omnivorous, but bears are big. There are not enough bears to punch out a whole pack of feral hogs. Actually, this is a complete tangent, but I can look up how far apart deer and moose are because I know they're an ungulate in the family Cervidae, and they have a couple of subfamilies, and then moose or elk, largest, tallest, most extant species of deer. So a moose is a deer. They are family Cervidae, so they are it's all the way up. This is a fun and not a completely wasted talking about biological families because I think either previously or later some of this does I think come up a little with dinosaurs because like dinosaurs is a very broad category of animal. And it's kind of interesting that we ended up with the sauropod ones or theropods types. Though I think seen a lot of people theorize that theropods like raptor type dinosaurs would probably be the most likely to keep progressing towards higher intelligence based on just their like lifestyle niche. But let's see, where was we? Ah, yes, that one.
That one.
The Deinonychus 11, even though they're 7.
All right. So, unfortunately, this team seems to have some problems. My first thought when seeing these guys was with Luane and his bros from Grand Blue Fantasy. Hang on, I will post the GIF again so you'll get the vibes as soon as I pull it up. So Patreon chat will know what I'm talking. I spelled it. Oh wait, nope, it's fine. I spelled it wrong. Still gave me the first one. The first one was the right one. Just big goobers.
Yes, this is absolutely the correct energy that these guys have.
So we move on to Pip 3, and Mash is channeling her inner Spartan, almost literally. Thanking the King of Spartans gives you Sky Leonatus as is good and proper. She is running the Dino 11 through some practice. I am willing to bet that in the OG JP text, the brothers refer to Mash as Anago.
That would track. But yeah. We're Coach Mash now. She's fully in it.
Mm-hmm. Apparently, head priest Vakub was always a little shit, but became even worse ever since the King of Dinosaurs showed up.
Once again, seeing all my homies, including all 7 of my new homies. Hate Vakub.
Back when Tepu was around, he used to coach the D11, and with the use of formations, they almost won every time. They couldn't use the formations afterwards because the enemy would be able to counter it, and because Tepu would always come up with a unique strategy for every team. After he left, because the Dino 11, were smaller, they couldn't compete with the larger Dinos and had to ham up the fouls to get their opponents off the field. That is until David brought language around and they revisited the rules, making it so that players could foul 3 times without penalty. Tepu is truly an outlier in this world. Did I mention that Tepu means sovereign? Just putting that out there.
Yeah, this one's another, like I said, interesting one that like they talk about like reforming the rules and stuff, and then adding the language. And I think this is like the second or third job Tepu is alluded to, because he says he was a priest. He also said he was a stargazer, like he worked at the observatory. He was a
Zocta coach.
Yeah, Zocta coach. Obviously, he's a pitch perfect artist. Lucky he hasn't even seen some of the skills Tepu has.
I have not.
But he's a pretty tough cookie.
But it is time for a fetch quest. We have to gather the materials for a Zoctu ball to offer to the sun god. Gotta be brand new or it'll piss them off. And with that, we go to Pip 4. Back at Tepu's place, he and Marine have enlisted the help of South American Nautilus. But they need balls as well. Tepu will head us with us as Nemo stays behind to coach.
And I literally wrote this down the other day when I was rereading the notes, and I was like, I've only just now wondered if Marine picked this team name or they were South American Nautilus already. Because obviously, Nautilus, like Captain Nemo's submarine, but the Nautilus also, the actual sub, gets its name from a type of ammonite shell, which was a prehistoric creature.
I'm gonna be real, looking at some of these team names later, it could be either or. I really don't know.
Yeah, I know. No, once Lucky made sure to write down the actual team names. Once we get to the tournament bracket, that truly does not help. Because I think almost everybody has a reference name. So, like I said, literally, Marine could have picked this because their name was Nautilus, or they could have been like, we don't have a team name. What would we be? And Nemo's like, South American Nautilus.
And Deb would just be like, send it. So we reach the area and looking for sticky trees, which turn out to be rubber trees whose sap is latex. But before we can launch into another lesson, we are attacked by the Ocelot unit. After defeating the Ocelot unit, we run into a mysterious trial that tries to give us the bullet. He speaks about how you gotta kill and how Mick Long doesn't have much time left.
He's a weird little guy. Judging by the fact that he has a gun, his art style, and coloration, using my advanced future knowledge, this is probably some version of Tez, but it's not very clear right now.
I think it's a fair amount to say. It's the exact same art style as, that guy from before, who you have a pretty good, I think at this point you have a pretty good assumption that you can assume that is Tez.
Who else would I know besides the god of war who armed his men with fucking AKs would be like, man, I love weapons.
War is great!
War is great for business. I want to see the hands of a warrior that are unbroken.
Now that I think about it, this Tez kind of does feel like an arms dealer.
He really does have that vibe. That sense will not go away once he actually starts showing up on screen later. Like, I'll say this because we're not getting through the full thing today. I'm done, but we won't discuss it all. But in general, as a character, I don't hate Tez. He is a very specific sort of vibe where I'm like, I absolutely understand what your deal is, and he's one of those guys who's just having too much fun for me to hate him. Like, he loves being him, basically, is I think the best way I can put it, and he brings that energy to his interactions. So, like, even when he does stuff that should be upsetting or kind of outlying, he's just kind of like, that's how it is.
Yeah, now that I think about it, I didn't really, think ill of him when he was, giving a shit back at, Fogland. It's like, I honestly kind of felt like I was at the beginning of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas as he's just talking shit. I'm like, am I on drugs right now?
I mean, kind of. You were dead. You were having a near-death experience. Marine didn't really talk about it, but I think the implication was that your vitals were flatlined while you were fucking crashed out in the cave. Like, you were dead, but because we're in a Lostbelt that is an underworld, your soul just went straight to the bottom. But yeah, no, it's like he's a guy, and I don't hate him. And like I said, it's one of those things where I got to be careful because he's not really on my roll list, and I don't think I'm gonna go ham for him or anything.
This is not. Is he limited or is he permanent?
I believe he is limited. Yes.
Well, it depends. Like, this is what Lucky always talks about. I always start off being like, nah, and then later I'm all like, oh no, and then my wallet goes, ah, and my credit card bill goes, whoop.
I mean, on the one hand, I do have a very good track record. Actually, is he permanent? No, it says limited at the top. They changed the wiki, changed how they format it. Okay. Yeah, no, he's limited. I mean, I do have a very good track record of summoning the Cryptor Servants, but like I said, I'm not really gonna aim to go ham. Like, and I've said this before, I don't hate Tez's art style. I think I even agree with some people in our Discord that says, like, people over-hate his art style. Like, people get real geared up to have loud thoughts and feelings about artists in FGO sometimes.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm the same way. I don't hate his art style. I just think it's jarring when you put it next to other characters. That's what usually gets me.
Yeah, it's very unique, and I get what they're going for, but, like, literally this is the only art that artist, Tajima Sho, has done for FGO at all. Like, hasn't done any other servants, hasn't done any CEs, at least as far as the wiki jots down. So, like, we didn't take any effort to, like, blend it in with the rest of the effects that we got going on, and it's a little odd. Like, I think, honestly, I'm looking at his like, sprites here. Those are made in the engine's art style, so, like, it's very different, like, here, because most of you probably know what he looks like. This is his, like, normal Ascension 1 sprite. He's just a guy. He's got a tomahawk that's also a gun. There you go. Looks normal. But, like,
gun.
The art style, like, when he's on screen in this sprite is, like, you definitely notice him. So yeah, it's one of those things of, like you said, it is jarring. It takes you out of the moment a little to be like, wow, this guy is, like, very specifically drawn. That's why, like, we see that the kid with the gun and we're like, oh, this has got to be related to that guy because he's, like, drawn in the exact same art style.
Mm-hmm. So, Teppa gets the materials, though, and when we tell him what happens, he asks if we're on drugs, if we're on that peyote. We are not on the peyote.
Speaking of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, he's literally like, are you guys on peyote? Like, did you eat the wrong tree? And we're like, no, man. This shit just happens to us, bro.
So, Pip 5. That night, more corn. Don't forget to say grace. Coach Mash gives a late night coach's talk. Go Sparta! This is literally Babylonia Part 2.
Yep.
Rooftop talk with the Madam President. She can apparently see the vague shape of the crashed storm border from here, which is wild considering it is still probably several hundred kilometers away.
Yeah, we were, 300 away from up on the first strata, and we're only, 2 strata down? So, yeah, probably still, 100 or more clicks away.
Yeah. She asked how many people would have been aboard, and we responded 5 in the command room, 7 in other sections. UO says they're all right, so stop worrying. You realize that UO doesn't sleep and has been spending her nights alone, and UO doesn't like that line of thought, immediately entering I'm better than you, so don't pitter me mode. Alas, alack, as we completely bypass Rita's ignore it, and convince her to try sleeping.
Yeah, she tries to tell us, of course I don't need to sleep, you lower life form. Why would I need to close my eyes, dumbass? And we're like, you should try sleeping. Just turn off your brain. And she's like, okay, fine. I just imagine the sound of you turning off an old tube TV. You know, that kind of clunky.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, we don't have to talk about this, but Madam President does talk in very mechanical terms, talking about system functions, sensors, things of that nature.
She refers to something later as a reboot.
Yeah,
and she doesn't really come up project images from her horns.
Yeah, but she speaks in almost as herself in an almost mechanical nature, which it is interesting. But we enter Section 6, Burn the Flaming Striker, in a very interesting way. So, no warning, no preamble, just straight to the solo character select screen. It actually says solo at the top. And then it does the title card, wild. You select your level 150, you Olga Marie. It's pretty stonks, and have a very interesting dream the Madam President has. Apparently, it was her battle with the 7 Grand Servants and what happened right before she attacked the Storm Border. All the Grand Servants are none, except for the Grand Berserker, who looked like a Shadow Servant, except for the silver glow around one leg. I do find this kind of interesting, considering what just was announced over on JP's side, but I am very curious who that Grand Berserker was.
I mean, I can say with recapping, if it's based on what people have said, David is supposed to have summoned a Berserker, and when we met them in India, their shadowed servant said he was Grand Berserker. So that would mean that it is Tez, but Tez is, when we summon him anyway, he's an assassin. So I don't know if we've got some other Lostbelt flimflummery afoot.
Interesting. I guess we'll have to see.
Yeah. Technically, this is a thing to remember because, again, been years. David's servant said that he was a Grand. We have also met other people who say they're Grand, so, I don't know for sure. But I'm double-checking who it was. We got Archer was Super Orion, Lancer was Ramos Quirnus, Saber was the form of Artoria Castor, her final ascension.
I mean, she is swords.
Yeah. And I think that's one thing where everybody kind of picture that as well. Grand Assassin was Old Man of the Mountain, even though we know he is not the Grand Assassin anymore. Grand Caster was Merlin. Grand Rider was Taigon Wang, which again kind of lines up. I believe he said that he would be a Grand if he was in Caster. And then, yes, the Grand Berserker is a shadowy individual with a weird leg. So, that's why I think earlier as well I said, allegedly, to, her being like, I've just defeated the 7 Grand. I mean, it could be true. That could just be her memory brain, recalling to us what she thought she fought. But it is still interesting. But yes, like you said, this is very funny considering that they just announced Pick Your Own Grands in JP.
Mm-hmm. But morning comes and we get to look over the oncoming matches. Shout out to the team names. We got Death Rolling, Tai E Ga, Too Scary 11, Cactus Na, Iguanodon, Evening at Cenote, Olin Tecpotl, and South American Nautilus.
These have got to all be references.
I definitely know that
some of them are just sound cool.
I know Evening at Cenote is a reference, but I do not know what.
Iguanodon might just be cool because it's Iguanodon, but South American Nautilus, Too Scary 11 obviously is the Izano 11.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see soon what Taiga is a reference to.
This is interrupted by Madam President running through and busting through the door. I actually do love them. You actually hear the sound of, the footsteps running up and then, her kicking down the door. Exclaiming that she knew she was an enemy of humanity in her dream. Because in her dream, where she was super strong, she kicked a lot of butt. We kind of just let this pipe be sure you are.
Yeah.
And she's like, hey.
I at least appreciate that, she dreamed and then was like, oh shit, I gotta tell him all about it. In my dream, I was super strong and I fought 7 guys. And I mean, once again, this is the level 150 version of her we fought in that solo setup. And those Grands are chumps. They are. Their HP values are, while still, I think, bigger than playable HP values. Let me actually double check, because I just had that tab open. Let me see. Yeah, they've got like 50 or 60k HP. So, like, way more than they would have as actual enemy, as playables. But, they still are way weaker than most of the casual encounters we've had in this Lostbelt. Hopefully that's something we can, touch back to and explain later.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was curious about something and I went and checked. So this is probably slight spoilers, but I will post it anyway because it makes perfect fucking sense. You posted V1 of a sprite. Look at V2.
Yeah. First of all, God, that outfit, my guy.
Yeah.
But he has, and actually I think that is something that is supposed to be about Tezcatlipoca. He's got an obsidian leg.
Yeah. No, but the poster, the tail, that silhouette was definitely Tez. I guess that's a spoiler, I guess, but I say, it already said someone's Grand Berserker and stuff. But
it's a thing that, like I said, through previous knowledge, if you remember it, you should be able to piece together that should be what they're implying. But also, it's weird because at least in this part of the story, we don't see this sprite.
Yeah, no.
He's like in his fucking Jaguar suit.
Yeah, no, but it has this thing because those are the things I realized that really caught me was the tail and the sprite, the arm up, and the silvery leg, and I was like, huh, okay. So that solves that mystery. I had
careful.
to
You're asking questions about pips that are not Section 6. Lucky you don't know that answer to that. And I'm not talking yet.
As if Axe can remember things.
You can remember some things. But this is definitely Tez the Black Jaguar.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, he's a Black Jaguar. Sorry, I had a moment. I have to say it. I know somewhere out there, Loth is vibrating. I did think about the Black Lions. There are no such things as Black Lions. But yeah,
so Pip 2. Rakhtazokta's shrine, and once again, a space tree holding up the temple as mentioned, and no one comments on it.
Once again, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills when we do this. I'm like, shouldn't this be important?
And specifically, the head priest is all like, yes, thank you, giant space tree. I'm just all like, nothing? I guess we're just so preemptively worried about the storm border that everything else is on hold. Other than that, everyone is excited and hyped to be here, even if they can't quite believe it.
But we do get to meet with our team, yeah, and we get, oh yeah!
Landing sound. I love the Dino 11 so much. Oh my god.
So good. Like you said, they're just, I commented on it but didn't put it in those words, but like you said earlier, they're just a vibe.
We meet our first opponent, the captain of Taiga. Great death call. It's exactly as you expect. It's a giant dinosaur taiga. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's just that.
Got the stick and everything.
There's some trash talking, but we beat them off screen and go straight to congratulating ourselves. I'm gonna be real. I don't know if I wanted a battle with a T-Rex taiga. It could have been funny at least. Especially if they got VA to come in with some unique lines. Would have been absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, but that probably would have mean they would have had her in for something else, because they don't usually like to call in people for like a couple of bit lines, which is sad, but I do think that the punchline of just like, you see Great Deathclaw, captain of Team Taiga, and just like, oh, I'm approaching you, and then we just hard cut, we're done. I can't believe it was that easy, Senpai.
Yep. Our next opponent is 2 Scary 11. Our team with Yo and the Priest with Shades, aka Shady Priest. I'm honestly pretty sure that's why they gave him shades, so they can just say he's a shady priest. Like, that is my headcanon now. That's why he has sunglasses.
I mean, in the South American jungle, probably a good idea, but I don't think they've ever actually used his sunglasses sprite until now. They're just like, fuck it.
They took out the previous team and recruited them. And Coach Kodamine has too much time on his hands.
My new light novel coming this fall. But yeah, no, like he's literally like, he's playing the coach role and talking about like all the training and prep he's done. And just like, this guy's got too much time.
No, these few moments are peak Joji Nakata vibes. Like I said, in battle, Kotamine enters the master portrait, so he gets to say lines about stuff, and he's talking about soccer and stuff. It's like kickoff and stuff. I'm just like, I love it.
Yeah, it's great.
And we move to Pip 3. So we won and have UO join our team. Some of the 11 are injured, so we're gonna head out to Main Street and get some ice bags and medicinal herbs. That's okay. I'll be fine on my own. This is what we like to call a flag. Also, where are we gonna get ice in the South American jungle?
I guess Mala just provides, but I like that, there's a moment of like, Mash is like, are we really sure Senpai's gonna be okay on their own? And someone says, nothing bad will happen to them so long as they don't do anything weird. And it's like, so I'm going to be attacked, right? There's no way I'm not going to do something weird.
Pending doom aside, if Rasputin is this much of a character, I may have to roll for him after all, which I did, and I got him. Thank you, tickets.
Yeah, good tickets.
Good tickets. While we hear someone speaking and wanting anodized aluminum oxide, specific membrane. And we're like, wait a minute, that person is speaking English/American. By the way, I looked that stuff up. This place stuff is using corrosion protection and nanofab. Why is it also in the South American jungle? I don't fucking know. So, it's David Semvoy doing some shopping because while Mexico City is nice, the main street in Chichen Itza has the good stuff. David plays the role of dutiful senpai and hands you a load of stuff for the cure menu in Metal Gear Solid 3.
Can I make a Delta joke here?
Then tries to skedaddle. You stop to ask him what he thought of the other cryptors, and he gives a cold response.
I think everybody gets a sentence.
Yep.
And I was like, in response to that, I have to quote our own Discord who screen capped this with like, wow, tell me how you really feel, David.
Yeah, doing my armchair analysis, it does seem that David isn't one to waste time, mince words, or beat around the bush. His every word and action should have a purpose. You ask a question, he gave answers in a quick and succinct method. I get the impression that David knows more than what's presented to us, and that gives us this feeling of disconnect to him. Because while he does say things really harsh, I looked at it and tried to be objective, and nothing he says is wrong.
No, and this is a conversation we had in our Discord later, because there'll be more David dialogue as we finish up this part of the Lostbelt. But generally, it seems like, as you would expect from somebody who is described as like a, distant one-of-a-kind genius, David has his own axis by which he scores things, which is why his opinions are the way they are. He's like, I think Caddock's doing fine in his current ventures. He says that Ophelia died for nothing. That is technically true. Her death did not accomplish any of the things she wanted, and other factors in there. What did he say about Paisen? I think he said he expected her to die.
Yeah, her death was expected, and it makes sense.
I mean, yeah, she was looking for it, basically. Like, the way she dies is she is in her angry ghost mode, and we just tell her, just let go. You're a famous person. You're going to be recorded in the Throne of Heroes.
You might get to meet your man. She's all like, oh shit, I'm going to go get to meet my man.
Yeah, there's a chance now that you'll both be summoned if you do that. And she's just like, all right, fuck you, bye.
12 hours later, bye, Sen. She's like, fuck.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm just...
And then, as harsh as his comments about Pepe are, I think every one of us readers, when they read that, were like, whoa, hold on. You can't talk about my Pepe like that. But saying, Pepe died like a dog and buried his past with him, I don't think David means that in a negative way. Pepe had a really rough death. He, sucked up, 100 guys' Moore's curse or something?
Moore's curse, and tried to fucking kill Beryl and didn't really fully succeed?
No, he didn't actually kill, he set him up for Beryl to die later, but did not finish the job. But for what Pepe wanted, being buried with his past was correct. Pepe wanted that shit to go away. So, again, factual information. One time it was always doomed to fail? Yeah.
Yeah.
And as harsh as it is, saying Beryl was the only one who got what he wanted, which was for Mash to kick the shit out of him. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I know. This is you said it in a really cold way, but nothing you said was incorrect. So it's like...
And this is what I said. I think David is operating on a different axis than most readers would think. He doesn't say anything that's incorrect. And I wouldn't say he's quite as, logical as, say, Tepu is about some stuff. But also, he definitely has, Tepu has that instinct to, correct himself. We will see later.
Mm-hmm.
David's just I don't care about that. You asked me a question. I owe you an answer. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. After, by the way, like I said, I made that joke about, that was my note originally about him handing us a load of stuff for the cure menu. After he meets us randomly in a street, sees through our disguise, and is like, oh, hey, Master of Chaldea, you're gonna need this, this, and this, and this thing, and just piles us up with random supplies, and we're just like, what? Huh? And then he tries to, like, smoke bomb out, and we have to be like, hey, wait a fucking minute.
And he's like, no, we're not going to fight here. There's no point to it. And you're just like,
And you're like, okay, but I have to ask you. This is why my final follow-up note on our David encounter here is, Da Vinci was right. This guy is a certified freak. Like, I don't necessarily mean that in a bad way. Just, it's true. This guy's a freak. Who like, hands me, like, hot pepper jelly or hot pepper honey or whatever it was, and then it's just like, anyway, I gotta go. Huh?
No, but it's a very interesting
No, I totally. By the way, I also totally understand why him and Tez get along, though. Like, from what we've seen of their two personalities, they actually seem like they would get along very well.
Oh yeah. So we move to the final match and decide to hold off on telling Match about David, only to learn of another surprise. Tepu has forfeited the match suddenly and without warning. A logical choice, but not a very empathetic one. Nemo Marine is hurt, and Yuo chews out Tepu, telling him to apologize.
Presumably because she could instantly tell that Marine was really upset with her mind vision.
Tepu does chase after Marine and tries to understand what he did wrong. Nemo Marine is more upset that all the practice they did went to waste and they couldn't play together on the field. Tepu finds this illogical and determines that proper human history must be a dangerous civilization.
I like that this is his line of reasoning, that he's like, Marine is having, like, an emotional breakdown for, like, we spent, you know, a whole day practicing with the boys and training and, you know, everything, and now we wasted all that time, and we don't get to spend time together on the field. And that's what Tepu goes, oh shit, these guys are crazy.
Well, if you think about it from, like, you know, the cool logical point, Tepu's method was correct. There's no reason to waste time, effort, resources, or the health of your body for a predetermined result. The fact that Nemo Marine wanted to, you know, basically wear ourselves down, risk injury, take time, and all that stuff where we can just quickly move on means that, you know, people are necessarily self-centered and will not take the best course of action when presented, which means people will make dumb-ass choices. People making dumb-ass choices in civilization is usually what ends civilizations. So I can understand the logic of what Tepu is saying, but it is still cold.
Like you said, it lacks emotional intelligence because, like, I assume that because they didn't say anything, the guys that were on their team felt the same way as Tepu, basically. But also at the same time, you know, our boys, the Dino 11, they seem like they have love of the game.
Oh, they definitely do.
So
they've kept playing even though they suck at it.
Yeah, so they love doing this even though several of them have been injured. So, like, Dinos can have this kind of emotional attachment, and I think that's the thing that, like, Tepu doesn't seem to really have that kind of emotional anchor anywhere. That's probably why he keeps drifting from job to job. Like, he's missing a little something. Something's a little missing in his life.
Love.
That's very funny considering I know where this section is going. But yeah, like, so, and, you know, and there's a greatly illustrated moment of just, like, you know, they don't really try to show it with sprites, but, you know, they talk about Marine just beating his little fists on Tepu's chest.
And Tepu says, like, the blows are not physically hurting him, but they seem to strike his core.
Yeah, I think he even says at some point, Marine, please stop, you're hurting me. Not because, like, physically he's being hurt, but emotionally he's like, oh shit, my little buddy. But yeah, it's a very interesting contrast between, like, humans and the Dinos and kind of how that interaction is. But yeah, we come back.
Even with the championship match forfeited, the ritual continues. We meet with the Dinosaur King, but gasp, he sees through our disguises. The jig is up and we're under attack. So we fight with Warrior Wak-chan, and this fight is doable with just Mash, Hoppatrot, and you, Olga, but man, is it a slog.
This is the first in a point where I've noticed that the game really wants you to think you, Olga, is pretty cool because she's got a team-wide 3-turn Pierce Invincible. And there are bosses who are invincible basically all the time. But like you said, that doesn't mean this fight goes faster. It just means that you avoid the mandatory, you know, Pierce Invul factor. And
for 3 turns.
It's annoying.
Yeah.
Because a very strong recurring theme of this is that we get very limited selection of servants to use because we can't freely summon. So, like, I mean, her skills are cool, but she doesn't have an NP card to use. And even though she can use her NP to fuel stuff, it only goes so far. It's just piercing mostly, and I think she team-wide
Like-
NP ups, but that only really helps Habitat.
Like, she's great when you're fighting mobs because she can actually do AoE damage. So that gives her, great use there. But against boss fights, I feel like her attack's a little her kit's a little middling.
I don't think they actually
bosses.
said it for sure, but I'm pretty sure the same thing that we talked about with I mentioned before, like when Phantasmoon does that thing to make her extra attacks AoE, her damage NP gain is halved. I think Olga has the same problem on her Buster and extra cards, is because she's hitting AoEs, her damage is spread out among all targets. That means if you're fighting a single target, her Buster cards do not clap as hard as they should, which is, again, because she's often a forced pick for boss fights, does not bring the deeps.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, like, he's not hard. He's very doable. It's just, you're going to be in with Wak-chan for a while.
Mm-hmm. So we go to Pip 5. Wak-chan is a type as hell dino, a Dano hero, if you would. And head priest of Bakub tells him to eat our flesh, which Wak-chan goes, "Are you an idiot?"
And
and lays out 7 reasons why he won't do that. In fact, he's done with this whole warrior thing and wants to find a wife and settle down. In fact, he goes over and proposes to Madam President, with flowers in hat, no less. And the tension is completely broken.
Upon reading this, I wrote down another note, which was, in general, this Lostbelt is very strong with this almost whiplash-like effect. It's going to happen several times from now, and it's happened several times already. You will get super peak tension moments where you're like, oh shit, we've been found out, we gotta fight a giant dinosaur. Or I mentioned earlier, oh shit, King Prody has been alterized and she's trying to crush us. And then, boom, big joke, like, with setup and punchline, and then immediately we just bleed the tension back out. We reset it with a gag so we can start again. It's not bad, but it can be a very jarring style of setting the tension.
I think they play this one because the follow-up is very good. Because, in fact, the King of Dinosaurs thinks that the tension is broken as well and finds it all a riot. He steps out for his Palette King, and lo and behold, it's the child from the other day. He declares us publicly to be humans, not Ocelome, and knows that we are from Chaldea. He also gives us passes to cross the plains, because who wouldn't want to rescue their allies? The Cub protests this, and while Kid Dino King agrees with him that our survival endangers Miklon, he asks if we have something in our pocket. We pull out the sugar skull we receive, and the kid shows that we are in the midst of the trial, and he can't fuck with us.
Yeah, he literally like turns to Vakub and is like, "Nah, man, he's doing a trial. We can't. My hands are tied."
Mm-hmm.
He's got the skull.
After that, he wants to change Vigi's to talk, but before he names himself as Tezcatlipoca, a god of war, and this Lostbelt's king.
So it turns out my guess was correct. The dinosaur king is Tezcatlipoca, but clearly him as like a 10-year-old who loves dinosaurs. Use your future knowledge. Is this attitude better or worse than regular Tez? You decide. I make no judgments. But yeah, obviously I feel like he's almost got that like perfect little kid energy because he's like, who wouldn't want to be the dinosaur king? Dinosaurs are rad.
He actually does say that in a later conversation.
Yeah, So he's a weird one.
Mm-hmm. So while changing venue, Kotomina briefly explains that while Tez is a cold-hearted god of war, he wasn't an, I use in quotes, evil god. As a word, negative opinions about him were formed more through his rivalry with Quetz than any actual evil deeds.
Yeah, this is correct. Obviously, we these days think of Tezcatlipoca as kind of a sinister deity because he is opposed to Quetzalcoatl, who is a hero god who does a lot of positive things. And obviously, Tezcatlipoca's priests were the ones who demanded all that human sacrifice, which we think is pretty morally objectionable to turn humans into a machine to keep the world turning. Kind of sucks. But at the same time, Tezcatlipoca was paid in hearts to make sure that the world keeps turning. Like, it's his job to make sure the lights stay on. So he was not like a antagonistic deity in that sense. He was helping humans stay in the ball. It's just that he required energy to do so.
Mm-hmm. But the meeting is quicker than one expects it. Tez wants to know why we're here, why Yo is helping us, and why Teppo is with us. Turns out that this Tez here is only a substitute Lostbelt king after the position was forced onto him a year ago, with refusing equaling death. He sends us on his way then, but tells us it's too late. It's been 5 days since the crash, and the Ocelome don't take prisoners.
Speaking about making the tension ratchet up again.
Mm-hmm. And that is it for Section Sit, and where we're going to be stopping our notes for this week.
Yeah, so next time we will pick up with Fragments 1 and go from there.
Yep, what's the mission clock saying, Omega?
We are just under 5.5 hours. So the early timing was correct, because it's already 1 a.m.
Yep. Lucky.
So if you
No,
want to
that's
hit up some thoughts on Phantasian already, I won't stop you.
All right. So I did start playing Fantasia Neo Dimension. I specifically need to say Neo Dimension because that is the 2024 console port of Fantasia, which actually originally released in 2021 for Apple Arcade. Apparently, it was rated fairly high for it, I believe in the 80s on Metacritic, but it was on Apple Arcade. I'm sorry, I don't use Apple, so kind of completely missed by. Funny story about this. Hironobu Sakaguchi, I believe it is. Sakaguchi, excuse me. Was actually having dinner with Yoshi P, and basically told Yoshi P that he wanted to get the game out, and Yoshi P convinced him to let Square Enix publish the game. Because I didn't know this, but apparently Sakaguchi actually had a bad falling out with Square Enix back in like 2003 or something. So that's why, they haven't been said. But he wanted to get his this big game out that, he made because him and Nobuo Uematsu didn't think they had many games left in them, They're getting on in years. And he wanted more people to get at it. I actually read this specifically is because he was playing old games. He played Final Fantasy VI again. He's like, man, I want to make another story like that. And did. Because I will tell you guys, Fantasia, Neo Dimension is a JRPG-ass JRPG. You will play this and you'll be like, man, I feel like I'm playing like Final Fantasy VII or Final Fantasy VI again. And I say that in the best of ways. From its design and stuff, you can definitely see that it was made with phone mechanics in mind. Like a lot of the screens are a lot of the screens and the icons are unnecessarily big. There will be icons where you assume you could just push on your phone screen to activate. But the Neo Dimension version was updated with more graphics, a bit fine tuning of the mechanics. Actually added the Japanese and English voiceovers to it, and a lot of little tweaks. So I definitely think it's probably the best way to play right now if you have a console of some sort.
Yeah, I believe it's PS5 and Switch. May also be a Steam port. Don't know.
Yes, but it's a JRPG. It is a turn-based JRPG with interesting mechanics and some other an interesting game mechanics. I want to say they have something called what they call the Dimension. And which, if you turn it on, when you wander the field, you don't get into random battles. Instead, they're stored in this pocket space that could hold up to 30 monsters, and you can just fight them all at once and just do one big battle instead of a bunch of little battles. I really like it. It feels like I have more time just to run around, explore. Then I just take a break, fight some monsters, and keep going. It's very nice. Like I said, battles are turn-based, but they have little interesting things certain abilities are straight lines. Certain abilities you can move to left or right to make them curve and hit enemies behind other enemies or hit multiple enemies. There's AoE attacks and whatnot. It's very fun. From what I've read of reviews, a lot of people praise this, think the story's pretty rad, and apparently there's a part 1 break where they focus less on story and more on, the world and exploring it and accomplishing quests and stuff. So I'm excited to get to that part. But overall, yeah, no, it seems grand. I am happy to be playing it, and I'll probably keep playing it. But now I'm unfortunately doing the thing that Omega is doing, is I keep putting off playing P3 to play other games. I'm all like, shit.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask you, have you been playing P3? Because over the past couple of weeks, I think I've played about 1 hour a week of it, but I'm still in a spot where I'm in a deep Tartarus run. I'm over floor 100. And I'm still not done. I have not defeated enough bosses to call it a day. So I'm like, okay, I have to do this in digestible chunks, because if I just go ham on just punching out guys, I am going to burn out again.
Mm-hmm.
But also from this, I immediately just added Neo Dimension to my Amazon wish list, because this sounds like the sort of thing I'm super interested in.
Oh yes, no.
Speaking of which, by the way, shitload of positive, overwhelming average reviews on Amazon of 5 stars, 4.5 average. So the people are well received.
No, this is a modern turn-based JRPG. That's
it sounds like if gamers are speaking the truth when they open their mouths. There's a conversation we've been having in other places about stuff. It sounds like the kind of game that they say they want when they complain about how come Final Fantasy isn't turn-based anymore.
Yes. Like, no, like I said, I feel like I am playing a modern Final Fantasy VI right now, playing a Fantasia New Dimension. I mean that in all the best ways. There's a lot of characters, they all have personalities. The story is doing something, but they're not giving it to me all up front. You know, I'm leveling up, I'm learning new abilities, boss fights are interesting. I did actually read something about this. Apparently, a lot of people thought the first port was too hard. That's why in Neo Dimension version they actually made new difficulties to better match that. And Sakaguchi has said that he does consider the new normal to be the proper way to play. So he's like, they might have went a little too hard on the difficulty the first time around, so that might have.
But they rebalanced it all.
Yeah. I agree with this because last boss I fought in Neo Dimension was this golem that would literally just punch me for like 1,000 a piece and would just end my life and like end the character's life. And then I try to res them, and then he would just 2-punch another one and take him down. I'm just like, ah! I actually had to go back and grind out a little bit. And like I said, this is me just playing on the regular normal difficulty, so if things are only going to get harder from there, that's like, yeah, no, this game's probably not the easiest, and was probably even harder. So whew.
That's got that what you call it, that classic FF vibes. You know, you're just minding your own business, then you hit a guy, and you're like, oh, we gotta juice up a little.
Yeah. Like I said, the development of the game was actually really cool because a lot of the set. Like, one of the reasons I say Final Fantasy VII is here is because it's the feeling of walking around on the images. It's not quite that, because instead what they did is they got a bunch of tokusatsu prop designers to make a bunch of dioramas, and they used those as their set pieces. So as your character walks around, you're actually walking around on what would be like the diorama, but it's just been put
Photo
into
scan,
the game. Yeah.
No,
and
I
it's
see.
like
That one poster we like, who posts about like 14 and 7 rebirth stuff. She always talks about it. I forget her name off the top of my head, but yeah, she talks about how like cool and distinct this art style is because, as like you just said, the whole game is dioramas. It's real. It's not even like CG'd. It's they made a diorama and photo scanned it.
No, it's really rad. This does, I think, have like one of the few complaints I have about this game is, as you move through the areas, the camera will shift, and sometimes your movement will get caught on that, and you'll be like stuck, or you'll be running in a different direction than you intended.
God, what that is a flaw, but I'm also like, man, that's such an old school camera problem to have, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. I'm like, man, this is why I'm like, it has those FF7 feels of like I'm trying to move around and stuff. Like,
yeah, you're making me think of FF maps where like you go down one map and then you're at the bottom of the screen on a different map and have to go up suddenly.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
that's how the old fixed camera works.
Yeah, no. So like I said, it's a good modern game for old school vibes, and so I do recommend it. I think that's all I want to say there. Something else I have been playing on it. I don't know if I don't know if I've actually like told people, but I started playing Earth Defense 5. It's free on PlayStation Plus. Loth said, "Hey, you want to play with this with me?" I was like, "Sure, why not? It's free." Unfortunately, I'm not able to play with Loth, as apparently Earth Defense 5 hates Loth's internet. I can join with Omega, I cannot join with Loth, and Loth cannot join with Omega. Yeah, so we're a little screwed there.
As far as my best guess, they don't have dedicated servers, so it's all client to client shit. Because it was like released on the PS4 era, so that does not work with the Upside Down.
No, it was quite unfortunate. I will say I like Earth Defense 5. I play it. That's like one of my wind down games. I just go around, shoot bugs for a while, kind of chill. I laugh every time I complete a mission. I make sure to yell EDF with all my homeboys.
The classic.
It is the classic. Once I beat it, I might actually pick up Earth Defense 4 6. Like, it's like that Rubik Raptor picture. It's like, I get it now. I get why people love this. It's like same with like the Russian Badger video.
Yeah,
it's just the good, stupid fun. I know you uninstalled it, but
just because I'm casually interested in EDF, but I just have so many games in my backlog that I'm like, I can't imagine me playing this in my own time without friends because I have so many other fucking crippling addictions to do. Man who logged into Final Fantasy 14 and Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel today. And we'll probably play more Tactics Ogre Reborn while this video is exporting. So, like, yeah, no, it's like...
Like I said, like, it's just a great arcade shooter and has, like, just enough... The dialogue is so bad, it's good.
Yeah, I feel like the guys doing the dub know that like they're doing it corny on purpose.
Yeah. Like, it's fun just to be running around a map, picking up weapons and stuff, shooting bugs. You get like so many different weapons and so many different types. I have my complaints about the game. Like right now, I'm just going through the game as, ye basic ranger, and I don't have a lot of slots for stuff. I get 2 weapon slots and a support slot, and that support slot is everything from my special armor to a vehicle. I'm just like, guys, you could have given me like the armor slot and a vehicle slot, and that probably would have been fine. I think they said that's what they did for 6, but that's 6. That's not 5. Meanwhile, the I can never remember their fucking names. Skydiver. The Skydiver gets gets like an exocet slot and like 3 weapons. Air Fencer gets like 4 slots. One of them is a vehicle slot, and the Fencer gets like 4 weapon slots in an exo. So I'm like, guys, come on. You could have given the Ranger a little bit more. But I'm going through with the Ranger. It's going right. Listen, a good rifle and a rocket launcher is all you really need. And then your support, and then your support sauce just for whatever flavor you're going on with. Usually I pick the thing that lets me heal my teammates when I pick up health, because boy howdy, they'll go down pretty quick. I like keeping them alive. They have funny dialogue, and I can yell EDF, and they'll go EDF with me. Oh, it's so great. It's so great. Oh, another thing I don't like, the fact that the fucking D-pad opens up the side menu. That's weird. That's weird to me. Lucky usually doesn't use the
for a game that came out in like late 2010s. They kept some weird old school like arcade ass controls for some things.
Yeah, no, like using the D-pad opens up like the quick like chat menu, which is okay for some things, but not when I'm navigating menus. Because that's what I do. I usually use like analog sticks for movement and aiming, but when I have to pull up a menu and tap through, my thumb just automatically switches to the D-pad to go like up and down. Using the analog stick
is analog, so sometimes you get weird when you're trying to scroll with the analog stick.
Mm-hmm. But other than that, it is a fine and respectable game, and I will probably get to it some more at some point when I'm not playing Path of Exile 2, losing my goddamn mind. But speaking of losing my goddamn mind, we were able to play a game with Loth, but unfortunately it did not go so well, as Lucky once again shows his lack of patience for things frustrating. So we tried Overcooked, specifically Overcooked 1. And I thought this was going to be...
Overcooked the full course specifically, which is like the 1 and 2 bundle. I think there's some extra content in there.
Yeah. So I tried it, and I misunderstood what this game was. Because Overcooked tries to sell you that it's like a cute cooking game. No, it's a puzzle game. It's a co-op puzzle game, and this drives me mad. Because I don't like artificial difficulty. You give me a task, let me do the task, and let me try to figure it out in an efficient way possible. Overcooked starts fairly simple, but starts quickly introducing bullshit to you to purposely fuck you up and drive you fucking mad. Like, first of all, like they put all the objects in weird-ass fucking places that if you're playing by yourself would be nearly impossible to do. I do not know if they have like AI helpers or helper modes to help you with it in single player mode, but I think it's probably freaking weird. 2, like I said, there's a lot of room to cover in those games. You have to like, oh god, you have to do like so many things just to get out a fucking burger.
Yeah, I mean, we called it quits. Lucky specifically was one who spearheaded it, but I don't think Loth and I were doing super great either, because it was like, what new thing will be weird? But like level like 4 or 5, in which time we had already experienced your kitchen is split between 2 sides of a street with pedestrians who are collision objects. You have to cook on a boat that is bucking and sliding, so it slides around the kitchen. We did kind of turn that into a hack later when we used our brains, but it's still like disorienting in the moment.
Yeah.
You had to work around it. We had our kitchen was a big loop that we had to keep going through because we can't run through each other. Yeah. And then the one that finished it was an earthquake splits the kitchen into high and low, and you can fall down from above and drop from above, but you can't go back, which was the point I think where all of us were like, man, that really sucks, because it's like that's just
we're wasting time doing nothing down here because we can't reach a delivery point.
Yeah, because the resources are split evenly, so like, and maybe if we had the full 4, we could have like had room to like prep better. But it's one of those things of like once the process starts and there's no real sign, like yeah, okay, it shakes a little bit, but it starts moving almost immediately. You're like, oh well, we're splitting, so now we're not prepped to like do this or that because we need the other side.
Yeah. By the way, you cannot throw things in Overcooked 1. You can only throw in Overcooked 2.
Yeah, in two there's throwing mechanics, but in 1 there's not. So like it just kind of like I think grated on us. I think the thing that I ultimately said is like, yeah, I'm not as agitated about this game as Lucky is, but I definitely feel like I would have more enjoyment with it if like I didn't feel like every level was a new puzzle, and maybe at some point it stops doing that, but they just kept introducing new gimmicks, and it was like, well, what's the gimmick this time that we have to plan around? Keeping in mind that we also have to coordinate between 3 people to like, you know, make sure we've got enough onions in our soup and that our soup doesn't burn and that it goes in a bowl and the bowl goes out to restaurant in time.
And then we get the dirty plate and we got to clean the plate and then put the plate in a place where we can pick up the next thing. It's like, it's already like a stressful and difficult time, but adding the weird mechanics takes it from difficult to frustrating. And I've been coming up with a theory about how while difficult can be fun, frustrating is not fun.
Generally, it is. Yeah, frustration should not be fun.
Yeah.
And I think, honestly, Overcooked hit its market decently as a party game where you get angry with your friends. I just kind of like, you know, yell about the stuff the game does to you while working together. But they seem self-aware enough about how their game was, and I am kind of curious of 2, like what 2 does to make it worth a sequel. But yeah, it's definitely kind of an interesting place. The game that seems more like what we were looking for is Plate Up, which is a similar sort of restaurant simulator where you have to like clear tables, clean dishes, you know, and cook different meals different ways, but it's much more of a restauranting simulator than a puzzle game.
Yeah. Oh. Other than that, I've been in the Path of Exile 2 early access. I have made it to level 71. I'm in the end game. I'm doing maps. I am seeing a lot of discussion about said things. I won't necessarily get into it, but like I said, we are. What time? What's our time at now?
5:46.
We can probably go a little bit into it. Basically, I've been coming to an understanding that while difficult and hard content can be fun and engaging, frustrating content is generally not fun but still engaging. And unfortunately, people are confusing the latter for the former. Like I said, I've been like listening to a lot of people talk and a lot of people play and like trying to like read the room and stuff because I keep checking the Path of Exile 2 forums to see if we're getting any updates because it's been the holiday season, so a lot of places have been radio silent. And you see a lot of people complaining about the game, and I'm like looking into them like, then why are you doing all this effort into this game? And a lot of people says like, oh, I like difficult and hard stuff. I'm all like, do you? Do you really? You're bitching a lot for someone who supposedly likes it so much. And basically came to the realization that the gamers like to say they like difficult stuff, but they actually don't. What they like is engaging stuff that basically gives them a sense of accomplishment and rewarding once you complete it. I'm gonna let people know right now, you don't actually need to have fun to get that hit. You don't need to have fun to hit the hit, you just have to be engaged. You have to be engaged with what you're doing. If you are doing a hard, thankless task at a job and you complete it, you will generally get a sense of relief and accomplishment from doing it. You didn't have fun doing it, but guess what? You still got that dopamine hit. And I think that's translating to video games very well. As long as the content is hard and frustrating enough, but not so hard that people want to rage quit, people will force themselves to do it and then feel like they accomplished something when they did it and confuse that for having fun. And people have just kept pushing this narrative until it has basically permeated a lot of stuff. Like,
yeah,
people say
that a classic comic of like talking about military positions, you know, infantry, this sucks. Rangers, I like the way this sucks. Special forces, I wish it would suck more. Gamers are trying to be in those second 2 pips. Like they are the gamers TM. They are trying to hit those notes. Because, like, what you're describing, right, that kind of dopamine hit you get from overcoming a difficult task through, like, perseverance and stuff, that's what FromSoft games are supposed to do. I don't think every Soulsborne game and every boss in them actually hits that. Some of them can be very bullshit. But a decent number of them are actually meant to be that kind of engaging, right? Like, if you're doing them right, you are actually supposed to have to engage with the subject and, like, learn boss patterns and read the room and have the right tools, and then you get it and you're like, yeah, we got it.
Yeah. But here's the thing about this. People say they like difficult content, but they will not necessarily engage the mechanic in what they're supposed to. They will either find a cheese strat, look up a guide, or find some way to bullshit through the boss and then claim that they got through the difficult content. You see, so even when they're saying they like difficult content, they don't actually like difficult content. They just like the appearance of they overcame difficult content and got that dopamine hit.
Yes,
like, it's
there
really
are a lot. There are a lot of people who are fucking.
It's like
tryhards.
Like I realized this in Path of Exile 3. People talking about they like difficult content, but everyone is using the same sort of builds to tackle in-game content and are complaining about it because guess what? Even those in-game builds aren't necessarily accomplishing the job they want. Things are going too slow. They die too quickly. They are not performing to spec. Not performing to spec, even though it's like the best they can pull out. Me, on the other hand, I'm doing this weird ass fucking build and having a hell of a time. Like, I don't know if it's gonna last me to end game, but I'm doing what's called what I'm calling a wall witch. I'm playing a witch who's ascended into Infernalist, so I have a bunch of minions, and they do most of the work. But I only have 2 spells. I have Wall of Fire and Wall of Ice. Everything else is basically minions. Wall of Fire I use to summon more minions and burn things, and I use Wall of Ice to cut off mobs when they start chasing me. That's it. Otherwise, it's just me running around the minions. It's slow. It's obtuse, but I'm having fun with it. I don't know if people who are running around with these OP builds trying to one-shot and everything so they can get through content faster so they can go to the newest one are necessarily having fun with it. Like, this was a point that I brought up earlier before in my ongoing saga of the gamer cognitive dissonance TM. Thanks, Omega. He has named it. It's like, I don't feel like people are having fun doing this. They're just engaging with the content to complete it and move on to doing the exact same thing over and over and over again. It's like, I relate this to like Final Fantasy VII as well. Final Fantasy VII, I will not say is a frustrating game. It is a hard, when you start getting to upper level content, it is hard and difficult. But as long as people know what they're doing and know where to stand, 10 out of 10 times you will get through the content. But for people who love difficulty and hard challenge, no one wants to actually sit there and suffer through learning the mechanics. Every people want to do stuff in here, what do they always say in descriptions? Know the guide, know the fights, no newbies. They don't want to go through that difficult time of having to take new people through it and having the joy and expression of having people figure it out again. They just want to get it done, move on to the next one, do it again, and say, haha, we did it. Like, that's not loving difficulty. That's just loving... God, I don't even know what to say it.
The process.
They're
in love with the process. Like, they're in love with their whatever color is the best parse. Getting the rewards, but not actually. And that is relevant because, like, that's the thing I brought up later. We didn't have enough people for it anyway to try, but I was going to say of, like, hey, I was going to broach the idea of, hey, people are doing chaotic right now. I think it got cleared, like, in the first day or two, so it's not nearly as hard as an ultimate. People are clearing off Party Finder right now. Do we want to try and poke it? But also, we're reaching that point where, like, the mid-core-ness is filtering down, so we're reaching the level of, like, there are videos and guides, and now everybody in Party Finder is like, hey, follow this raid plan, know this guide. And I mean, like, because there are certain sequences of the chaotic which seem like they have you need to have a little bit of a pre-plan, which can be hard to communicate with an alliance of 24 people. Mm-hmm. Like, knowing what what version of the plan, because I believe there are several, your group is going with, that's fair. I have also always agreed with you, even though I've never gotten into it, of like, why the fuck would I watch a video of an extreme ahead of time? We'll either figure it out or we won't, and then we'll go again. Like, it makes me want to jump on Party Finder, even though it'd probably be annoying for me to type out on a controller. Even though I do have my new controller, and be like, no guide, no plan, we prog like men.
And
we'd get some biters until the first wipe, and then half of them would quit, because that's what's happening right now.
Yeah. That's the thing I want to say. People who love difficulty should not love cookie cutter known processes. They should love getting in there, messing with the mechanics, finding out what works, and and going it from there. Because that's where I get my fun. Of when I get in there into the guts, try different things, find out it doesn't work, try again, find out what something works, go, yes, I figured it out myself, not through like someone's guide or following a kind of build, through myself, I overcame this difficult problem. Like, this is why I say gamers are just lying to themselves. It's so wild to me.
Yeah, I think what you're basically discovering is something that I think I've known in the back of my head for a while, but like, we're reaching a point where basically the concept of the hard game has breached containment. This is not entirely FromSoft's fault, but I think the evolution of the Soulsborne series is a really good way to look at it. Demon's Souls sold like shit. Was not super popular. It was an incredibly niche, weird game. And Demon's Souls is one of the most frustrating of those games to play because it's got their weird bullshit hidden mechanics, and a lot of the trauma I have from FromSoft games is all about when Ron forced me to play Demon's Souls. I mean, he didn't force me, but like, I sold my copy back and he bought me another used copy and was like, no, try it again. I tried it again. I'm like, nah, man. But like, I'm talking about shit like, why is there shiny smoke over the infinite, the pit trap? And also the narrow castle design with fucking skeletons hiding behind every corner. I feel like they've, at this point, FromSoft knows better. And, like, they don't just hide skeletons behind blind corners. They have to do something else because everybody expects a skeleton behind the blind corner. But, like, there's a lot of this bullshit. The original Demon's Souls has, I think, the same thing that you see in, like, several of the Dark Souls games, but especially in one as well, where there are, like, the blue-eyed and red-eyed knights who are just, like, turbo high-level guys blocking off certain points where if you accidentally aggro them, they will chase your ass down and beat you to death, Mm-hmm. All that stuff. Demon's Souls has one of the, the dragon flies over the bridge and breathes a fire on it and you die, probably, because how the fuck would you expect that sort of a thing? Like,
yeah, I remember I died to that.
Yeah, it has all of the classic hallmarks, and it was not super popular. It was a weird niche freak game, like, and I was not in that niche. It speaks to it that, like, obviously that's why they didn't do a direct sequel, but they eventually kind of conceptualized those ideas into Dark Souls, which sold enough to get, like, serialized and refined, though it did have its rough steps. That's why, Dark Souls 2 has the like, complete edition, Scholar of the First Sin, which has, like, the bug fixes and stuff. And it eventually reached a point where Elden Ring is one of their best-selling games of all time. It was a best-selling, record-breaking, game for the year, and, won Game of the Year and all that. So good that, their DLC got considered for Game of the Year at the Game Awards a couple years later. And we've broken into the point where, like, they're super popular. So you've got this core people that you've described who are building their personality around being the guy who plays and beats difficult video games, who does difficult content. And that is becoming mainstream. We are entering the mainstream leakage where it is no longer being bought and sold as a niche freak title. And I would say that Elden Ring is their most approachable game in, like, forever. It still holds its little niche freak roots. You're going to have a much better time with Elden Ring if you are the kind of gamer that I am, of, like, well, what kind of, you just go, fuck it, faith build, we ball. Like, you're going to have fun in Elden Ring if you just pick a weird strat and go with it. I'm actually shocked because I ignored these when I was younger, but I have a lot of fun playing FromSoft games with, like, trying to figure out, magical type builds of some kind, because spellcasting is actually kind of fun if you do it right, but also it's definitely not your first instinct when you're playing one of these games. That is absolutely the kind of build I would like to do in Elden Ring, is either do magical swords or go my full ass into Dragon Communion. Yeah, I want to fucking throw Dragon Lightning Bolts. That sounds sick.
But even in, like, these Dark Souls games and stuff, people will, they'll play the game, they'll figure things out, they'll post guides, people will follow those guides, and then they'll try to act like they're Billy Badass know-it-alls in the game, even though they didn't actually do one iota of the work again. They read a bunch of guides, they read a bunch of lore, and then they just expounded that shit out to other people. So
even Elden Ring had this problem where they did patch it, but, like, katanas were the OP strat that everybody recommended because there was something with the bleed mechanic that was really strong that they had to roll back and nerf. And that's like, okay, are you truly engaging with the content difficulty if you are figuring out, oh, well, katanas are the most broken build because of the way bleed works? And it's like, well, then you're not I mean, I'm not saying that some of the time some of those people aren't still engaging with the mechanics of the boss fight, but you're approaching the game from step 0, from picking your build with this is the one that's broken.
Yeah.
Then you're just trying to shortcut the difficulty, which I don't think is the intended audience of From. Like,
Yeah.
I genuinely think the people Miyazaki wants, he wants niche freaks, he wants masochists, and he wants weird little spreadsheet people. Like, he wants people to, like, be in their builds and be like, yes, if I combine my int and my other thing. I mean, I think that there are still dominant strats of, like, you just naturally try and figure out what's right. But like I said, when you start the game at step 0 and you're like, I'm gonna get in there. I mean, I don't think Miyazaki plays his games full either, because I don't think he has time for that. He's directing video games. He doesn't have time to play through the whole, like, complete build when it's finished. But yeah, like when you start at step 0 of like, oh, well, this is the broken build for this game, or, you know, other Dark Souls have had that too, where people are like, oh, start with this build. That's the most OP one. And not just be like, because these games are perfectly beatable by anything. If you want to do, oops, all strength build, you can do it. You might have a tougher time, but you might have more fun. Just being weird. It's just a question of like what frustrations you want to deal with, because there are still gachas and weird bullshit stuff in these games. I've opened a chest and been teleported to the bumfuck of Detroit before. It sucks. And by Detroit, by the way, I mean Khaled. There's a chest you open that takes you to a mine in Khaled that's full of those rot kindred guys with the fucking magic missiles. Sucks ass. I'm glad that they don't have any mimics, but Eric says, fuck that chest. Yeah, that just sucks. I hate that place. Got my shit out of that cave and fucking left. But like, yeah, no. Well, yeah, you'd have to get out. It took me a few tries to get out of the cave. It's not a nice cave. But like, it still has dirty tricks that only exist to make you go, what? Huh? And die a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a big deal, but it's still like, they've got a few of them. Yeah, I have actually dodged the but it's one of those things that like, the first time it happens, you don't have any concept that this could happen. You get teleported by mist. It's the same as like me falling down a bottomless pit in Demon Souls. They have these things. And obviously, like, if you're looking up the contents of every chest online, it's not a big deal. So, like, it's one of those things where, like, I think people have started to, like, mainstream this as their identity of, like, I play tough games and beat them. And, like, they're so wrapped up in the concept that they do that, like you said, they just do it rote. I, like, replied to your tweet, and I'm like, you know, my first instinct is to say this is, like, a human psychology cope for, like, doing a 9 to 5.
I mean, it could be. People don't have infinite time to play a game, so generally they want to find the quickest and most effective way to get through said game. But I don't think that's the intended way to play said game.
No, and like I said, I mean it more as, like, not just because of time management, also because, like, you know, society mandates you work a 9 to 5 for usually no direct reward. Yes, you get paid, you get money, but, like, you don't get paid when you complete a project at work, usually. You get paid salary. Arguably, you know, so long as you're still employed, you don't have to do any actual work and still get paid. If you show up and people don't complain, you get money.
It's true. Get money.
So, like, it could be that kind of, like, you know, late stage capitalism shit. But also, no, I genuinely think it's just people are starting to build their identity out of this. This is why I did a quote tweet of myself, and I'm like, build your identity around being okay at video games. That's what I did. I mean, good.
Oh, sorry. No, we gotta keep going.
I was going to say, I don't like to say I am good at video games because I have been embarrassed by video games too much to be that overinflated. But also, I don't think I'm bad at every video game. I can play some video games okay. I don't think of myself as bad. And my joke was, you know, that way you can get mad when people say you're bad at video games, but also when you play a video game that's clearly too hard for your comfort level, you don't have this self-identity thing, so you're just like, nah, man, shit's too hard. Hit the bricks.
Hit the bricks. Like, I'm the same way. Like I said, I am playing this weird-ass build in Path of Exile 2. It is probably not sustainable. I will die in one hit if I get hit by anything serious. But guess what? I usually just dust up, reevaluate my skills, see if I can do anything better, and I go continue beating my head against the wall to find what works.
I'm really hoping we can be weird as a team in Night Rain.
So it's like, it's just one of those weird things I've been having as I've been observing the gamer spaces and and stuff. People who again, I'll say this, people who claim they like difficulty probably don't actually like difficulty. They just like saying they are beating difficult content and will usually find whatever shortcut or means they can to accomplish the thing because they want to get a quick hit of dopamine from completing a time-consuming, frustrating task. Like, if I was in college, I'd probably write a thesis on this, but I'm not. So I'll probably just continue talking about it on Twitter as I come across it.
Hey, that's the new thesis. And honestly, I've felt this time the similar way about, sorry, Chad, if I'm no longer speaking good. It's 1:30 in the morning. We've been here for 6 hours.
Yeah, no, we're probably going to wrap it up here. I just want to get over the 6-hour mark.
But, I mean, we could include UX, but like I said, my first ask was, I need Loth for this. I need Loth to be my third. If it's because Lucky and I and Loth all love Happy Souls, and I'm like, what if we did Happy Souls?
Also, Axe, I'm gonna be fair. The way that you question it didn't seem like you're including yourself in that. So I think it's a little weird that you say you throw yourself under the rug. Just saying.
You did I don't know if you intentionally did it. You may have just unintentionally done this and not wanted to throw your hat into the ring. But you could have said, well, what about me? And I'm like, I mean, I know you play From games, but I feel like you would probably try to build a triangle yourself rather than include me or Lucky, because I feel like we don't play those games the same way. I understand, man. Sleep brain. You should start planning some sleep. We're gonna wrap up here. But like I said, I think I've observed this similarly with Helldivers of we've talked about this when early on in the game, some people are like, Super Helldive is easy, level 10. I'm like, I don't actually think it's I mean, if you pre-plan, you know what you're doing, everybody has their thoughts, you probably don't have as hard a time as you'd think. Honestly, like I said, I did a couple of level 6 missions with just full squads of randos. The game's difficulty curve is really weird when just adding an extra guy or two to the ratio, it just means there's just so much more volume of fire coming from your team, right?
Right.
I still have not tried to go all the way to the maximum difficulties though with this strat. I'm, when I've got another lull in other video games, I may get back to Helldivers 2 in that way. But people online are a lot of them are really focused on the concept that no man, Helldive is supposed to be hard. You just shouldn't be playing it. And you and I, our opinion is, well, if the content is so hard that most people can't play it, why does it feel like the game wants me so bad to play it? And they did renege on this a little. They redistributed samples to be at different levels, so it's it's supposed to be a risk-reward thing, but they rebalanced the risk-reward curve, so you don't have to go so ham. And they started filtering out the most annoying mission modifiers and stuff. So I do think that Arrowhead has a specific difficulty curve in mind, and they do actually work with it.
Oh yeah,
but also they accept when they're no, this is not quite where we want our player density to be in certain areas.
Yeah, I know.
But like you said, I genuinely can't imagine that some people are having as much fun as they say they're having. We're turbo farming super samples on 9. You're probably not having fun though if you're farming.
No, you probably have the meta loadout, and everyone's probably in the exact same thing, doing the exact same things over and over again as you silently run from point to point, quickly picking up things, doing the objection, and running back. No, you're running through a rote list. It's
who is having fun? I watched Rubik's Raptor stream with his buddies on 9, but they were streaming and fucking around. They were having fun with high difficulty because the point was, hi, I'm here with my friends to get absolutely slaughtered.
Yeah, no, they're not. They're playing the game to have fun. They're not playing to complete objectives. That's what I like about Rubik's Raptor. At no point is he actually here to, I'm very serious about this. We're gonna do this operation. No, he's here to fuck around with his friends and see how Arma 3 is going to send a vehicle flying today.
Yeah, I've watched a few serious Milsim type players, and it's cool and all, but when you're enforcing real life radio discipline in video games, it's all right, we're getting a little too this is a little too much work, man.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Rubik's Raptor and some other units I've seen where it's just where Rubik's ongoing Christmas series, he updated the playlist, by the way, so you can watch the whole saga, including the newest one. But it's
oh, good.
Yeah, no. He's just you're just talking about, Santa, did you just carpet bomb us? And Santa's just hold on, there's another one coming. And you're just yeah, no. That's something. Remember, Rubik's did this big video on Armor mods recently, which you should all go check out, even though it's over an hour long. It's long for his content. I didn't realize that his buddy and also is an occasional content creator on YouTube, Scorch, is one of the leads behind Optray, which is the Halo mod for Arma 3. So he clearly knows what he's doing and has brain power and stuff. Scorch is almost always the guy doing the stupid, like next to Tails. Scorch does the stupidest shit in Ignis's operations. He was the Christmas wizard in a couple of Christmases, which was like absolutely deranged shit. I remember the one where like a fucking hind buzzes them and like Christmas wizard Scorch looks up and is like, "Is that one of ours? Hey, I tell him to cut that shit out." And they're like, "No, that's an enemy one." And he's like, "I'm gonna give him a piece of my mind." And he starts fucking God mode flying after this hind, and it cuts to Scorch's footage where he's using a infinite, no reloads hacked thumper, a single shot grenade launcher to just boom, 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 like dump grenades at people. It's like, yeah, no. Oh no. And I listen, I'll admit this about my being okay at games. I did not take that as a mock X. I briefly considered taking it badly, but then I was like, no, I won't. There's no need. I already admitted I think of myself as okay at video games. I'm not the smartest man. Like, I get some good runs at Balatro, and there's some other times where I fucking fall on my face, and I'm clearly like, I clearly thought too big for my britches. I was trying to be way too clever, and my build is entirely fucked on, like, Anti-6. We go home, we go again, like, I like tactics and strategy games, but I have to admit to myself, sometimes I'm stupid. I'm not gonna see things. Not everybody can see all things. But part of the fun for me is when, like, people may ask me if I get so upset about it, and so much that I complain about on Twitter occasionally, why do I still play like Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel? When the game is good, when you have a good back and forth game of Yu-Gi-Oh!, there's nothing quite like it to me, to this stance of like, all right, I've built the unoutable board. Other guy, can you out it? And if he takes it apart, you go, shit, good job. Let's go next, Or, you go back the other way. Can I take apart your board? And sometimes we don't play Yu-Gi-Oh! That way. But that's why I think games like that are fun, because there's that element of interactivity, whether it's between you and another player and you and the game. And like I said, some people are just too try-hard about it. They've got it in their heads. They're like, no, I am a gamer. TM, capital G. I am here to play tough games and do stuff.
Like, it's like I was saying, things that are hard, are challenging, are fun. Getting in there, figuring things up. That is fun and all that stuff. But when things start getting frustrating, which I feel like a lot of these, tough games are on, like, that is not fun. It's still engaging because you still can complete a task, but it's not fun. So, like, you're talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, yeah, you are doing something challenging. Then you're trying to destroy whatever your human opponent has come on, which generally, if they were a competent Yu-Gi-Oh! Player, is generally something challenging because they don't want a fucking job.
And so if it's not competent, sometimes it's funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a wild one to think about. And like, I like seeing your little 3-part or more posts on Twitter, because usually it's like something to the thing I'm reading. I'm like, no, yeah, we're thinking about stuff.
Lucky's not smart, but Lucky isn't oblivious, I guess is the best word. I'm kind of gullible, but if I sit down and just intake enough information, I usually come up with some pretty rad stuff. I do say so myself.
And I will say this, like you said, you're not unobservant. Like, people will see this in the notes. Like, when you get a question, you are not afraid to chase that shit down. Like, when you want to know, you're like, hold up, we're gonna figure this shit out. Like, and that is a fundamentally curious impulse that I think a lot of the general public does not share. A lot of people see something and don't bite, and they just are like, yeah, it's fine. It's just, it is. It's like, I think it's honestly like in the Lostbelt discussion where like a couple of these concepts just get pitched to us like softball, and we just go, we're not going to ask about that? Hold on, that seems important though. So there's definitely a lot of that like back and forth. And obviously I know there'll be people in the comments. Feel free to give Lucky a compliment. Say he's not dumb. They'll go for it. And honestly, I think they'll love the extra detail, because it is, people are here for big long videos. They're going to see that this is like 6 hours long and be like, yeah. But yeah, it's sorry, it's almost 2 a.m. now, and I'm running out of ways to agree with Lucky and say, yes, there's definitely like a thing in the consumer brain of gamers that is like not quite correct, and it leads to weird trends. It's like the thing I said earlier about Phantasmoon, right? Where like, allegedly, this is the game that people who are upset on Twitter want. Mm-hmm. Will they buy it? Will they play it? Will they enjoy it? I don't know. But this is what they say they want. Kind of a high-quality retro game.
Yeah. But I think I will stop John right now. I'm pretty sure we have passed the 6-hour mark. I'm hoping it stays over 6 hours after editing. That was my goal.
We're at like 6:16. I don't know how much, because like the longer the episode is, the more just little edits add up. But we'll see.
We'll see. But Omega, please take us out.
All right, let's do the outro. Hey, if you're watching this video on YouTube and you made it this far, you like this video. Push the like button.
Please.
I'm not fooling with you. You liked it. You watched this far. Please click like. Leave your comments below. Join our Discord. It's cool. I added a starboard thing, and it is not like blowing up quite like I was worried it might. So, so far it seemed like a good place to save memes and funny posts, which is what I wanted it to do.
I still like my one, which is just the puppet. It says, when the brain frog hits mid-sentence and something you've never had a thought in your life. I've used that line multiple times now.
Yeah, people, it's resonating with people. So check out our Discord. Subscribe to the channel for more Lostbelt recaps and other things. Make sure you've got the bell rung for notifications. Consider joining our channel memberships for badges and emotes, and consider supporting us on Patreon like these fine people: Adam DeHart, Black G, Call Me Zed, Carlos, Dragon, JDV9000, Crystalite, Legendary Boss Hunter, Rise of Kenji, Rogue Robin, Sharvor, some guy named Bob, and Varian the Crow, and all of our other beautiful, wonderful patrons. Thank you so much for your support, everybody. Thank you for everybody who watched this far. Yeah, watch Rain. It's another one. I just posted a new one. We remembered. Check it out.
Yeah.
And that's going to be it from us. Like I said, we'll see you next week for the rest of your Lost Belt Part 1 recap. Goodbye.
Woo! Have a good night, everyone.